Introduction asterisk. A prelude to the A Song of Ice and Fire, set against the backdrop of the Great Wall's construction and the fall of the aerial continent of Ams. The Lightbringer reigns. In a world where magic intertwines with machinery, the aerial realm of Ams has vanished. The Duke of Shadows begins a rebellion, orchestrating the demise of 5 other dukes to claim his so-called sunlit continent. With a devastating force, he overwhelms 2 earls and their territories in the north. Recently come of age, Alpha rises as the sworn knight of the new duke, renowned for his youthful valor and hailed as the foremost knight of the north. Yet a looming crisis approaches. Prologue. The Knight's Oath. Outside, snowflakes drifted like feathers, while the ancient temple resonated with the echoes of venerable hymns. A young man with golden locks knelt on one knee, immersed in the sanctity of the song's embrace. Clad in exquisite leather armor, his robust physique complemented his stature, rendering him neither cumbersome nor burdensome despite the thick garments he wore. Upon the dais stood 2 youthful figures, a man and a woman, dressed in resplendent attire adorned with the distinctive furs of the north, perfectly suited for the winter chill. Both possessed striking beauty, their faces illuminated with smiles as they gazed upon the knight below, clearly delighted by the young man's ascension to their sworn knight. As the hymn drew to a close, an elderly man clad in white robes approached the golden-haired youth, a sword held aloft in his hands. He extended the blade to the kneeling man, performing ancient gestures before placing his hand upon the young man's forehead, commencing an incantation. Alpha Geller, do you pledge to become the knight of Duke James Stark and Lady Adele Stark? In both poverty and prosperity, in good and evil, in life and death, you shall stand beside them, guarding and accompanying them. You will wield your sword to drive away the forces of selfishness, greed, temptation, and evil from your liege, protecting them with your honor and life until your last breath. The elder read the oath with a benevolent gravity, his gaze fixed upon Alpha's eyes. By the name of the God of Light, I solemnly swear to uphold this promise throughout my life. In both poverty and prosperity, in good and evil, I shall stand beside them, guarding and accompanying them. I will wield my sword to repel the forces of selfishness, greed, temptation, and evil from James Stark and Adele Stark, protecting them with my honor and life until my final breath. I shall practice kindness and compassion, offering mercy to the weak, never wielding power against the defenseless. Good women and children shall be under my protection. Should any in distress seek my aid, I shall exert myself to the utmost. In battle, I shall bravely confront tyranny, oppose all wrongs, treat my friends with sincerity, assist my fellow knights, and defend my loved ones with unwavering loyalty. Humility, integrity, sacrifice, justice, honor, valor, and compassion shall be the eternal spirit of Ams. Alpha proclaimed the oath in a resonant voice, his gaze piercing as it met that of the 2 figures on the dais. The elder turned to James and Adele. Do you consent to let Alpha Geller be your sworn knight, guarding you throughout your lives? We do, the pair replied in unison. May Northvale bless you and protect you, the elder concluded before retreating. Finally, it's over. Alpha rise. Let us continue our brotherly bond. These formalities are merely for show, James exclaimed as he descended the dais, assisting Alpha to his feet. Alpha, take me out for a stroll. My brother won't allow me outside, and I'm nearly bored to death in Norton Castle. Adele pouted, her voice laced with playful charm. You wish to venture out again? Did you not just return from an outing last week? I have warned you. It is perilous outside, and we are to evacuate in half a month. Do not cause trouble, Alpha admonished. We are leaving soon, yet you won't let me see Norton City. You refuse to take me out, Adele pouted, clearly displeased with her brother's overprotectiveness, making faces in defiance. Do not think I am unaware. You have secretly begged Alpha to take you out numerous times. If it were not for Alpha's prowess, you would have surely been whisked away by now, James retorted. Stay put this time. I shall ensure Alpha watches over you, he declared, departing with an elder companion. The elder, Richard, the longtime steward of House Norton, cast a look of approval at Alpha. James, you. Adele's secret was laid bare by her brother, leaving her momentarily flustered. Let us return to the castle, she said, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface as she glanced at Alpha. Do not look at me. I am no traitor. You know well of your brother's capabilities. Alpha shrugged helplessly. As night fell, the group returned to the castle, when James suddenly summoned Alpha to discuss matters of urgency. I have recently discerned that the Andrew family seems to be harboring secrets. I explicitly ordered the evacuation of all families. Yet the Andrew household has made no preparations whatsoever. James confided in Alpha, contemplating the implications of the Andrew family's inaction, given their long-standing prominence and wealth in Northvale. Was it possible they intended to abandon their estate? Unthinkable, for he was even more miserly than his son. Could they truly relocate everything within a mere fortnight? This question echoed in both Alpha and James's minds. The two deliberated into the night until fatigue overcame James, prompting Alpha to retire to his quarters. Before he could drift into slumber, a sudden alarm rang out, echoing 5 times, the final chime quivering as if stifled by a hand. Alpha sprang from his bed to investigate. Upon stepping outside the castle, he was met with chaos. The night watchman lay slain, and the barracks were in disarray, soldiers engaged in relentless combat. In his haste to seek assistance from the magical society, Alpha witnessed a mage battling a crimson-robed monstrosity. He rushed to aid. "Flee. You cannot contend with them. Take Lord James and Lady Adele and escape. Quickly," he urged, his hands weaving intricate gestures. At that moment, a cold sweat broke upon Alpha. In his fervor for rescue, he had forgotten James, Adele, and his father. The attackers were undoubtedly targeting House Norton. Frantically, Alpha raced back, blood staining his garments, just as James and Adele emerged from their chambers, Richard also appearing. "What is happening?" "I heard commotion outside," Adele inquired, still clad in her nightgown, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Quickly dress. Enemies have breached our walls. We must depart at once," Alpha implored, anxiety gripping him as he wondered how long the magical society could hold out. At that moment, a soldier named Sio burst in, bloodied and breathless. "My lord, flee. The barracks have fallen. It is horrifying. They cannot be killed, not even by gunfire." With that, Sio collapsed. Shortly thereafter, the three were ready to leave. "Follow me. This way leads to a secret passage," Richard instructed, guiding them to James's study. Along the way, little was said as they hurried onward, finally reaching their destination under the flickering candlelight. Above them lay a wooden panel. Richard knocked rhythmically, and the panel opened. It was Peter. Alpha's heart surged with surprise at the sight of his close acquaintance. "I have observed the situation in the city. Follow me, esteemed lords," Peter beckoned. "This passage has existed since the time of the late Lord Norton. It lies over 10 miles from the castle." Rest assured, he reassured James and Adele, who appeared uneasy. With that, the group emerged into a makeshift refuge, where over 20 skilled individuals awaited, all evidently well-trained. "Where to?" one inquired. "Southward." Gazing at the fireworks igniting within the city, Alpha felt a profound tremor in his heart. He had only just become the sworn knight of James and Adele. Everyone turned to glance back, their hearts heavy with an indescribable sorrow. As dawn approached, chaos reigned within the city. Bullets erupted from shadowy corners, enveloping the surroundings in thick smoke and turmoil. Vampiric demons preyed upon the night, dark clouds rising to shroud the city, as if the hands of malevolence toyed with life itself. Chapter 1. Escape. In a howling night wind, snowflakes fell like feathers, swirling through the air as a group of over a dozen rode swiftly, traversing the snow-laden dirt roads southward without a moment's pause. "Brother, I feel so weary," Adele called out, tilting her head back to look at James, who was surveying their surroundings. "We can rest soon, Adele. How about we camp in the woods ahead?" James inquired of the robust Alpha beside him. "We have been riding all day. It is indeed time to rest. Otherwise, Miss Adele's health will suffer, and the horses need respite as well. For now, they cannot catch up to us, my lord, especially with such heavy snowfall," Alpha responded. "Very well, let's take a break in the woods ahead. We shall set off early in the morning," James declared. The group left a trail of hoof prints in the pristine snow, which was soon concealed by the falling flakes. A fire was lit in the forest, illuminating the desolation of the woods. Unbeknownst to those gathered around the flames, something sinister was drawing near to their small encampment. Once settled, Alpha engaged in discussion with Richard and James about the day's dire events. This morning, a horde of enemies suddenly stormed the castle. The returning messenger from the west claimed they were not human. Bullets could not fell them. "Father, with your vast experience, do you know what assailed us?" Alpha inquired. James, having lost his parents 2 years prior, bore the weight of his title as a duke's son with maturity beyond his years. In this moment, he embodied the composure and calm expected of him, serving as the backbone of the Norton family, demonstrating the demeanor and courage required to shoulder great responsibilities. It must be the Shadow Duke's minions. We had anticipated their move when he devoured Elsa, but never did we imagine he had allied with vampires thought to have vanished millennia ago. It's unfathomable, Alpha remarked, adding wood to the fire. I crossed blades with them. Their strikes were sharp, like those of beasts, revealing fangs as they bore tattered red robes, Alpha recounted, prodding the logs with his sword. Old Richard silently observed the flames, his gaze seemingly transfixed by the flickering firelight. The ancient texts of the arms concerning vampires spoke of the last encounter over 1,281 years ago, detailing how arms, wielding the sword of light, led arms to victory, sealing the last of the vampires. Alpha had read this account. Thump! Richard sensed movement beneath their feet. There is movement below. They have caught up to us. We have no mages here, rendering us defenseless. My Lord James, you must take Miss Adele and flee. Richard's eyes glimmered with urgency. Richard swiftly brushed the snow from his hood and pulled Alpha aside, to which Alpha nodded in understanding. Before Richard could speak further, Adele dashed over, addressing the old steward. Grandfather Richard, I will not abandon you. You and Alpha are the closest to us besides our parents. They are gone, and we are all that remains. Miss Adele, once we deal with the pursuers, we shall catch up with you. Fear not, Alpha assured her with a warm smile. Miss Adele, I owe much to the Norton family, a debt I may never repay in this lifetime. Perhaps this old body can still offer some assistance, Richard said, his brow unfurling with resolve as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Quickly, my Lord James, take Miss Adele and flee. Otherwise, we shall all be captured. Alpha, prepare the men. They are upon us. Richard shouted. James lifted Adele into his arms and mounted his horse, galloping southward without a glance back. A single tear traced down his cheek, crystallizing in the frigid wind and landing upon the pristine snow. Alpha! Alpha! Grandfather Richard! Grandfather! Adele cried out incessantly. There is no alternative, Miss Adele. You must survive, Alpha murmured to himself, watching as James and Adele gradually receded into the distance. Old Richard nodded to Alpha, who organized 8 marksmen to disperse among the surrounding forest, while Richard and the others braced for the enemy's approach. Before long, a group of approximately 50 encircled them. The leader donned a distinctive white bear fur collar typical of the North, his long white hair billowing in the wind, his twisted face presenting a disconcerting sight. Beside him was a figure in a crimson robe, whose gaunt frame was cloaked in skin-like wings barely visible in the dim light, while the others wore the standard military garb of the Shadow Duke Brauer family, mounted on horseback. Ah, if it isn't the old dog and the pup from House Stark. What's this? No more running? Where is your little lord? Is this all that remains of House Stark? Andrew mocked Richard from his elevated position on horseback. Andrew, did your father neglect to teach you proper speech? Is your foul mouth hereditary? By the way, your father is much more loathsome than you. I will never forgive you for your treachery. My Lord James has long since parted ways with us. We are merely bait. You will not succeed, Richard retorted, hands warming by the fire as he fixed his gaze upon the flames. Rest assured, Lord Lias has caught their scent. He has not yet quenched his thirst for the blood of House Norton. They shall not escape. I can only imagine Miss Adele's blood will be quite to Lord Lias's taste. And let us not forget that wretched James, Andrew sneered, his sparse mustache twitching as he surveyed the crimson-robed figure, and then Richard. His thin hair danced in the wind, and as he spoke, his lips curled in a grotesque grin, perhaps an attempt to emulate his father. Come forth. It is futile to hide. I can see you, the figure in the red robe declared. At this moment, Richard and Alpha exchanged meaningful glances. Suddenly, Alpha withdrew a small vial of crimson liquid from his cloak, downing it in one gulp before casting it into the fire. With his other hand, he seized the sword hidden within the flames, hurling a sizable piece of flaming wood towards Andrew. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted from the forest, targeting Andrew and his men, and in an instant, 4 of them fell to the ground, struck down. Andrew was taken aback. As the flaming timber hurtled towards him, he barely had time to draw his sword before it struck him squarely in the face. Ah, damn it! How dare you harm me, my face? Andrew cried, one hand flailing his sword while the other struggled to control his startled horse, teetering on the brink of falling. With a burning sword in hand, Alpha leaped across the fire like a madman, his eyes ablaze with rage as he lunged at the crimson-clad monstrosity. Meanwhile, those around the fire, including Richard, followed suit, drinking the red potion and charging towards Andrew's cohort. In the distance, the sounds of gunfire continued, as several more of Andrew's men fell victim to the hidden marksman in the forest. Before Alpha could approach the crimson-robed vampire, a sudden flash of movement brought the creature directly behind him. A jolt of fear coursed through Alpha's heart as he turned to discover that he was not the vampire's target. Instead, it was old Richard, standing days before that very vampire, who held Richard's heart, the bright red blood staining the pristine white snow. Alpha stood frozen, staring in disbelief, while the vampire turned, casting a sinister smile in his direction, its eyes glowing red as it licked Richard's heart with a long, serpentine tongue. Ah! With a furious roar, Alpha lunged forward, sword drawn, but the vampire unleashed its uncanny speed, slaughtering the remaining onlookers. Alpha rushed to Richard, who was bubbling blood from his mouth, uttering something inaudible. I understand. I shall never allow them to seek Lord James and Miss Adele. Rest in peace, father. Alpha's body was drenched in blood as he rose, determined to find the vampire's shadow. The biting wind tousled his hair, obscuring half of his face, and his eyes suddenly glimmered with a faint golden light, exuding an aura of the divine. Chapter 2. Dream or reality? Alpha noticed his vision sharpening, the world around him seeming to slow. He perceived the vampire's movements with startling clarity, a surge of warmth coursing through him as if he could keep pace. Indeed, surpassed the vampire's speed. The surrounding snowflakes drifted languidly. In an instant, he found himself beside the vampire, his sword thrust smoothly into the creature's heart, radiating a golden glow. The light enveloped the vampire like flames, which howled in agony, its blood-red eyes fixated on Alpha. Fear etched upon its face. The vampire could scarcely comprehend. Light magic? How could this be? He is a knight, devoid of any magical aura. It must be the sword. This is something I have never witnessed. Alpha withdrew the blade, witnessing the vampire's form shrink until it turned to ash, leaving only the crimson robe atop the snow-covered ground. The remaining combatants, caught in the maelstrom of battle, gazed in astonishment as Alpha shimmered with golden light. In that moment, it seemed he had performed the impossible. He had invoked magic in a fit of rage to vanquish the vampire. Andrew and his companions from the Brauer family turned and fled, their Lord Lias having been dispatched in an instant. They knew they stood no chance against him. Having just fallen from his horse, Andrew scrambled to mount another, executing the maneuver with seamless precision. Yet, a searing pain engulfed Alpha's body, overwhelming him. He leaned on his sword for support, striving to appear less vulnerable in hopes of deterring Andrew and his followers. As Andrew retreated, Alpha surveyed his surroundings and found himself utterly alone, with a few gunmen from the forest hastily emerging. "Lord Alpha, are you well?" one of the sharp-eyed musketeers inquired. "A cough. Do not mind me. First burn Lord Richard's body, then prepare to pursue Lord James and Miss Adele." Alpha gritted his teeth, swallowing the blood he had coughed up. "Immediately. I am sorry, father." The hasty disposal of Richard's body was a necessity he loathed. Alpha, using his sword for support, gradually approached a nearby horse, struggling to mount its back. At this moment, the others finished their tasks and mounted their steeds, and together they set off in pursuit of James and Adele. Alpha's injuries were grievous, likely due to that mysterious power, and in a haze, he seemed to tumble from his horse. He drifted into an exceptionally long dream, wherein he found himself as an infant, nestled within a basket, faintly hearing the conversation of two individuals nearby. Their eyes were a striking blue, adorned with spherical, transparent blue pendants around their necks. The beautiful woman wore attire Alpha had never seen, and behind her were a pair of magnificent blue wings. The tall man beside her was similarly adorned. "We cannot do this, Hill. He is our child," the beautiful woman implored. "I know, but he bears white wings. He is not safe here, and descending is his fate. The Almanac of Arms foretells, from the heavens, white feathers descend. From the earth, black wings arise. Chaos reigns, and Kai Amuse reincarnates, extinguishing the black wings. This is destiny, one we cannot resist. Moreover, we cannot protect him. That rogue Holt will surely seize our child. He will not allow anyone to threaten his status." The man intoned fervently. "Child, it is not that your mother does not love you. This is simply your fate. Mother gives you this necklace. No matter where you are, I will always feel your presence." The woman wept, sorrow etched upon her face. "Quickly, if we linger, we shall be discovered." The man removed a dagger from his side and placed it within the basket. Chanting softly, he summoned a blue light as he caressed the infant's back, transforming the white wings into a charming tattoo. A blue flame streaked across the sky. Next, he dreamt of his childhood, growing up in poverty, raised by an elderly couple. Before he could reach adulthood, both parents passed away, and he was ultimately cast out, surviving by scavenging in the marketplace, often going hungry, living day to day with little care from others. The northern winters were long and unforgiving. It was hard to fathom how a boy of 8 or 9 could endure such conditions. One frigid night, he wandered alone through the biting cold, eventually collapsing into the snow, where he faintly heard the voice of a sweet young girl. "Grandfather Richard, what is outside?" "A little boy who is freezing." "Shall we take him back, Miss Adele?" Old Richard replied. "Yes, on such a cold day, he must be terribly frozen." Adele peered out, concerned. When he opened his eyes, he found himself on a warm, fragrant bed, dressed in clean clothes. The Stark family had taken him in, and from that day forth, he vowed to protect them, especially Miss Adele. He swore to become the sworn knight of House Stark. Day after day, he practiced swordsmanship, slept, and observed Adele from a distance. Miss Adele held affection for him as well. She simply did not know how to express it. He admired Adele, yet felt unworthy of her. He was merely a foundling, a lowly commoner, destined to watch from the sidelines. Richard took him in as a son, and this kindness filled Alpha with joy, allowing him to once more feel the warmth of a father's love. In order to protect Miss Adele and Lord James, he had to part ways with Adele. Where were they now? He must go and safeguard them. The dream suddenly shifted to a dark and frigid night, where a crimson stain marred the pure, white snow. Following the trail of blood, he ventured forth, encountering a horrific sight. Miss Adele was being bitten by a vampire at her neck, her expression a wicked smile directed at him. "I love Miss Adele. I fear losing her. Dearest Adele, I shall find you." Alpha awoke with a start, a heavy velvet blanket atop him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to the dim candlelight flooding in, revealing the silhouette of a woman beside him. "Your lord has awoken," she announced softly, leaning against the wall. Lord Alpha, this is truly astonishing," Peter called out with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Miss Adele, Adele." Alpha gazed at the woman leaning against the wall, slowly uttering her name. "Lord Alpha, we have managed to gather some leads regarding Miss Adele. We are currently in Provence, the largest city within a 200-mile radius. Following Lord James's usual habits, they are likely to make their stay here. Once you regain your strength, we should have more information," Peter reported respectfully, bowing his head at the bedside. It was evident that the recent battle had instilled a sense of fear and an instinctive reverence in the surviving soldiers towards Alpha. "Cough, well done. How long have I been unconscious? What are the others?" Alpha paused, gradually regaining consciousness and speaking in a weary tone. "It has been 2 days. We arrived yesterday, and I have already dispatched the others to the black market to seek information from the informants. The people of Provence are quite cooperative, and I must mention that the city lord visited us yesterday, eager to speak with you. Now that you are awake, he should be arriving shortly," Peter said, gazing at Alpha as he spoke. "Very well, you may go now. I wish to have a moment of solitude," Alpha replied, rubbing his temples. After enduring the pain from the battle and pushing onward, the jolting of the journey had exacerbated his internal injuries. It seemed wise to exercise caution with the power residing within him. Otherwise, his body would be rendered useless. Despite the significant internal injuries, how could he feel so much better after only 2 days? Surely, it should take at least a month for recovery. A look of astonishment crossed Alpha's face. Chapter 3. The Spark. On a cold night, Alpha sat astride his steed, with Adele leaning against him, while behind them, Diana followed with a reproachful gaze. The procession moved slowly, and Adele felt increasingly distant from Northside and her homeland, an unsettling sensation gnawing at her heart. This winter was exceedingly frigid, casting a layer of frost over the long caravan. "Farewell, dear brother. Farewell, Northside." She had inquired of Alpha whether they would ever return. He always responded with a smile, assuring her, "With me, Alpha, Northside will inevitably return. It belongs to you, Adele." Indeed, this reminded Adele that Alpha was all she had left. Recently, she often observed Alpha glancing back at Northside, which stirred a pang of sorrow within her. The exiled caravan stretched long and unyielding, unburdened by the elderly or children, allowing for a swifter pace. The line of travelers appeared endless, resembling a serpent winding sinuously across the stark, white expanse. Above, airships occasionally drifted by, buzzing like the bees of Northside, infusing the desolate landscape with a semblance of vitality. "I sensed the presence of kin," murmured a man clad in tattered cotton to his companion just behind the two riders at the forefront. But why is she mingling with humans? Moreover, I sense a dangerous aura emanating from the person beside her. He resolved to relay this information to young Master Andrew. The man in worn clothing gradually maneuvered toward a nearby wagon. Andrew had been present for a day, and the relocation of Proswan remained unfinished. He had joined the last group and stealthily ventured onto the southern path, accompanied by 20 vampires. His abilities were now on par with Elias, and with such capable aides, he felt less impulsive and more assured about their undertaking. The mages were dispersed throughout the caravan, the nearest being a 10-minute walk away. In this interval, they had significant opportunities. To verify the information, Andrew stealthily approached from a distance. When his gaze fell upon the woman behind Alpha, she, cloaked in black, turned to look in his direction. A startle coursed through him, despite having disguised himself. That sensation was unmistakable. Adele. It was undoubtedly Adele. She had not perished and had, like him, become a vampire, leaving him in a state of confusion. Regardless, Alpha could not escape. The Duke demanded his head, alive or dead, it mattered not. Alpha, I feel someone watching us. Adele tugged at Alpha's garment, her voice tinged with apprehension. Indeed, many eyes are upon us. You hold me so tightly, Alpha jested, glancing back, where his keen gaze caught sight of Andrew's retreating figure. He became aware of the situation, and during the afternoon break, Will approached him to discuss it. Based on their combined experience and investigation, they discovered that this group consisted of approximately a dozen vampires, currently dormant, seemingly targeting Alpha and Adele, who had been frequently seen around Alpha recently. With limited manpower on their side, engaging Andrew would prove to be quite challenging. It would be improbable for Andrew to abduct Adele directly. An all-out assault would only lead to chaos, making it easy for Alpha to slip away amidst the turmoil. From Andrew's current assessment of Alpha, the fact that they had escaped without being pursued indicated that Alpha's condition could not be sustained for long. With over 20 skilled allies at his disposal, he could certainly overpower them. However, his thinning crown housed a more ingenious plan. As night fell, people began to rest, setting up tents, with many grouped by village or family. The next day, some started to search for their missing relatives, seeking Alpha's assistance, but no leads were found. Both Alpha and Will realized that Andrew had begun to take action. On the second night, more individuals vanished into the vast wilderness. A palpable sense of dread weighed heavily on the hearts of the long line of people. As candlelight flickered, shadows danced upon the ground, casting an eerie atmosphere within the tents, where Alpha and Will were deliberating their countermeasures. Given their full military strength, confronting a mere dozen adversaries should pose no problem. The crux of the matter, however, was that the enemy lurked in the shadows while they stood exposed. Alpha was uncertain of how his abilities had manifested that night. In reality, if a confrontation were to occur, he might not be of much assistance. He tapped the table seriously, gazing at the enigmatic Will, illuminated by the candlelight. Their enemies sought both him and Adele. Perhaps it would be wise to turn the tables and strike first. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? If so, you and Adele will be unable to return to the group, Will said, instinctively lowering his hat. Your presence alone suffices. The safety of everyone is paramount. Especially since they are targeting Adele and me, Alpha replied, habitually shouldering the burden of responsibility. You are a remarkable friend, despite being my rival, Will remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke. Poor dear Diana, should she learn that I have consented to this plan, she would likely have my head. Will extinguished his cigarette, snapping his fingers as flames erupted from his hand, igniting yet another cigarette at his lips. I hope you take good care of her. She is a wonderful girl. Alpha sighed deeply. The two then stepped out of the tent, where torches illuminated the vast wilderness. Although everyone was engulfed in the sorrow of losing their homes, each person understood that war was imminent, and the prophesied figure was soon to emerge. Emus would stride towards victory. The flames formed a long line, akin to a fuse, heralding the impending great battle, as scattered, flickering lights swayed in the bone-chilling night. The flickering flame of hope in Emus gradually ignited, its faint glow akin to a needle lost in the vast expanse of night. Yet this slender flame had begun to blaze, a spark potent enough to ignite a conflagration. Chapter 4. You. Always like this. Even so, Alpha did not gain much advantage. Under the onslaught of vampires, blood trickled from Alpha's pristine wings, staining the ivory feathers crimson. Another vampire fell to Alpha's blade, but the price paid was a gaping hole in Alpha's wing, as flames spread from a single point, engulfing the vampire in a fiery struggle. A band of fools, they should first destroy his wings. Andrew shouted anxiously from the side. Already. 1/3 of their number had perished beneath Alpha's radiant flames. Though Alpha appeared severely wounded, none of the injuries were fatal, and he remained steadfastly soaring through the sky, despite the 2 large gashes in his wings. Although Alpha contemplated fleeing, he could not abandon Will, for taking him along would surely lead to pursuit. Blood trickled from Alpha's arms, chest, wings, and legs, the chill of the northern breeze adding to the somberness of the scene as his hair billowed in the wind. As the battle raged on, the light emanating from Alpha's sword began to wane. Andrew glimpsed a flicker of hope, yet only 6 or 7 comrades remained at his side. Will unleashed a fireball that struck the vampire's face, obliterating half of it, leaving the creature motionless on the ground. At that moment, Will lay on the ground, while Alpha hovered above him. 5 dimmed fireballs rose beside Will. "Alpha, are you holding up? Once we deal with these scoundrels, you must treat me to the fine wine of Boehner Island. All right, but don't you dare falter first." Both were nearing their limits. Andrew pondered how much longer Alpha could endure. 5 opponents charged at Alpha. Although they lacked the agility of his wings, their overwhelming numbers dulled Alpha's initial finesse. After parrying 3 strikes, he sensed his strength waning. Ignoring the assailant approaching from behind, he seized the arm of the vampire before him and thrust his blade, piercing its heart. Withdrawing the sword, he swiftly turned and swung it backward, disregarding the bloodied holes in his wings, cleaving the vampire's skull. At that moment, a sudden, excruciating pain tore through his chest, causing him to halt. The necklace upon his chest emitted a brilliant blue light, halting Andrew's claws from advancing further. Under the radiance of the blue light, Andrew's claws and arms crystallized with frost at a visibly accelerating pace. In an instant, Andrew felt a sharp sting, and his right arm became numb, compelling him to retreat hastily. Alpha glanced at the extraordinary necklace adorning his chest, recognizing its significance. Meanwhile, Andrew was engulfed in terror. As his right arm lay incapacitated, he could hardly accept the relentless cycle of misfortune that plagued him. Each time success seemed within reach, an unforeseen obstacle would thwart his aspirations. The bitterness surged within him, for Alpha was merely an interloper, unworthy of contention. Why should he, a mere servant, be allowed to vie for Adele's affection? It was evident that he loved her most dearly, yet she consistently chose to linger with this commoner, while he himself had sacrificed his very soul in pursuit of power, only to face inevitable defeat. His resolve hardened. He would abduct Adele, humiliating her before Alpha, stripping him of everything. This world, indeed, was one that valued appearances, and perhaps the goddess-like Adele in Alpha's eyes had already been sullied by this man before him. Although Adele had succumbed to vampirism, why did Alpha persist in this contest? Why? At that moment, Andrew's long-simmering rage erupted violently. With his left hand, he tore away his frozen right arm, his eyes ablaze with fury. He muttered incantations under his breath, and the blood from the surrounding corpses coalesced into droplets that surged toward him. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood beads rushed inside, revitalizing his frail form. His physique swelled rapidly, his cheeks filled out, lending him an alluring handsomeness, while his hair cascaded over his shoulders as if he had undergone a miraculous transformation. His black wings expanded, and he grew taller. The wound from his severed arm bled only minimally, healing rapidly as flesh began to regrow, forming the outline of a new arm. Meanwhile, Alpha faced 2 vampires in a standoff, unable to intervene and halt Andrew's resurgence. In the blink of an eye, Andrew's arm was fully restored, now adorned with elongated, obsidian claws. It became apparent that without unleashing his full potential, he could not be vanquished. Assessing his newly restored right arm, a wicked smile spread across Andrew's handsome face, clearly pleased with his transformation. Simultaneously, Alpha and Will, employing a strategy of mutual sacrifice, dispatched the last 2 vampires, though their injuries grew more severe. Especially for Alpha, who, after sustaining a grievous blow to his chest, felt the darkness closing in as he struggled to remain aloft. His sword, now embedded in the ground, served as a feeble support as he gasped for breath. His bloodied wings drooping, droplets trickling from his retracted feathers. Will, having exhausted his magical reserves, began to falter. Alpha, gazing at the advancing Andrew, displayed no trace of fear. "Who will come to your rescue now?" Andrew taunted as he lunged toward Alpha. Grasping the faintly glowing sword, Alpha raised it defensively. Before he could fully react, Andrew's head was struck, crashing against a massive boulder. Always the same, Adele's voice resonated beside Alpha. She enveloped him in her embrace. At that moment, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, his wings gradually retracting. "Can you still move, Mr. Will?" "Yes, just about," he replied, his voice strained yet resolute. "Watch over Alpha for me, while I deal with that vampire." At this moment, Adele bore a white wing and a black wing on her back. Alpha had been nourishing Adele with his own blood for several days, resulting in extraordinary changes within her. Her appearance had become enchanting, and her physique had grown remarkably strong. The bond forged through Alpha's blood allowed them to share a unique connection. Hidden within Will's tent, Adele sensed the gradual weakening of Alpha's life force and, disregarding everything, dashed toward his direction. As she felt Alpha's presence fading, her anxiety intensified, and suddenly the two powers within her erupted. With a pair of black and white wings sprouting from her back, she soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the furious Andrew, who was blinded by rage. With her flowing black hair and her exquisite figure complemented by her beautiful wings, Adele was a sight to behold. Grasping the sword Alpha had driven into the ground, she flew toward Andrew. Adele, you wretched creature. I was planning to deal with Alpha first before turning to you. Since you've come to me, I shall not hold back. I will strip you bare before Alpha and make you feel my wrath. Andrew rose from the ground, cursing the detestable couple in his heart, humiliated to have fallen in the same spot twice. Such disgrace was enough to enrage both gods and men. Even old arms from below could not prevent him from killing these two. It was evident that Andrew, consumed by anger, had lost all sense of friend and foe. As Adele grasped the sword, the energy enveloping her transferred to the blade, forming a dark golden film that shimmered under the moonlight, barely discernible. Like a ravenous wolf, Andrew lunged at Adele, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. However, he was gravely mistaken. Adele's power far exceeded his own. Adele, lacking any formal technique, simply swung the sword at Andrew. To his astonishment, his speed was inferior to hers. Terrified, Andrew had failed to evade in time and was struck in the back. Yet the wound refused to heal. Thus, the chase ensued. Adele pursued, Andrew fled. In a matter of moments, Andrew's wings were severed, leaving him motionless on the ground. Adele continued to strike relentlessly, shouting, "This is for insulting me and injuring my Alpha." Will, sensing the dire situation, noticed that even as Andrew lay still, Adele was still hacking away. Carrying Alpha, Will approached and saw that Andrew was beyond saving. The pitiful Andrew had just performed a blood sacrifice, only to be brutally overwhelmed by a woman. Gazing at Adele, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. "Miss Adele, he should be dead, right? Oh, here. Take the sword. I must check on Alpha's condition." Adele accepted Alpha into her arms, finding him injured beyond repair. She held him tightly, reminiscent of how he once held her close, always protective, even when she longed to play outside but was restrained by her father. Adele, yearning for a clandestine escape, unexpectedly encountered Alpha at the door. Reluctantly, Alpha consented to accompany her. Their venture coincided with the presence of fugitives from the dark prison, one of whom shockingly recognized Adele and attempted to abduct her. In that dire moment, Alpha valiantly resisted alone until the guards arrived, despite being merely 14 years old, often returning with numerous injuries. "What a fool. A complete fool," Adele lamented, her voice laced with tears as she pummeled Alpha with her tiny fists. "Ouch, that hurts." Alpha groaned, roused by her strikes. "Cough, cough. If you continue, I might truly perish." "What about Andrew?" "Andrew? That man I just killed was Andrew." Will, leaning against a stone, snapped his fingers to ignite a faint flame, trembling as he lit a cigarette. Becoming a vampire bestows beauty and handsomeness. Andrew forcibly enhanced his powers through blood sacrifice, becoming more striking. Furthermore, Miss Adele has become even more alluring than before, her figure surpassing what it once was. Just as Will was about to elaborate, he glanced at the lifeless Andrew, a chill running down his spine. This woman must be more formidable than his teacher. "What is it, Will?" "Nothing. The weather is quite pleasant today," Will remarked, adjusting his tattered hat and exhaling smoke as he gazed at the starlit sky and the floating continent of Ams. "Will, you should return. Adele and I must depart." "Your injuries are severe. Shouldn't you rest?" Will questioned, perplexed. At that moment, Alpha extracted a necklace from around his neck, channeling his golden magic into the blue crystal. A soft golden glow enveloped both Alpha and Adele, and Alpha's wounds healed at an astonishing rate. "Would you like to join me?" "I would be more than willing. Your healing magic surpasses even that of a priest," Will exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this necklace not only offered protection, but could also heal wounds. As a mage, he felt ashamed to be unable to cast even a healing spell. Chapter 5. Soaring together, aren't you going to bid farewell to Anna? Will inquired, adjusting his tattered clothing. "No, I have no idea where I will go next. If she finds out, she will undoubtedly follow. I will rely on you from here on. So take care of Anna on the journey." "Of course, but you must also be cautious. It seems the vampires are specifically targeting you. We must tread carefully." Will shrugged. Will was fully aware that Alpha's origins were extraordinary. He had heard the term child of light from Andrew, leading him to suspect that Alpha might be the one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many pursuers, likely just the vanguard, with more to come. The legend spoke of the child of light as the one who would lead AMS to victory. Will's gaze towards Alpha began to shift with newfound respect. No wonder Alpha wished to leave. He had evidently been aware all along. He did not want to implicate Anna. While Adele could not remain concealed among the crowd for long without revealing herself, the foolish crowd would never allow Adele to remain in their midst. Will mounted his horse, gradually fading into the dawn. Alpha disentangled himself from Adele's embrace. All right, I'm nearly ready. You needn't hold on any longer. It's time to depart. Adele felt a touch of embarrassment as her wings fluttered adorably. Where are we headed? To the south, to a smaller town, away from the watchful eyes of the vampires. With their wings poised, Alpha and Adele soared southward, the biting cold receding behind them as the warm breezes of the south enveloped them. Majestic eagles soared in the azure sky above, while rabbits frolicked across the vast plains. It was then that Adele and Alpha truly savored the exhilaration of flight, an unparalleled sense of freedom. To possess wings was indeed a wondrous gift. As Adele gazed upon the mountains, rivers, and forests below, a sweet smile graced her lips. Alpha beamed with satisfaction. It had been ages since Adele had been this joyful. Shall we have a little contest, Adele? Do you see that grand tree halfway up the hill ahead? Whoever reaches it first wins, and the loser must prepare lunch. Before Adele could fully absorb the beauty beneath her, Alpha sped ahead. You're cheating, Adele exclaimed, pursuing him in a huff. Defeated, Adele looked at Alpha with feigned innocence. Compelled to catch a rabbit. Moments later, she returned, cradling 2 rabbits in her arms. Alpha had built a fire, awaiting her return. Are you certain you want to eat them? Perhaps we should keep them as pets? If I don't have some meat to replenish my strength, you'll be the one left hungry. Honestly, I'm not that hungry. You should rest. I can manage. As Adele recalled how Alpha would sacrifice his own wrist to feed her with his blood, excitement coursed through her, a strange sensation indeed. Shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts. In that moment, she seized one of the rabbits she had previously deemed adorable and took a hearty bite. Oh, poor little rabbit. Alpha chuckled as he watched her. At that moment, Adele released the rabbit from her mouth, which had been drained to a mere husk. The other rabbit, witnessing this, struggled free from her grasp and scampered away. Well, one has escaped. I suppose it's full now. Toss it over, and I'll roast it. Isn't that rather cruel? I want tea roasted. It deserves respect in the afterlife. Alpha, do you think we can fly to that continent? Adele pondered, glancing at the desiccated rabbit in her hands before reluctantly conceding. That evening, they sought refuge in a cave. The mountains were silent, save for the occasional howl of wolves and the chirping of insects. Are you asleep, Alpha? Not yet. You'll stay with me, won't you? Yes. Just like when we were children, I'll protect you. How wonderful it is to have it this way, always. For eternity, regardless of the time or circumstances. Adele asked Alpha if they could soar to that distant continent. As long as you wish to go, I shall accompany you. She shed her dark attire, retracting her wings. Her lustrous black hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her porcelain shoulders, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally alluring. Her thick lashes fluttered gently, and her eyes sparkled like diamonds submerged in water, with the corners slightly lifted, while her soft, petal-like lips seemed ready to weep. Alpha, I love you. Adele, I love you too. Alpha understood that after this night, he and Adele would be eternally bound together, and he would create a world for this girl who had nearly lost everything. Embracing Alpha, Adele pressed her delicate lips against his. Alpha shed his heavy garments, his golden hair glimmering as he held Adele close, their shadows dancing like serpents upon the cave walls. As the night passed, Adele appeared even more enchanting. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, while inside, they were enveloped in tender intimacy. Slowly, Adele opened her eyes to the morning light, finding herself wrapped in Alpha's magnificent wings, nestled in his embrace. Are you awake? Alpha, already awake, gazed at the lovely Adele in his arms. She nodded, realizing it was already midday. Adele felt a lingering fatigue. After donning their garments, they set forth once more. Initially shy, Adele felt a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead from Alpha. Silly girl. Can you still fly? Shall I carry you? No, I can manage. Adele's legs trembled as she struggled to stand. Before she could steady herself with her hood, Alpha swept her into his arms, unfurling his wings to ascend into the sky. Adele retracted her wings, closing her eyes to savor her happiness, silently wishing that Alpha would always be by her side, that no one could ever separate them. The young girl yearned for her bliss. In his heart, Alpha vowed again never to let her suffer harm. As the sun set, The two entered a town. The man, handsome with golden hair and a robust physique, accompanied a petite woman in a hood, their attire tattered, particularly the man's, stained with blood. Amidst the bustling town, they entered a tailor shop to change into clean clothes. Subsequently, they arrived at a tavern, thick with smoke and noise, where they ordered drinks and listened for the latest news. Nearby, a middle-aged man with a stubbly face conversed with a rotund fellow. "Hey, have you heard? The Stark family is finished. In the blink of an eye, everything has changed. I have heard that even the northern bears have been compelled to ally themselves with the vampires. How swift the turn of events has been. It is said that most did not manage to escape. The city of Norton, with its population of 300,000, has been wholly seized by the Percy family." Yes, that Percy, the one with the little mustache? Who would have thought that old Stark treated him so well, only for him to betray that trust? Those who could flee have done so, and those who could surrender have capitulated. Some families that dared to resist have been utterly annihilated. Thus, the North has become entirely the domain of the vampires. Indeed, although the Stark family had begun their evacuation prior to this upheaval, no one anticipated such rapid developments. With the Starks finished, has there been no stir from the south? Oh, there has been movement. The magicians are amassing their forces in the Magic City, and the mechanical fortress has been preparing numerous new armaments. The elves seem poised to welcome visitors from the upper realms. Rumors suggest that troubles have also arisen in the upper world. Moreover, in a month's time, the Magic City will convene a joint meeting. This information was relayed to me by my brothers in the Magic City, urging me to prepare for my journey there. Such news is internal. We may not receive official word until after the meeting concludes. It is possible that the army of the Shadow Duke will advance upon us at any moment, plunging this land into chaos. When do you plan to depart? Naturally, as soon as possible. To be frank, I intend to leave tomorrow for the Magic City. I must return now to assist my wife in packing our belongings. With that, the stout man downed his glass of rum and exited the tavern. Alpha stepped forward and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, are you headed to the Magic City? Might you take us along?" Alpha glanced at Adele, who sat beside him, cloaked in her hood, and produced a pouch of gold coins. The middle-aged man scrutinized Alpha, noting the sword at his side, and assessed Adele. "Is she your wife?" "Yes, we escaped from the north." "Perfect. I am in need of a guard for the journey, which saves me the expense." "You are a swordsman, I presume?" The man appraised Alpha's robust physique. "Yes, my skills are adequate," Alpha replied, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. "Wait for me here tomorrow morning. You may stay in this tavern for the night." "Very well, here is a token for the journey." Alpha weighed the pouch in his hand. "I have no need for money. You keep that. You have just arrived. Rest well tonight and depart tomorrow," the middle-aged man said before hastily leaving the tavern. Once the man had departed, Alpha turned to the bartender and asked, "Are you not leaving?" "Soon, in about 7 or 8 days. There is much to prepare, and I suspect this town will be deserted within a fortnight," the bartender replied, polishing a glass in his hand. After dinner, Alpha and Adele ascended to their room on the second floor. Following Adele's evening meal, the two shared an intimate moment. As night fell, Alpha held Adele close, contemplating the uncertain future ahead. In his arms, Adele had already drifted into a deep slumber, feeling the slight chill of her body. Alpha was beset by a pang of discomfort in his head. Alas, it is my failure to protect Adele and her family that has led to this unfortunate fate. Not only has James perished, but Adele has also been transformed into a vampire, forced to live in the shadows. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of her blood, Adele differs from other vampires. Her body gradually warms, and during her transformation, she sprouts a pair of ethereal white wings, unlike any other. It is possible that by remaining by my side, Adele will eventually recover. The night was enveloped in silence, accompanied only by Adele's gentle breathing, as Alpha gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 6. A world in flux. It has been an eternity since I last ventured outside. Thus, I remain unaware of the current state of affairs. Alpha informed Duo about the recent upheaval, the rise of vampires, and the precarious situation enveloping Amst. Yet, what does it matter? With Lord Kai present, these vampires cannot thrive for long. Duo gazed at Alpha with eyes gleaming with admiration. "As I have stated, I am not Kai. Please call me Alpha." "Very well, Lord Alpha." Duo continued to regard Alpha with a greedy gaze. "Ah, Lord Alpha. You mentioned a desire to uncover your heritage. What do you seek?" Duo's gaze fixated on a small glimpse of a necklace peeking from Alpha's neck, and her voice trailed off. "What is it? Is there a problem?" Alpha followed Duo's gaze to her own neck. "Oh, this necklace has been with me since childhood. It recently saved my life. It seems ordinary, but inside it contains a rather peculiar house, somewhat robotic in design and quite beautiful. Alpha retrieved the necklace from her chest. It was a blue crystal adorned with intricate metallic carvings that encased it. Heavens! Such a waste of a precious artifact. This is the mobile castle crafted by the legendary mechanical deity Edward and the sorcerer Lord Kai. Duo's desire to snatch the necklace was palpable, her mouth watering. The facade of a demure lady dissipating in an instant. Is it truly that remarkable? It is now certain that Lord Arda has a profound connection with Lord Kai. Perhaps even more extraordinary. Could it be that you are Lord Kai himself? But I am merely an ordinary knight, her knight, devoid of any magical prowess. Alpha glanced at Adele, who had nestled against her arm, her long lashes fluttering as she fought sleep. What on earth are those individuals thinking, casting you down to the mortal realm? What a waste of precious years. Duo pouted, a hint of vexation evident. In summary, you are the great hero destined to save Amst, the son of light. Although at present you appear rather inexperienced. How can I possibly save anyone? A mere handful of vampires nearly brought me to my knees. Alpha reflected on the harrowing encounters of recent days, a headache blooming at the thought. Had it not been for Adele's timely intervention, she would have met Kai. Goodness, how foolish I have been. In days of yore, Lord Kai could conjure a fireball the size of a house, capable of annihilating hundreds of vampires in a single strike. How disgraceful it is to have been frightened by a mere dozen of these creatures. Dodo gazed at Alpha with a look of disdain. Nevertheless, since you possess a moving castle, let us unveil that colossal entity tomorrow. It undoubtedly harbors numerous tomes of magic. You shall study from them, and I will instruct you, provided you assist me in seeking vengeance. Dodo joyfully swayed her head, humming a little tune, the melody pleasant, yet the lyrics felt oddly familiar. La la la, la la la, I am a little newsboy. Sleep, sleep. Should there be any issues, we shall discuss them tomorrow. Dodo, I am quite content today, and wish to indulge in a beautiful slumber. With that, she nestled on her small grassy bed, closing her eyes. Clad in nothing but her undergarments. Alpha glanced at the slumbering Adele, contemplating the journey thus far with the people of Ams. Perhaps he could fulfill the promise he made to Adele, allowing her to return to her homeland. Very well, I shall grant you this. But you must aid me in vanquishing the vampires and reclaiming the north. With barely a moment's pause, he too succumbed to sleep. He draped his coat over Adele and casually tossed a garment onto Dodo. So much had transpired in recent days, leaving him restless, yet today seemingly resolved one troubling matter. Alpha gazed into the roaring fire. He was not merely a knight. When he grew powerful enough to alter the course of the world, Adele would no longer have to cloister herself in darkness. He would ensure that the world recognized Adele not just as a vampire, but as his beloved wife. At that juncture, he would orchestrate the most romantic wedding imaginable, proving to Adele that he was more than just a knight. He was a man capable of providing her with happiness. Beneath the flickering flames, Alpha's eyes shimmered with a faint golden light, his pupils transforming to a soft gold. The forest at night was eerily silent, the gentle glow of the fire wavering ethereally. Meanwhile, a momentous event unfolded that night on the Ams continent. The Ice King Hot had launched a surprise assault on the Ams army, leading to a catastrophic defeat for the Ams king, who retreated from the aerial realm of Ams to the lower realms. The elven tribe welcomed the Ams king, preparing to convene an alliance assembly in the magical city. The Magic Society summoned all senior sorcerers, rallying an army of 400,000 mages stationed along the southern flank of the Shadow Mountains, accompanied by the forces of several dukes and the mechanical army of the Mechanical Fortress. To the north, under the leadership of the vampire Prince Lanny, another million-strong army had gathered, and war loomed ominously on the horizon. As of now, the Son of Light among the people of Ams had yet to appear, prompting the Ams king to issue a decree overnight in search of him. According to prophecy, the final battle for Ams was imminent. Presently, Ams's sole advantage lay in its vast population base in the lower realms, setting the stage for a cataclysmic conflict. The following day, the Shadow Duke issued a bounty, announcing a man named Alpha who astonished the world. The reward encompassed the entirety of North Sai, along with the initial embrace of Prince Lanny. Meanwhile, nefarious elements across the land stirred restlessly. The following day, Alpha remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the prime target for numerous nefarious individuals, having just liberated the seal of the moving castle and reveling in his newfound joy, completely unaware of the imminent peril. Within a few days, this news spread throughout the entire continent of Ams, prompting the King of Ams to offer a substantial reward for any information regarding Alpha's whereabouts, while discreetly dispatching capable subordinates to seek and protect him. It was evident to all that Alpha was the Child of Light. This marked the first battle, the quest to seize the Child of Light amidst a vast sea of humanity, A daunting task indeed. At this moment, a middle-aged man lay in a pool of blood within Norton Castle. He was Andrew's father. His son had failed, losing the opportunity to capture Alpha, allowing him to escape from Northsay. In the wake of Lonnie's wrath, the ownership of Norton Castle changed hands, now belonging to a minor family that had allied itself with vampires. Meanwhile, Diana, who remained in Athelt, was deeply troubled by Alpha's departure. Will had informed her of everything, and in her anger, she wished to leave Athelt to search for Alpha. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Will, Diana decided to abandon this notion. Learning magic? Yes. Alpha's situation is perilous, and if you wish to assist him, you must first master the arcane arts. He needs your support, but your immediate presence would only burden him further. Worrying in haste serves no purpose. Only by becoming formidable can you protect yourself and truly aid him. Diana remained silent, clenching her small fists, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Next time, I shall not allow you to cast me aside. I will remain steadfastly by your side. Will leaned against the window, observing the gathering armies outside, exhaling a plume of smoke that was swiftly dispersed by the wind. Fate had played a cruel jest upon him. When he had perceived Alpha merely as a knight, Alpha's true nature doused his expectations with cold reality. When he thought Alpha was simply an ordinary being from the upper realms, he learned that Alpha was a fugitive sought by vampires, the child of light. Did he not measure up? He refused to believe it. The next time they met, he would demonstrate to Alpha that he was no ordinary individual. From a young age, he had always excelled, his rebellious spirit and tenacity rendering him unyielding. Rest assured, I shall take good care of her. No matter how formidable you are, I will compete with you. Anna will inevitably be mine. Will silently declare to the distance. This was a war without smoke, belonging solely to the conflict between two men. Chapter 7. The endearing Khalees. Thus, the group entered the realm of Khalees. Throughout this long, slow night, a colossal mechanical entity stood within the forest, emanating a luminous glow from within. Due to the earlier battle between Duo and Laius, the area was marred, with no intact ground to be found. A vast expanse of broken trees and upheaved earth surrounded them, while the local fauna instinctively avoided the vicinity. As the three ventured into the moving castle, a girl of no more than a dozen years suddenly leaped forth, embracing Alpha, catching him somewhat off guard. Master, Khalees will never be disobedient again. Please do not confine her. She feels so lonely. I do not wish to be alone anymore. Not ever. Wah! Khalees cried, clutching Alpha tightly. Very well. It shall not happen again. Khalees is a good girl, Alpha replied, albeit reluctantly. To his surprise, Khalees turned out to be a girl. A young one at that, something that Dodo had never mentioned. Alpha cast a fierce glare at Dodo, who cheekily stuck out her tongue. Humph. Do not be deceived by her innocent appearance. Before you subdued her, she was a notorious little demon. It was she who bullied me, and I merely intimidated her. Dodo chattered on. After Alpha consoled her, Khalees finally released her embrace. It was unexpected that this moving castle was, in fact, a living entity. At that moment, Alpha beheld Khalees' appearance. She had beautiful red hair, fair skin, and rosy cheeks that radiated an adorable shyness. Her pert little nose had a hint of pink. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she wore a delicate pink dress that evoked a sense of tenderness. Alpha gently wiped her tears. There, do not cry. Khalees is a good girl. I wish to take a bath and then enjoy a lovely sleep in my room, Dodo announced as she ascended the stairs. Adele, watching Alpha and Khalees, felt a fleeting pang of sorrow in her gaze before it quickly vanished. Dodo, wait for me. I haven't bathed in ages. Will you accompany me? Adele called out to Dodo, who had not gone far, before turning her attention back to Alpha. Alpha nodded, and Adele followed Dodo upstairs, leaving only Alpha and Khalees alone in the hall. Khalees, it seems I may have lost my memory. I have forgotten everything from before. I apologize for having kept you confined here for 1,000 years, Alpha said awkwardly, attempting to fabricate a lie that he believed would hold no flaws. On one hand, he truly sympathized with Khalees' plight. On the other, he did not want her to become angry. The events of the day were still fresh in his mind, and he was uncertain how Khalees would react upon realizing he was not Kai. Is it the same as last time? Khalees must have known. I should have anticipated this, Khalees said, gazing at Alpha with a smile gracing her lips. What? What do you mean by last time? I have grown accustomed to it. It is nothing to worry about. Though it does concern me sometimes, wondering if Master might never return. Enough of that. Master must be weary. Please, go rest. Khalees shall assist you with your bath. Alpha was bewildered, struggling to make sense of the unfolding events, feeling increasingly dazed by the twists and turns. Alpha had more questions to ask, but Khalees had already taken her hand and led her upstairs with an irresistible force. I knew what my master wanted to inquire about, and I would convey it to her. Khalees's small hand clasped Alpha's, guiding her upward. Upon reaching the second floor, Alpha discovered that the space was far more expansive than she had anticipated. It was equipped with all necessary amenities. The first floor featured a grand hall adorned with a long dining table capable of accommodating over 100 guests, while the second floor housed numerous bedrooms, nearly 100, it seemed. The castle's interior was circular, and from the second floor corridor, one could gaze upon the entire hall. According to Khalees, the castle comprised 5 levels, each serving a distinct purpose. As they ascended, Alpha didn't spot Duo or Adele in such a vast place. Locating anyone without prior familiarity proved somewhat challenging. Khalees led Alpha into a large room on the 3rd floor, which appeared simple yet exuded an air of opulence. The overall color scheme was understated yet elegant, creating a warm ambience. In the center stood a large bed, which Khalees informed her was the master's bed, Alpha's bed. Just as Khalees was about to usher Alpha into the bathroom for a bath, Alpha asserted, "I'll bathe myself. I am not accustomed to having someone beside me while I do so." Alpha regarded Lias with a rational yet serious gaze. "Very well," Khalees replied. But the master used to never refuse. Everyone harbors hidden facets, a sentiment that also applied to the great Kaimus, Alpha mused quietly. Turning on the tap, Alpha was pleasantly surprised to find warm water flowing forth at the perfect temperature. Indeed, this mobile castle was extraordinary. After her bath, Khalees was already asleep on the bed, indicating that some questions would have to wait until the morrow. Alpha contemplated sneaking out to find another room for sleep, but the creaking door stirred Khalees from her slumber. Sitting up, Khalees gazed at Alpha. "Don't go. Stay with me, master." Alpha relaxed her tiptoed stance. "Khalees, I've lost my memory. My name is now Alpha. Please refrain from calling me master. You may call me Alpha or brother." Alpha turned to look at Khalees, her smile somewhat strained. Kaimus truly had a peculiar sense of humor, not even sparing such a young girl. Alas, she had admired him for so many years, wishing to learn from him. How little one knows of a person's true nature. The nurturing of such a disposition was akin to that of the distasteful nobility and those dukes from the south. A master is always a master, unchanging. Khalees pouted defiantly. "Where has the master been all these years? Can you tell me?" Khalees looked at Alpha with a gaze full of longing, her large pink eyes sparkling. "All right, I shall recount my story," Alpha conceded, feeling somewhat exasperated. She had a particular weakness for those who sought her affection and acted adorably. Holding Khalees's hand, she began to narrate her tale. Initially, Karis desired for Alpha to share her slumber, yet she was met with refusal. The forest enveloped itself in tranquility, punctuated only by the soft murmur of a man. "Indeed, it was Adele's family that took me in. Henceforth, I drifted off into slumber each night." As Karis succumbed to sleep, Alpha attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly clasped within Karis's grasp. "Do not depart. Do not abandon me, my master. I am so frightened, truly terrified." With Karis present, there would be no need to endure hunger or cold in the winter, she reassured herself. Karis mumbled in her sleep, her brow furrowed tightly. Alpha gazed at Karis, reminiscing about her own past, the years spent in solitary existence. Karis had been trapped alone in the castle for a millennium, rendering her plight even more pitiable than her own. Alpha regarded Karis with the affection of an older brother, and unbeknownst to him, he gradually drifted into dreams. Chapter 8. Infiltrating the military camp, my Lord Nard. Upon Nard's arrival, Les and Colette felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Nard had reached the most dazzling area of crystals, surrounded by a throng of people, at the center of which stood a woman. Nard thought it was indeed divine providence, as just when he was troubled, fortune had favored him. However, upon recognizing the woman, he felt a tinge of confusion. Yet the black and white wings reminded him of the information he had previously gathered. He had inquired about Alpha and was aware of the connection between Adele and Alpha. The rumors were indeed true. Alpha had nurtured Adele, which posed a significant threat. Moreover, he had bestowed his own blood upon Adele, a sheer waste. Hence the reaction of holy blood within her. "What are you doing? Cease this at once. Stop immediately." Les and Colette promptly commanded the others to halt. Fortuitously, Nard had arrived in time. Otherwise, these fools would have ended the girl's life, nearly severing their source of information. Nard did not offer the two any amiable expressions. Yet he felt a flicker of anger. He had initially believed he was confronting a child of light, only to discover it was a mere woman. According to the informants, Alpha had departed with a woman, and aside from James, the only other member of the Norton family was Adele. It must be she. At that moment, Adele was riddled with bloodied holes, her face slightly charred, while several soldiers brandished specialized weapons designed to hunt vampires. The locking guns, once fired, unleashed long chains that ensnared their targets. Adele attempted to take flight multiple times, yet each effort was thwarted by these devices, pulling her down. Les and Colette incessantly bombarded Adele with bothersome fireballs. Had it not been for her robust regenerative abilities, she would have succumbed to defeat. 2 soldiers on Les's side fell victim to Adele's claws, meeting their demise beside him. "Young lady, I presume you are Adele. Can you inform me of Alpha's whereabouts?" Nard endeavored to present a facade of benevolence. When Adele heard Alpha's name mentioned, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly vanishing. However, this fleeting reaction did not escape Nader's keen observation, and a subtle smile graced his lips, confirming his earlier suspicions. Now, if he could extract information about Alpha from this young girl, he would not hesitate to eliminate the vampire. A child of light could not consort with a creature of darkness. Even if it meant offending Alpha in the future, he was resolute in his intention. Silently disposing of Adele would likely allow Alpha to confront the vampires without hesitation. If he did not play the villain, who would? Though Nader harbored such thoughts, his expression remained amiable. He was a conservative man, firmly believing in the irreconcilable conflict between good and evil, a conviction he held more stubbornly than anyone else. "I don't know. I don't recognize him," Adele insisted, feigning calmness as she vigorously shook her head. Still defiant? "I've been to a tater. And the rodents there are not as obstinate as you," Nader retorted, irritation creeping into his tone as he addressed Les and Colette. "You too seize her. I intend to interrogate her thoroughly." At that moment, Alpha stood before the military camp. "How do we enter, my Lord Alpha?" I sensed several powerful magical fluctuations. Dodo whispered as they concealed themselves behind the trees, observing the camp ahead. "What choice do we have? Adele must have been captured. We charge in." A resolute look flashed in Alpha's eyes. Inside the tent, the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow. Adele was bound to a wooden stake, her limbs shackled by restraints resembling earth, rendering her immobile. Most of her wounds had healed, yet her body was stained with blood, and her tattered clothing barely offered any modesty. "I harbor no ill will towards Alpha. We seek to protect him. The vampires are roaming freely, attempting to capture him. It is perilous for him to be alone outside. If you wish to prevent him from harm, you must obediently reveal his whereabouts. He might already be surrounded by vampires and in dire need of our assistance. If you still hold love for your Alpha, tell me, and I shall spare you." Nader declared. "My Lord Nader, she seems to have fainted. If we capture her, Alpha will surely come searching for her," Les murmured, secretly relishing the prospect of glory. Envisioning rewards from the celestial realm if he could also locate Alpha, completely forgetting his apprentice, Colette. Yet, Nader's scolding abruptly jolted him from his daydream. "Fool, what if Alpha encounters enemies? His presence outside is tantamount to suicide. The hopes of Amst rest upon him. Am I to gamble the fate of all Amst on this?" Nader cast an impatient glance at the diminutive figure beside him. "You leave. I need a moment of solitude." Just then, Alpha and Dodo burst into the tent, and Alpha, acutely aware of Adele's presence, charged towards the tent with lethal intent. Dodo once again unveiled her terrifying abilities, her hair extending into countless tendrils, resembling a Medusa as she swept through the surrounding soldiers. The muskets posed no threat to either of them, with Alpha shielded by Dodo's vines. The fireballs cast by the novice mages were rendered utterly impotent before her. Alpha raised a towering fireball high above, its size growing larger, causing the nearby soldiers to retreat in fear. Meanwhile, more soldiers gathered, as they urgently needed to locate Adele and depart from this place. "What is that sound outside?" Before Nade could finish his sentence, the crystal in his arms began to tremble violently, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire tent, creating an atmosphere akin to daylight. A unique presence amidst the crimson military encampment, shining like a North Star. It appears fortune smiles upon me today." He had been contemplating how to extract information from Adele, and unexpectedly, Alpha had delivered himself right to his door. In her unconscious state, Adele seemed to sense Alpha's presence, her eyelids fluttering as though she wished to open her eyes. But she lacked the strength. She had lost too much blood, her body covered in wounds, some still unhealed. Yet, a smile graced her lips, for her prince had come. It seemed she had indeed been found. Every time she had secretly slipped away during her childhood, Alpha always managed to track her down, and this time was no exception. She had always been willful, eager to prove something on her own, but inevitably, it was Alpha who had to clean up the mess she created. Nade exited the tent, and the crystal in his arms trembled even more violently, transforming into a pile of powder, losing its functionality. "What are you all doing? Shouldn't you be welcoming the return of the Son of Light?" Nade observed the man outside, brandishing an enormous fireball, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the soldiers and the mage. The crowd appeared momentarily stunned. "What? This man is a force to be reckoned with. Hail the son of light. Outside, Reese jolted, dropping to one knee and calling out. Once someone took the lead, matters became easier, and the others began to follow suit. Nade nodded in acknowledgement towards Reese. Simultaneously, soldiers and mages knelt, raising their voices in unison. Hail the son of light. With his gaze fixed on Alpha, Nade strode forward, and the crowd parted to create a path. Chapter 9. I would rather betray the world than betray you. Confronted with a barrage of fireballs and muskets, Dodo began to falter. Alpha was encased within a massive earthen cocoon, leaving Dodo alone on the battlefield, all firepower directed towards her. Exhaustion began to set in for Dodo as her tendrils started to retract. Truly, too many people can crush one underfoot. Oh, too many can suffocate a tree. While sealed away, Alpha caught sight of Adele on Dodo's back, her clothing tattered and her body drenched in blood. In such a brief moment, Adele had endured this horrific treatment, and Alpha's heart ached as if pierced by daggers. She was merely a girl. How could this group dare to treat Adele in such a manner? The furious Alpha's eyes burned crimson, radiating a fiery golden light, while his body gradually seeped with the same radiant hue. Beside Nader, numerous long earthen spears ascended, aimed directly at Dodo. With a swift motion, countless spears pierced towards her. Dodo ensnared herself and Adele within a protective embrace akin to an egg. Yet some spears still found their way through the gaps. One such spear struck Dodo in the abdomen, causing a trickle of pale green blood to flow from the wound. I apologize, Lord Alpha. It seems my strength has yet to be restored. As various fireballs and spears hurtled towards her, Dodo shook her head, murmuring softly. Her body trembled as she bit her finger and traced patterns in the air. A series of green halos emerged beneath her feet. Gradually, her form diminished, expelling the spears that had penetrated her, while countless slender green tendrils extended from the halos, enveloping both her and Adele, growing in number until they formed a large green cocoon. The spears were deflected, and the fireballs and flames lost their potency. Just as Nader prepared to confront this green shell, a chill coursed through him from behind. Ah, it has been a while, old man. A striking figure clad in an ornate red robe materialized behind Nader. Humph, you dare to invade the camp alone, forgetting the might of my earthen prison? Such audacity. Nader sensed impending doom, realizing that Alpha's earlier actions had undoubtedly stirred the vampires to the north. Certainly, I shall share the spoils with you, Lonnie. It appears tonight shall be quite lively. Lonnie's eyes glinted as he surveyed the massive earthen cocoon and the verdant shell, licking his lips. Enemy attack. A soldier nearby launched a signal flare into the sky, igniting a red fire serpent that soared upward with a piercing cry. Suddenly, a horde of vampires appeared overhead. The colossal cocoon emitted pulsating red-golden rays, flickering ominously. It gradually melted into crimson lava, casting a blinding glow across the night sky. Alpha's eyes blazed red as 5 massive fireballs erupted around him, hurtling towards Nader's position. Instantaneously, 5 thick earthen walls rose before Nader. Boom, 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 boom. The fireballs collided with the walls. Lonnie, caught in the aftermath, was licked by flames. Nader too suffered, being blasted by the sudden fireballs, leaving him somewhat disheveled. What kind of fire is this? The flames danced upon Lonnie like a ravenous beast, spiraling chaotically around him. With a swift motion, Lonnie swiped at his burning left arm, using his claws to separate himself from the flames, which consumed that limb entirely, reducing it to ashes. Child of light, eliminate him. Lonnie shouted furiously at the throng of vampires. His complexion paled. He had initially thought to sneak over and cause a bit of chaos, unaware that he would encounter the child of light. However, what is the nature of this state? The son of light emanated a faint golden and red glow. Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, 5 enormous fireballs materialized beside Alpha. The vampires that had approached Alpha were struck down by the fireballs, reduced to mere ashes. Noticing the dire situation, Ronnie swung her massive black wings and took flight towards the north. The remaining vampires met a similar fate, obliterated by Alpha's assault. At this moment, Nade found himself relentlessly pursued by Alpha. Fortunately, he was not a vampire and bore witness to the destruction of his fellow vampires and the collateral damage inflicted upon Ronnie. Alpha, in a frenzy, continued to bombard the area with fireballs, rendering Nade's earthen prison ineffective before it could even rise. Lord Nade, what of the Son of Light? Shouted Lays from the sidelines, relieved that Alpha was solely fixated on Nade while the surrounding soldiers kept their distance. He's lost his mind. Quickly, summon the priests. Nade waved his sleeves desperately, casting cooling spells at Alpha, but they seemed futile. The speed at which Nade's earthen walls could rise was no match for Alpha's fireballs, and he was struck twice more. At that moment, a group of reinforcements arrived, witnessing Alpha relentlessly pursuing Nade. "Why isn't Lord Nade attacking? Who is that above?" inquired one of the newcomers to Lays. "The Son of Light. He appears to have lost control," Lays replied. "We thought Lord Nade was setting up some formation. Where is the enemy?" "Slain by the Son of Light." The ground still bore remnants of ashes, faintly wafting smoke. "Purification. The priest must cast purification on him," shouted the beleaguered Nade, fearing he might harm Alpha, forcing him to remain evasive. A group of priests emerged, raising their staffs and casting radiant beams of white light upon Alpha. Suddenly, Alpha noticed a green egg and veered towards it, intent on protecting Duo and Adele. He cradled the green egg, preparing to take flight. Nade, gasping for breath, finally found a moment of respite, but as he saw Alpha about to leave, he commanded the stunned onlookers, "Keep him here, do not harm him." A multitude of nets surged towards Alpha, and before he could ascend too high, he was ensnared, unable to extricate himself while holding the green egg. At that moment, Alpha regained his senses. The priest's purification spells had taken effect. He halted, gently caressing the green egg. "Do not worry, I will not leave you again. I will never allow them to harm you again, never. Silly girl, no matter what you become, I will always be your knight. I have vowed to protect you for all eternity." Tears began to well in the corners of Alpha's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. "I would forsake the world for you, but I shall never betray you." By the side, several female sorceresses gazed upon Alpha, their tears flowing freely. Moved by the poignant sentiment, "I would rather betray the world than betray you." They had been present from the outset and were well aware of Alpha's purpose. A man who would risk his own safety to brave the human camp for the sake of his beloved is indeed a rarity throughout the ages. If only they could encounter a man like Alpha, their lives would be fulfilled. "I would rather betray the world than betray you. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your identity and abilities? You are merely a woman. If you relinquish that vampire, I could provide you with a multitude of beautiful and capable women. Even my granddaughter remains unmarried. How many would you desire? You are still young. If you return, everything you wish for, wealth and power, will be at your disposal. King Ams will abdicate for you, and we will diligently assist you in vanquishing the vampire." Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Chapter 10. The emergence of the moving castle. The night gradually drew to a close, and under the starlight, Alpha's resolute golden eyes became discernible. As anticipated, the most concerning scenario had unfolded. Love for a vampire would inevitably face societal opposition. However, he could not yield. He must not compromise. He had long been weary of those self-proclaimed elites judging others, following his heart, and embracing a courageous love without fear. He aimed to demonstrate to the world that he was different. Alpha remained silent, silently embracing Duo and Adele. In the distance, a colossal object slowly approached, concealed by the night, coming closer. "Look, what is that?" A soldier pointed towards the enormous shadow, backlit by the moon, revealing only a vague flying monstrosity. The crowd turned their gazes towards the horizon. Gradually, it grew larger as it broke through the clouds, heading in their direction. "Make way! That creature is coming! Fire! Fire!" Chaos erupted in the camp as some attempted to bring down the massive object. Soldiers wheeled out cannons, and sorcerers unleashed various spells in attack. 3, 2, 1, launch. Amidst the thick smoke, its true form finally emerged, a gigantic mechanical beast. "Impossible! The moving castle." Nad looked on with wide eyes at the Kalis, recognizing it immediately. He knew that was it, the most formidable creation of machinery and magic in history. But it should have vanished with Kai over 1,000 years ago. How could this be? N80's heart raced at the sight of this war machine, one of the main forces of its time. The mechanical fortress still housed a replica of the Kalis, yet it had never been operational. Ha ha, ha ha. Alpha's laughter shattered the tension in the air. As the smoke cleared, the image of the Kalis gradually revealed itself to the crowd, resembling a monstrous crab with its pincers and colossal wings. A true behemoth. The Kalisis slowly descended upon Alpha's head, the tremendous winds dispersing the surrounding crowd. Nader stood in a daze, rendered speechless. He had erred from the outset. Alpha did not require their protection, for he possessed the Kalisis. Now, the situation had become precarious. Initially, there was hope that Alpha would prioritize the greater good of humanity and cease his associations with the vampires, intending to keep him close under the guise of safeguarding Alpha. Alas, Alpha now had leverage, the means to depart whenever he wished. The Kalisis, as Alpha slowly rose, cradled the enormous green egg in his arms, breaking free from the web and advancing forward. "Lord Nader, shall we simply allow them to proceed?" Les inquired cautiously, brushing off the dust from his garments. A few soldiers foolishly attempted to attack, raising their firearms towards the Calisis. A thunderous roar erupted from the maw of the Calisis, its massive pincers waving in warning. It was utterly impossible. Our strength could not contend with this monstrous creature, Nader muttered, his gaze fixated on the colossal entity before him. Alpha ascended onto the Calisis, which began to flap its enormous wings and take flight. Following a night of chaos, the sun began to emerge, heralding dawn. The onlookers on the ground gazed in bewilderment at the receding Calisis. Nader had faltered. He could only hope that Alpha would not harbor resentment against him. If, as a consequence, Alpha grew to despise aiding humanity, how could he justify this to King Amius? Perhaps his obstinacy had been misguided. As Nader watched the first rays of sunlight illuminate the battered military camp, a sense of melancholy and complexity welled within him. Alpha had boarded the Calisis, only to collapse to the ground. Their master had always been stubborn, an unchanging trait. The Calisis shook its head in dismay. Upon returning, Lonnie was filled with fury, yet more so with trepidation. He had not anticipated that the Son of Light would be even more terrifying than Kay. The blazing golden flames and his fiery silhouette were indelibly etched in Lonnie's mind. Father, I have encountered the Son of Light. He appears to be even more powerful. Lonnie's other arm had already reformed, his tattered clothing still unaltered. He knelt, gazing up at his father, who was accompanied by a young human woman clad in vibrant attire seated atop the middle-aged man. No matter, I was well prepared. Once we succeed, our powers will be significantly enhanced, the man on stage stated with a hint of disdain. Yet, it seems he has some conflicts with humanity. We have already conquered the upper realm and hold the initiative. What impact can he have alone? The woman's clothing was torn, and the middle-aged man toyed with the soft fabric in his hands. Go down and monitor the borders. Observe any movements. This time, I shall not repeat past mistakes. Lance remarked impatiently. Lanny gradually withdrew, a sense of discontent lingering in his heart. He yearned for vengeance on behalf of his father, yet before he could voice his intentions, he was hastily expelled. Hort, what brings you down? Has the matter above been resolved? From a shadowy corner of the stage, a hooded figure emerged from the darkness. This is merely a projection of mine, sent to monitor you, lest you fail to execute our plans diligently. I have no desire to suffer from your negligence. The man named Hort regarded Lanny with a fleeting expression of wariness, quickly replaced by a blank demeanor, resembling a marionette devoid of emotion. Rest assured, this transaction is mutually beneficial. I would never contravene our agreement. Lanny regarded the shadowed Hort with a hint of mockery, observing as he kissed a woman, his hands roaming over her form while she writhed in pleasure. Suddenly, Lanny plunged his hand into the chest of the young female human, extracting a still-beating heart. Yet, there was no sign of pain on her face. Instead, she appeared to revel in the moment, her eyes slowly closing as she collapsed to the ground. However, should you entertain any thoughts, I trust you understand. A long tongue extended from Lanny's mouth, licking the pulsating heart. With a single bite, blood splattered across Lanny's face. His lips curled in a sinister smile as his crimson pupils fixated on the shadows, as if nothing had transpired moments before. An eerie madness enveloped him, sending chills through the air. Let the blood flow. Commence. The grand platform was left with Lanny as its sole occupant. At dawn, Nader departed the military camp, issuing orders to seal off news of the previous night, yet information still leaked. Various astonishing reports began to surface in the newspapers. The news spread throughout the realm of Ams. King Ams commanded an information lockdown, but it was too late. Nader reported to King Ams about Alpha, who displayed little astonishment, only casually inquiring if Alpha had sustained any injuries and his current strength. Nader found it peculiar that King Ams showed no anger regarding the relationship between Adele and Alpha. Prepared to face reprimand, he instead felt a sense of relief. In contrast, the arrival of the Cully's ship brought delight to King Ams. Chapter 11. A Love Beyond Compare Extra. Extra. The extraordinary love of the Son of Light. Extra. Extra. I would rather betray the world than betray you. Such cries echoed through the streets and alleys of the magical city, a sentiment mirrored across various duchies, where even duchesses and the youngest of children were captivated by the tale, making it a topic of fervent discussion at mealtimes. Is this truly the illustrious Lord Alpha? How handsome he is. It's all that vampire's fault for enticing Lord Alpha. Otherwise, he would never take a liking to her. Two elegantly attired women chattered animatedly as they perused the newspaper. Within a bar, Will clutched the paper bearing the words, I would rather betray the world than betray you. In the midst of significant news, the cigarette at the corner of his mouth gradually burned down, while discussions about Alpha and Adele filled the bar. Will extinguished his cigarette and hurriedly departed, leaving behind a few silver coins and a newspaper on the table. How did it go today? Have you mastered what I taught you? Will adjusted the brim of his hat, his fingers brushing against the prickly stubble on his face, his movements somewhat awkward. Will, I have already seen it. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. He always behaves this way, too reckless, huh? Do you think if I were captured by someone else, he would come to my rescue? Diana chuckled softly, the gentle breeze outside lifting her hair. Of course, even if he does not act, I would, and I shall not allow anyone to take you away. If I were utterly useless, that fellow would certainly mock me. Will, perhaps I should become a priest. That way, I could assist him. She gazed at the newspaper showcasing Alpha's grandeur, the fireball as large as a basin. Not to mention the intense battle scenes depicted. Becoming a sorceress would not significantly aid Alpha in Diana's eyes. I shall protect him with holy light, bless him, and pray for him. Come, Will, let us go to the church. Really, what am I to do with you? Will followed Diana. Knowing she regarded him merely as a friend, a brother, yet he would not cease his pursuit of her. Such is the wondrous nature of love. Diana, when will you realize? The one who loves you most is always by your side, he murmured. High above in the sky, a colossal object slowly moved. Dale. Alpha awoke from his slumber. Master, Miss Adele and Dodo have been moved to the garden. Their breathing is stable, so you need not worry. As for you, I estimate you will need to rest for 10 days to half a month. Khalees gently assisted Alpha to sit up. It is my fault. I should not have taken Dodo with me. They are all right, after all. Ugh. My body, a sharp pain coursed through him like needles piercing his very marrow, spreading throughout. Master, you must rest. You overexerted yourself that fateful night, draining your inner strength. Where are we now? How long have I been unconscious? Khalees was uncertain, having flown for quite a while, relieved that no one had pursued them. Gurgle. You must be hungry, Master. I shall prepare something for you. Alpha remained immobilized, drifting back into a daze shortly thereafter. Before long, Khalees returned with a meal prepared. Hoo-hoo. Ah, Master, open your mouth. Khalees pouted, blowing on the steaming soup. You really don't have to. Before Alpha could finish his sentence, the spoon was already inserted into his mouth. Hoo-hoo. Ah, Master, open your mouth. Alpha lay in bed for several days, with Khalees caring for him in this manner each day. Initially, Alpha wished to harness the power of the crystal around his neck, but Khalees forbade it, insisting that frequent use would have adverse effects on his health. Unable to argue against Khalees, he resigned himself to a slow recovery. In recent days, the two have found solace in visiting the observation deck to admire the scenery, or wandering through the garden, eagerly awaiting the awakening of Duo and Adele. Life has been exceedingly pleasant. In the tranquility of the night sky, a master and his servant gazed down at the twinkling lights below, resembling a mesmerizing painting. An ethereal dream. Alpha sat in his wheelchair, with Khalees by his side. Well, Khalees, let us go see Adele and Duo, Alpha suggested. The observation window of the Khalees slowly shut, as Khalees gently pushed Alpha towards the garden. You are truly wonderful, Khalees. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Alpha said. Khalees dismissed his master as thanks, stating earnestly, as long as you do not leave me, that is enough. With sincerity, Khalees entwined his small hands together. I have been thinking for a long time, Alpha continued. I have pondered this over the past few days, and I am unsure if it is right. But I wish to express it. I care for you, Khalees. Would you be my sister? Alpha turned to look at Khalees with earnest eyes. Master, are you joking? Khalees replied, bewildered. I am not joking. I have considered it thoroughly. I still remember that winter when I walked alone down Norton Road, surrounded by countless people who paid me no mind, even when I collapsed on the ground. It was Adele who saved me. Yet, I failed to protect her properly. I do not wish for those I love to be harmed again, nor do I want them to leave me. Khalees, promise me, be my sister. I am serious. Once more, Alpha gazed at Khalees, who lowered her head, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. All right, Master. Khalees nodded. Call me brother. We can gradually adapt to it. Alpha suggested, rubbing his forehead. Yes, Master brother, Khalees responded, still somewhat awkward but managing to utter the words. Good. Khalees, do you know when they might awaken? How long must they remain in that egg? It's been days with no sign of change. Alpha gently touched the enormous egg, noting that it had taken root. It wouldn't be long before it would hatch in the garden. Suddenly, Duo leaped onto Alpha, nuzzling against his face. Duo, good. Do you see this egg? Inside are Adele and Duo. You must keep a close watch and not let any other little creatures disturb them. And Dale, should you attempt such antics again, I shall have words with you. And you, Duo, how foolish to lock yourself and Adele inside a turtle shell. What am I to do? Alpha gazed at the green wooden egg, speaking to himself while occasionally tapping it gently. Over these past few days, Alpha had been engaged in conversation with Adele, duo, and Khalees, feeling a profound sense of happiness. Perhaps this was the very essence of what Alpha desired. Within the confines of this verdant egg, a peculiar transformation unfolds. Duodwa's previously diminutive form gradually begins to revert to that of a teenager, while Adele's physique similarly matures. Chapter 12. The Uncle and the Lowly Hay. Black 7. Where are we headed? Little 7, are you hungry again? I am not. The little girl, perched upon the neck of a middle-aged man, tugged at his hair. The man bore a large wooden chest on his back, upon which a small tent, originally intended for shelter from the rain, now served as the girl's shaded refuge. Gurgle. Little 7, stop fidgeting. Eat this, perhaps there are others ahead. With that, the bearded man retrieved a hard black stick from his pocket and offered it to the girl atop his head. Black 7, this is too tough. I cannot bite it. The little girl, with a piece of cured meat lodged in her mouth, struggled to gnaw at it. Drool slowly trickling from the corners of her lips onto the man's head. Little 7, could you refrain from drooling while eating? The man wore a despondent expression, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, uncertain of where he had acquired this little lowly. Dressed in coarse fabric, the girl possessed a delicate countenance, while the man, similarly clad, adorned himself with two exquisite swords, his dark skin contrasting sharply with the girl's fair complexion. Gurgle. A wave of hunger surged within Black 7. He had not eaten for 3 days. Black 7 is hungry too, but Little 7 shall not share. Little 7 waved the piece of black, cured meat teasingly. He had consistently reserved food for the little lowly, enduring 3 days of hunger himself, all the while assuring her that he feasted abundantly each night. Enough of this. Otherwise, I shall devour it all. Crunch. The sound of Black 7's teeth clashing startled Little 7, who quickly retracted her piece of meat. The sun blazed fiercely, and food and water were in dire scarcity. They could not sustain themselves in this place for much longer. Karis, I have fully recovered. It has been many days. Oh, master, brother, the ground below is far too perilous for you. I shall not descend again to prevent you from being harmed. Let us merely inquire for directions. We have been flying for so long, we ought to ask for guidance. They had been drifting in the skies for nearly half a month, and Karis, concerned that Alpha might sustain injuries once more, had refrained from descending. Just directions. The colossal Karis slowly descended from the heights. What place is this? Karis, do you recall anything? In this boundless desert, how could I possibly know? Karis regarded Alpha with an expression of innocence. Master, there is something moving over there. Karis pointed to a small black dot below. At that moment, Black 7 could no longer continue and collapsed onto the ground. With a woeful expression, Little 7 excitedly waved to Alpha and the others. Black 7 has fallen. They must be sent by the divine to rescue us. Little 7 shook Black 7's body. Oh, master, I see them. There was a little girl, accompanied by another person who seemed to have fainted. Encountering them in this vast desert was indeed a stroke of fate. They surely needed assistance. Khalees and Alpha observed the spirited little Chi below, their expressions tinged with astonishment. Oh, Black Chi, we are saved. The wings of the Khalees stirred up a tempest of sand, scattering it in all directions, while several claws anchored themselves in the ground as Alpha emerged from the hatch below. Where are they? They must be nearby. Suddenly, a small hand emerged from a sandpile ahead. Oh, my apologies, I will rescue you at once. At last, they unearthed Black Chi and Little Chi from the small mound of sand. It seemed that during their descent, the Khalees had kicked up too much sand, burying the two beneath it. Quick, save Black Chi. Oh, divine being. Little Chi called out to Alpha, tugging at his garment. Do not worry. He is not dead. Alpha placed his hand near the elder's nostrils, feeling the steady rhythm of breath flowing from them. Let us go. Alpha lifted Black Chi and made his way towards the Khalees. Wait a moment. I need to fetch some belongings. Little Chi dragged their possessions along, following closely behind the Khalees. Wow, what a beautiful house. The abode of the divine being is truly magnificent. Little Chi bounced around inside the Khalees, full of wonder. Khalees, take this little girl to play. I will check on the elder's condition. We shall stay here for the night and need not ascend. As night gradually descended, the desert, unlike the sweltering day, turned somewhat cool. Black Chi, still in a state of unconsciousness, began to awaken. He slowly opened his eyes to behold a stranger, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair. Is he a divine being? He felt a pang of sorrow, realizing he had failed to protect Little Chi. Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts. Oh, divine being, Black Chi has awakened. Little Chi, ask Sister Khalees to bring over the porridge that has been prepared. Seeing that Black Chi was safe, the weight on Little Chi's heart lifted. Who are you? I am Alpha. I rescued you and little Chi from the desert. Thank you. I never expected to be saved by a divine being. Black Chi, noting little Chi's choice of words, expressed his gratitude politely. Oh, I am merely a traveler, not a divine being, but I do have some questions for you. Through the conversation between Alpha and little Chi, it became evident why little Chi referred to Alpha as a divine being. In their faith, divine beings resided in the heavens, possessing miraculous powers. Gurgle, let us first get you something to eat. Within moments, little Chi returned with Khalees. Originally, Alpha was to feed Heike, but after a few awkward attempts, the two men found themselves in an uncomfortable silence, prompting Xiaoqi to assist. It was not a significant issue. Heike had simply been famished for too long. After an hour had passed, Heike regained some strength and was utterly astonished by the sight of the Khaleesi. Had Alpha not mentioned that he was a foreigner, Heike might have mistaken him for a deity. Do you know where this is? In our land. This place is called the Endless Desert, a realm where no one has ever traversed. Yet, there exists a legend that at the end of the Endless Desert lies the abode of the gods, along with a continent suspended in the sky, the divine empire of Amus. Well, the tales of the gods may just be mere rumors, but Amus does indeed exist. Why, then, did you and Xiaoqi venture into this vast desert? An invasion by foreign races. I picked up Xiaoqi as I fled. Heike glanced at Xiaoqi, who was joyfully playing with Khaleesi. It was terrifying. How could they possess so many dragons? Their vitality was formidable. During my escape, many had perished along the way, and to my knowledge, only Xiaoqi and I have made it this far. Chapter 13, The Peril in the South Dragons? Amus has them too, but only in the higher realms. Alpha was puzzled. Could it be that dragons also inhabit the far south? The world had suddenly grown complex. The vast desert to the south of Amus is known as the Extreme South. I do not know what you call them, but they are the Andalians, who possess numerous dragons and are martial in nature. Some are even on par with me. In just 4 years, with the aid of dragons, their entire nation fell. Driven by desperation, I had no choice but to seek help in the fabled Amus. Alpha couldn't help but recall previous events. In truth, Amus is currently facing its own challenges. Let us not dwell on that. Do you know the way? We must return to Amus. The thought of it made Alpha eager to return to Amus. Heike rummaged through his pocket and produced an ancient compass. We simply need to head north. Khaleesi is preparing for takeoff. With a thunderous roar, the massive Khaleesi soared into the night sky, accompanied only by the moonlight in the desolate desert. Meanwhile, in the distant south, a pair of enchanting eyes suddenly opened, gazing towards the north. Xiaoqi mentioned that you are a swordsman? Indeed, I have some skill. I noticed your 2 swords. They appear quite fine, suggesting your proficiency in swordsmanship. When time permits, you could teach me a move or two. Alpha examined his hands and the 2 swords. With calloused hands and a somewhat shabby appearance, the figure stood resolute, wielding a sword that gleamed with immaculate cleanliness. Engaging in conversation with Alpha, there was no trace of inferiority, save for an initial misidentification of Alpha as a celestial being, which soon gave way to an impressive display that left Alpha feeling somewhat inadequate. After a spirited discussion, Alpha retreated to the study to delve into the arcane arts. Callus, accompanied by the young Chi-Chi, wandered about, exploring every nook and cranny, for Chi-Chi had never ventured into the skies before and was at an age ripe with curiosity. Although Heike was equally astonished, he maintained a composed demeanor. Gazing out at the enveloping darkness, he reflected on his distant homeland, shaking his head in disbelief. It was time to depart from this place, to escape the wretched and terrifying monsters. Yet, as he observed Chi-Chi, he pondered his own solitude. Was he truly alone? Perhaps not. This child had saved him, a feat that seemed almost unbelievable given her diminutive stature. He owed her a life. Chi-Chi turned back with a smile, now clad in Callus's former garments, which, though slightly oversized, lent her an air of nobility. Late into the night, Heike found it hard to accept that he and Chi-Chi were now nestled in this comfortable bed. As Chi-Chi drifted off to sleep, he too succumbed to slumber, though his dreams were haunted by vivid recollections. In the days following Alpha's departure from Ams, events had unfolded. Alpha and Adele's affair had faded into the past, merely a catalyst for a burgeoning wave of romantic freedom throughout the vast kingdom. During this period, the king of Ams enacted a series of decrees mandating the populace to unite against the vampires, permitting the spontaneous formation of resistance groups, which would be rewarded monetarily for their contributions, and even elevated to noble status upon achieving significant feats. Various factions rallied, establishing numerous resistance movements. To bolster the national cause, newspapers began ranking the contributions, strengths, and popularity of these groups, attracting formidable swordsmen, priests, mages, mechanics, and powerful non-human warriors into their ranks. Concurrently, auctions across the land began to feature a plethora of war supplies, magical orbs, spell tomes, mechanical flying devices, enchanted weapons, and more, revitalizing previously obscure professions such as mechanics and enchanters, which swiftly transformed into lucrative careers, igniting a fervor throughout the nation. In an effort to delay the onset of war, aided by the Earth King and various Earth mages, a plan was devised to construct a great wall beginning from the Summerwinter mountain range, aiming to divide the realm and establish an airspace ban enforced by the King's army, with hopes of staving off the full-scale eruption of conflict and amassing sufficient strength to eradicate the vampires in one decisive strike. Meanwhile, the vampires, constrained by a lengthy front and dwindling manpower, found little advantage in initial skirmishes and resorted to a strategy of attrition akin to raising livestock. A multitude of vampires has infiltrated the realm of humanity, disturbing the peace and stability of human society. Meanwhile, under Lance's strategic orchestration, a grand conspiracy is slowly brewing. The emergence of vampires in the south has instilled fear among the populace, which serves as the catalyst for the establishment of the resistance. Concurrently, a religious organization known as the Blood Cult is gradually permeating the southern regions, becoming a target for the resistance forces. However, the results have not met expectations. "Will, have you seen the newspaper?" Diana inquired. "I must say, King Amuse is indeed formidable. His series of commands has effectively postponed the war by several years, and people are praising his wisdom. These plans come with both advantages and disadvantages. It would be ideal if we could muster sufficient strength to deal with the vampires before they arrive. Otherwise, the balance of power may irrevocably collapse." As usual, Will had a cigarette perched between his lips, seemingly lost in thought while responding to Diana. He had inquired about Alpha but had received no word since that incident. Even the rats had not provided any information regarding Alpha's whereabouts. He worried for Alpha's well-being, uncertain whether Alpha had fallen into the clutches of the vampires. He resolved not to share this concern with Diana. Anna's condition was precarious. If she were to learn that there was no news of Alpha, it could prove devastating. Perhaps Anna truly did not belong to him, as he often contemplated whenever she mentioned Alpha. Perhaps it was time to release his grip on his own constraints. Should we form a resistance? Well, then we can show Alpha our achievements. Indeed, it was time for him to take action. One cannot simply bury oneself in study without making progress. What shall we name it, Will? How about the Black Hat Resistance? Will removed his hat and contemplated. Then I shall diligently study the words of the priest, and I will surely become the chief priest of the Black Hats. Diana smiled at Will, her previous despondence lifting. Perhaps King Amuse's edicts had alleviated a great weight from her heart, or perhaps the fair weather, with its bright sunshine and gentle breeze, contributed to her uplifted spirits. Chapter 14. The Uncle's Blade. Indeed, Uncle is quite formidable. Alpha, having risen early and with nothing to occupy his time, decided to practice swordsmanship with Uncle. Initially, he thought it would be a mere exchange of skills, but he was thoroughly bested by Black Seven, who wielded the blade with such ease that Alpha was left in tatters. Throughout the encounter, Black Seven primarily used the back of his sword against Alpha, remaining nearly stationary. Alpha, drenched in sweat, was exhausted, while Black Seven appeared hardly affected. Black Seven did not hold back simply because Alpha was their benefactor, which pleased Alpha immensely. Black Seven was straightforward, showing no leniency when it came to swordplay. At Alpha's request, he agreed to practice with him daily. During their breaks, Alpha leaned against the green egg, while Black Seven sat cross-legged in tranquil meditation. What was the uncle's former profession? A swordsman. Alpha, hailed as the foremost knight of the North, felt that, under the uncle's guidance, he would not withstand even 5 strikes of Alpha's swordsmanship. "That egg behind you is rather extraordinary." "Yes, it contains my wife and friends. For some reason, they can only remain inside for the time being." To prevent Black Seven from feeling suspicious, Alpha swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, Uncle, those 2 swords of yours also seem quite unique. They do not strike me as mere inanimate objects. They are named Yin and Yang, crafted from dragon teeth and enchanted steel." Black Seven caressed the 2 swords, retrieving a cloth from his pocket to gently polish them. "Enchanted steel? These blades are made from enchanted steel and dragon teeth. Indeed, however, enchanted steel is exceedingly rare where we come from. I never anticipated you would utilize it for such a grand creation." Black Seven lifted his gaze to the colossal callus. "Well, how should I explain this? Enchanted steel is also quite uncommon in Amuse, but it possesses a peculiar significance." After experiencing Black Seven's swordsmanship, Alpha couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for this middle-aged uncle, yet he chose to bypass the complexities of explanation. However, if it were Dodo, she would undoubtedly elaborate for quite some time. Nonetheless, they would likely emerge in a few days. Speaking of which, when I first laid eyes on the callus, I too contemplated crafting a sword from enchanted steel, and now, someone has fulfilled that desire. Ah, did you personally slay the dragon for its teeth? The two continued their light-hearted conversation. At that moment, the garden gate swung open, and Shao-Chi and Callus arrived. No, I merely stumbled upon these two teeth through good fortune, thanks to a friend. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Black Seven seemed to recall something, but hesitated. However, if I could exchange a few strikes with a dragon, I would have no regrets in this lifetime, Alpha mused, envisioning the dragon's form. Alpha is indeed a man of passion. Haha, Dudu, don't run away. Shao-Chi chased after Dudu. Speaking of dragons, perhaps Callus could share a tale or two. Saying this, Alpha pulled Callus onto the grass. He recalled that Dodo had once mentioned Callus had fought with a dragon. Would you like to hear it? Brother and Uncle Black Seven, how polite. But have you truly encountered a dragon? Clearly, Black Seven perceived Callus as an ordinary little girl. Alpha had never seen Callus. So how could she have? In reality, Callus's situation is rather unique. She has likely seen a dragon, but Uncle, you would not wish to know the reason. Alpha cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. If Black Seven were to discover Callus's age, he would be utterly shocked. In truth, Alpha had no intention of inquiring about his little sister's age. Dragons. Just like that. As she spoke, a miniature fire dragon materialized in Callus's hand. It appears to resemble the size of the Cully's ship, does it not? Really? Engaging in combat should prove to be quite exhilarating, Alpha exclaimed with enthusiasm. If I encounter a dragon in arms, you must inform me. I shall ensure they know that Black Seven is not to be trifled with. Black Seven raised his sword, swinging it with fervor, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards dragons, vowing to avenge the destruction of his homeland. Since his escape, he pledged that he would one day eradicate every last dragon. Alpha, with a furrowed brow, wondered how this seemingly composed Black Seven had found himself in such dire straits in the desert. To his surprise, the stoic Black Seven was filled with such passionate fervor. Aspiring to be a hero. In arms, those who dare to venture forth are regarded as heroes. Uncle, those dual blades of yours are quite impressive, Khalees remarked in admiration, gazing at Black Seven's swords. Indeed, it is intriguing that the dragon's essence remains within the blade. It seems you share a profound connection with these swords. Swords imbued with souls are a rarity, and those capable of wielding such soul blades are even fewer. In Khalees's recollection, very few possess soul blades, and even fewer manage to wield them without succumbing to their malevolent influence. Let us conclude our discussion for today. I must retreat to my study, Alpha announced. Once he departed, only Little Seven and Khalees remained in the garden, playfully tussling. It seemed that Dudu had found a worthy opponent, as Dudu's irresistible cuteness compelled Little Seven to cuddle and nuzzle him, nearly turning Dudu into a shorn little creature. Returning to his study, Alpha continued his pursuit of knowledge. Having mastered all rudimentary spells, he could not deny his aptitude for magic. In his mind, becoming a mage typically required at least 2 years of rigorous study, even for those hailed as prodigies in the newspapers. In arms, the classification of mages pertains primarily to their knowledge of spells, as most mages lack formidable spells, which are often safeguarded as treasured secrets. A novice mage with keen insight and a body capable of withstanding substantial magical energy could very well surpass even those who can cast intermediate spells. As Alpha perused a tome of intermediate magic, he felt a pang of frustration. Compared to the foundational concepts of novice spells, intermediate magic was far more intellectually demanding, with intricate formations that were exceedingly complex. The introductory magic primarily covered the basics, while the intermediate level delved into detailed specializations. From this point onward, mages began to be categorized into various schools of magic: water, fire, earth, wood, ice, metal, lightning, light, and darkness. Due to the overwhelming complexity, many individuals struggle to memorize such a plethora of spell formations, often choosing a singular path that resonates with them. Among these, the most challenging to master are those of ice, metal, and lightning, as their formations impose stricter requirements, while light and darkness depend greatly on one's physical constitution. The practitioners of light and dark magic, aside from possessing a few unique spells, merely unleash magic imbued with intrinsic effects. The number of pure light mages is exceedingly rare, with the legendary Child of Light being the quintessential representation of this class. In previous battles, Alpha's prowess revealed the enhancements typical of a light mage, resulting in damage caused by the overflow of magical energy. In truth, Alpha does not require a crystal ball, being the Child of Light. He possesses an abundance of refined magical energy within. The crystal ball serves solely to purify and release a mage's magical energy, enabling the manifestation of intermediate-level spells. Generally, the greater the energy encapsulated within a spell, the more formidable it becomes. Most individuals cannot harbor vast amounts of magical energy. Hence, some must rely on crystal balls to augment their capabilities. A person's ability to learn magic hinges on their innate magical essence, which not only determines their potential to become a mage, but also influences the likelihood of becoming a powerful one. This premise is precisely what the intermediate spellbook Alpha currently holds introduces. Upon reading this, Alpha felt a surge of joy, realizing he indeed belonged to the light faction, which explained his ability to combat vampires previously. Chapter 15. Return. Are we getting close? Yes, I can already see the town ahead. Alpha and his companions had been floating in the skies for nearly a week, and they finally caught sight of arms. Wow. Black 7, look. There's a massive piece of land floating above us. So this is the kingdom of the gods. We are finally back. I wonder if the battle has commenced. Uncle Black, where are you and Little 7 planning to go? Perhaps it was a lapse in judgment that prompted Alpha to ask this question. No sooner had he spoken than Little 7 began to weep. Oh no. Brother Alpha, are you trying to send us away? Little 7 rubbed her eyes with both hands, crying as she gazed up at Alpha. Be good, Little 7. Brother Alpha would never send you away. If he dared, I would kick him down. Khalees glared at Alpha, signaling him to comfort Little 7. I would actually prefer for you to stay here, Little 7. Uncle Black could teach me swordsmanship. Alpha glanced at Uncle Black, who wore an awkward expression, realizing that during these past few days, this little girl had become quite familiar with Khalees. The once respectful Khalees now even chastised him. Perhaps he should never have allowed Khalees to be his sister. Being a master would suffice. In truth, Black 7 was contemplating how to remain aboard Khalees' ship, and upon Alpha's suggestion, Uncle Black nodded eagerly. How about this? I will teach you swordsmanship, considering it as a fee for Little 7 and me staying here. With this, Khalees would likely have no objections. Alpha leaned closer to Black 7, whispering softly, What are you two discussing? Little 7 feigned ignorance, but Khalees, undeterred, held her and looked at Alpha. Ah, the secrets of men. Indeed, Uncle Hay. Yes. After spending these days together, Heichi has come to realize that it is Khaleesi who truly controls this formidable being, and he no longer regards Khaleesi with the condescension he once did. If you two dare to mistreat Shao-Chi, Khaleesi raised her small fist to her chest, speaking with indignation. Alpha was nearly at his wit's end. How had he ever mistreated Shao-Chi? After all, it was he who had rescued her. Alpha rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of exasperation. Uncle Hay, why don't you accompany me downstairs to gather some information? He exchanged a knowing glance with Heichi, conveying his intentions. I'm too lazy to descend. You take Uncle Hay down while Shao-Chi and I wait for you up here. Alpha was genuinely concerned about the imminent outbreak of war. His purpose in returning was to lend his strength to Amuse. Although he had some unpleasant experiences with the Earth King, it would not sway his convictions as a knight. All right, sounds good. Alpha suddenly remembered he could fly. What? At such a height, are we supposed to jump down? Uncle Hay looked utterly bewildered. All right, let us go. Alpha embraced Uncle Hay and approached the hatch. Are you ready? Is this some kind of magic that allows one to fly? Over the past few days, he had learned that Alpha possessed magical abilities. He wondered if Alpha had any spells for flight. Thus, Uncle Hay pondered this as Alpha leapt from the edge. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The rushing air made Uncle Hay stutter. In truth, he harbored a slight fear of heights. It's nothing. We'll be down in no time. Okay. As they descended, Alpha gradually discerned a figure bound to a wooden post atop a stone platform, surrounded by kindling and encircled by a crowd. In his astonishment, Alpha nearly forgot to unfurl his wings. It was only upon hearing Heichi's cry that he regained his composure. With a flourish, a pair of pristine white wings unfurled from Alpha's back, and he descended gracefully. Heichi had nearly been frightened to death. They were merely 10 meters from the ground, and had they waited any longer, he feared he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. You actually have wings. Before Heichi could interrogate Alpha, he caught sight of the magnificent wings behind him. Are you sure you're not a divine being? You have wings. It's nothing special, just wings. Alpha replied nonchalantly. Heichi's mouth fell open in disbelief. All right, I just noticed something happening up ahead. Let us go take a look. Alpha retracted his wings and strolled toward the nearby village. 2 feathers gently drifted to the ground. Heichi stealthily picked up the feathers, tucking them into his pocket, and quickened his pace to catch up with Alpha. So that was the purpose of the cloak. Heichi had never understood why Alpha wore something resembling a bedsheet on his back, but now it all became clear. What is going on with that gentleman up ahead? What do you think? Oh, Are you outsiders? A middle-aged man surveyed Alpha and Black 7, hesitating to continue his discourse and instead inquiring about them. Indeed, we have just arrived from that direction, Alpha indicated towards the northwest. Are you here for business? Yes, this is my uncle. He gestured towards the somewhat dazed Black 7 behind him. Ah, that puts me at ease. However, your timing is unfortunate. A vampire has been captured in the town and is about to face execution. The town's esteemed mage is presiding over the proceedings. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a robe ascended the stone platform, and the cacophony of voices gradually subsided with each step he took. The elder gazed at the crowd below, his eyes resolute as he spoke with deliberate yet powerful utterances. Vampires are a disgrace. They employ despicable means to seize our kin, even our lives, binding us to darkness and ravaging our former companions. But Am shall not yield to such filthy creatures. Let the light of Ams eradicate these beasts for Ams. He's talking nonsense. You cannot burn me, cried the man bound to the stake, struggling in vain. The elder paid him no heed. With a flick of his sleeve, he cast torches into the kindling, and flames roared to life, engulfing the man's body. A piercing scream erupted from the inferno, and even from afar, one could discern the vampire's grotesque expression amidst the fire. As the ritual concluded and night fell, the crowd dispersed, and the elder prepared to return with his disciples to the magical society. Alpha and Black 7 trailed behind until they reached the society. Let us depart. We shall return later, Alpha suggested as they emerged from behind a nearby wall. The two made their way to a tavern, where Black 7, having never visited such an establishment, was eager to sample the fine wines of southern Ams. I've heard the southern wines are quite exceptional. Do try some, Uncle Black. Black 7, filled with curiosity, gazed around, and while lowering his head to sip his drink, he noticed a photograph. Hey, Alpha, isn't this you? He exclaimed, pointing at a newspaper being used as a tray liner. Shoo, lower your voice, Alpha hissed, relieved to find that the vicinity was sparsely populated at this hour. I can't believe I've made it to the news. Alpha recognized the image. It was from the battle against the Earth King. Though, I must admit, I look rather dashing. He had forgotten about this piece. War correspondents often resided in military camps. However, what were these absurd titles? A love beyond compare. I would betray the world. But not you. Could this be penned by a female reporter? The thought made Alpha's head spin. It seemed he could no longer reveal his true identity. He retrieved a piece of black cloth from his pocket, concealing his handsome visage. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. The war correspondent was the only female duke among several noblemen. Youthful and mischievous. On that fateful night, she had concealed herself amongst a group of female mages. One could only wonder how Alpha would feel upon encountering this duchess in the future. Let us go. The time is drawing near. The two individuals exited the bar, slipping into the courtyard of the Magic Society under the cover of night. Before Alpha and Black 7 could locate the elderly gentleman from the afternoon, a door within the courtyard suddenly swung open, illuminating the interior. Come in, the old man said, his tone amiable, showing no signs of anger at their intrusion. Let us proceed. They have been waiting for quite some time, Black 7 remarked with a grin, observing Alpha lost in thought. The interior was modestly adorned, with the elderly man seated comfortably in a chair. Please, take a seat. You are no ordinary individuals. Arriving at such an hour cannot be merely for an assassination attempt on an old man, he continued. In truth, I seek to consult you, Master, Alpha replied, removing his mask and hood, revealing a cascade of golden hair that shimmered in the candlelight. You are the son of light, the old man exclaimed, having sensed a presence trailing him since the commencement of the ritual, though the distance had obscured their features. To which Alpha affirmed, Indeed, I am Alpha. His gaze, steadfast as a rock, radiated an aura of authority. Pardon my inadequate welcome. My apologies. The old man stammered. There is no need for that. I merely wish to inquire about the events of the past month, Alpha interjected, pressing the elder back into his seat as he attempted to rise. As a venerable member of the Magic Society in this town, you must surely be aware, the elder replied. Indeed, quite a number of significant events have transpired recently. The first is the rise of marital freedom, which undoubtedly pertains to you. I trust you are already aware. The second is the establishment of a military system by the rebels. The third involves the implementation of the Great Wall Project. And the fourth marks the commencement of a nationwide resistance, which explains why you are able to witness the events of the day, he elaborated, producing an aged notebook from his robes. Here is my journal. Feel free to peruse it at your leisure. Thank you. Alpha accepted the notebook. Meticulously examining the significant occurrences and details of the month, he had vanished. The old man waited patiently, while Black 7 sat alongside, observing quietly. You are Lord Alpha's protector? The old man inquired, turning his gaze toward Black 7. One might say that, Black 7 replied awkwardly, rubbing his stubbled chin as they exchanged idle conversation. After half an hour, Alpha rose to return the notebook to the elder. Thank you, and I hope you will keep my visit a secret from others. I am not suited for public appearances, and I wish for no one to know of my return. I trust you understand. Let them continue to believe I have departed, he said, a hint of threat underlying his tone. It was revealed that following the news of the battle with the Earth King, opinions regarding Alpha's actions had divided into two factions. Some admired his knightly spirit and unwavering adherence to his oath as the Son of Light, deeming his actions just. Conversely, others condemned him for allegedly colluding with vampires, believing he deserved the scorn and pursuit of Amius, though such views were held by extremists. Overall, it was clear that Alpha was not suited for public exposure. I understand, my lord. There is no need for concern, the elder assured. Thank you. Let us depart. Uncle Black. Alpha and Black 7 seized the cover of night, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 16. The Advancing Demon, Part 2. May I meet the lord of the city? Who are you? The chief guard emerged from behind, gazing at the disheveled Alan with concern. I am Alan of the Fire Dragon Corps. Here is my identity badge. Alan handed over the bloodstained and muddy badge to the chief guard. Perhaps fearing the loss of this precious emblem, Alan clutched it tightly in his hand, undeterred by his own grievous wounds. Very well, I shall escort you to the lord of the city. The guard, observing the boy's resolute gaze, urgent demeanor, and his body marred by thorns and branches, believed the youth was truthful. He did not bother to verify the authenticity of the badge. Navigating through the bustling marketplace, Alan paid no heed to the stares and whispers of the crowd. Though racked with pain, he persisted in following closely behind the guard without faltering. The guard noticed this and removed his cloak, offering it to Alan. Put this on. Thank you. Alan replied, grateful yet modest. There is no need. If your words hold truth, it is I and the people of this city who owe you gratitude. The two moved swiftly, soon arriving at the Lord's residence. Below the dais stood a portly middle-aged man with dark hair, his brow furrowed, thumb resting on his chin. It is not that I doubt you, but this is simply too extraordinary. A creature of such magnitude suddenly appearing. How could there be no prior warning before it approached Red Rock City? Fetch Lord Collis. His vast knowledge may provide clarity on this matter. Before a soldier could exit, another burst into the room. My lord, a gigantic monster has appeared outside. The soldier knelt, panic-stricken, his pupils dilated as he spoke. Alan's heart raced with disbelief. It cannot be. It is impossible. I have only just arrived. He dashed to the platform. The others inside followed suit, rushing to the dais. A booming and eerie sound erupted from the creature's maw, resonating throughout Red Rock City. The citizens stood frozen, staring at the immense beast, which then displayed a sinister grin as it seized a soldier atop the city wall, biting him in half. Under the gaze of the crowd, the soldier was torn asunder, blood spraying forth, leaving only a portion of his body behind. The beast's lips curled into a grotesque smile, revealing yellowed teeth stained with blood as it licked its lips, casting a long gaze toward the people on the platform. My lord, it is not just this creature. There looms something far more terrifying, towering over it by half a head. Alan felt a sudden release of tension. He distinctly remembered that the monster bore a forked appendage on its back. He knew, he was certain, Uncle Phil and the others would not perish so easily. We must dispatch reinforcements to the Fire Dragon Corps. Otherwise, the arrival of that creature would be catastrophic. The strategist urged the Lord earnestly. Where is Lord Collis at this critical moment? The Lord muttered to himself, his gaze vacant, and silently made his way back. My lord, Alan exclaimed, unable to contain his concern at the Lord's dismal state, yet he received no response. Alan was taken aback by the Lord's apparent weakness. Surely you have a plan. Don't you, my lord? Alan pleaded on his knees to the strategist who had just advised the Lord, marking the most undignified moment in his life. Oh, I recall that there is a resistance group in the city with considerable strength. You might consider asking them for assistance. Their leader is a commendable individual. Who are they? The Black Hat Resistance. The leader is named Will Smith. Very well. I shall guide you there. Observing Alan's distress, the strategist felt a pang of sympathy. If this child managed to survive, he would undoubtedly become extraordinary. With a glance at Alan's youthful, resolute heart, he couldn't help but think this way. The two swiftly exited the Lord's mansion, while the members of the Magic Society mobilized to contain the monstrous threat, chaos erupting in the city as small demons infiltrated. That is Lord Collis, the guardian of Red Rock City. Upon seeing Collis, the panicked townsfolk found solace. He floated above, unleashing razor winds towards the beast. Let us go? Will is ahead. Indeed, Alan felt a slight sense of reassurance at the scene before him. You haven't gone out to deal with those monsters? With so many in the Magic Society, wouldn't it be a waste of resources for me to join the Black Hats? I prefer not to see my brethren suffer unnecessary losses. Will, at that moment, quietly smoked, gazing out the window. My lord, it seems he is unwilling. Perhaps I'll return to fight alongside them. I fear not even death. Alan emphasized his last statement with conviction, casting a scornful glance at Will. To Alan, such selfishness rendered Will more heartless than the monster itself. He possessed the ability to aid the townspeople, yet chose to do nothing, merely observing with indifference. Indeed, the Fire Dragon squad is engaged in preventing an even larger threat than the one outside. Your assistance is required, the strategist remarked to Will, unfazed by his reluctance. Very well. The manpower is ready. Who will lead the way? Is it this little one? Will gently ruffled Alan's hair, speaking nonchalantly. At that moment, Alan was utterly bewildered. What? He knows? And has already made preparations? Will stepped outside, where a group of individuals donned identical black hats. Let us proceed. Will mounted a horse and extended his hand to Alan. Accompanying Will was a woman clad in delicate golden silk, exuding beauty. A throng surged towards the southern gate, and Will's contingent of over 100 people flowed with the crowd, guided by Alan towards the direction of the Fire Dragon squad. As soon as Will had not ventured far, 3 identical monsters arrived at Red Rock City. The scattered imps wreaked havoc within the city, transforming it into a hellish battleground. With the inhabitants trapped inside, the members of the Magic Society and 2 factions of rebels valiantly held their ground, but the situation grew increasingly dire. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon found itself beset by a demon, which seized a dark fork from its back and plunged it violently into the dragon's neck, pinning it to the ground. It is crucial to note that a fire dragon, being composed of flames, should not be subdued by an ordinary fork. The dragon thrashed on the ground, while the demon relentlessly pummeled it with colossal fists, causing the creature to gradually dissipate. Damn it! Breathe fire, incinerate it. Far off, Phil could not help but curse under his breath. What had started as a significant advantage had swiftly turned into a disadvantage. At this moment, the fire dragon unleashed torrents of flames, scorching the demon. However, the remaining members of the Fire Dragon squad were utterly exhausted, overwhelmed by the sheer number of imps, and casualties had begun to mount within their ranks. Everyone's hopes rested upon Alan, and Phil, mirroring the thoughts of those around him, felt a singular conviction propelling them to continue the fight. For what purpose? Perhaps for honor. They had once been scorned and deemed bothersome by others. Now that they had the chance to save humanity, they could not falter. They were different. A fire still burned within them, a flame that time could not extinguish. Chapter 17, Rescue. Lord Will is just ahead, Alan exclaimed, pointing towards a massive figure in the distance. The surrounding trees were ablaze, thick smoke obscuring the view ahead. Everyone braced themselves for battle, with Will at the forefront, directing their efforts. By the way, Alan, you are Alan, right? Go find Sister Diana. She is a healer, and your wounds will soon mend. Will's words surprised Diana, who couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected warmth in his tone. Typically, Will maintained a stern demeanor, and Diana had never seen him display such endearing qualities before. All right, you've endured long enough. Come here, and I shall heal you. By this time, everyone had dismounted, and Diana began to treat Alan, golden light emanating from her hands as his wounds rapidly healed. Will waved his hand through the air, summoning a fierce wind that dispersed the smoke. What lay before them was a scene of tremendous valor. Only Phil, Bonner, and a handful of others remained on the battlefield alongside the great demon, the surrounding area charred and desolate. Phil, witnessing the imminent defeat of the fire dragon and recognizing the inadequacy of his own forces, made the desperate decision to have the dragon self-destruct. From over 500, fewer than 10 remained, while dozens of imps surged forth. The fire dragon's explosion resulted in the demon losing one hand, with part of its forearm still attached by sinew. Roar. It seems humanity has grown stronger over the years. You have managed to wound me. The demon nonchalantly seized a few corpses, tossing them into its maw. While its arm visibly regenerated, the flesh rapidly writhing as it reconnected the severed limb. At that moment, Will had just dispersed the thick smoke and witnessed this gruesome spectacle. Where did this fierce wind come from? The demon turned to see Will and his companions, while Phil's group also took note of Will's arrival. Reinforcements? Huh. The demon's laughter echoed, mocking in tone. Phil felt a surge of relief, smiling at the sight. At last, help had arrived. Before anyone could react, the demon lunged forward, its massive hand grasping Phil from the ground, its eyes still fixed on Will, a sneer etched across its face. Bona and the others rushed to rescue Phil, Uncle Phil. In the rear, Alan, still nursing his wounds, impulsively charged forward. Stop him. I'll go save that fool, cover me. Will discarded the cigarette from his lips, and a bow of flame materialized in his grasp. He dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of fiery arrows that struck the demon. Huh, futile, pathetic, the demon taunted, seemingly unfazed as it prepared to devour Phil. Suddenly, Will's fire bow expanded to a colossal size. A gigantic arrow brimming with immense magical energy aimed at the hand that clutched Phil. Trap him, Will shouted as he drew back the enormous bow. A chilling mist wafted towards the demon, and thick vines surged from the ground, ensnaring its feet. With a thunderous whoosh, the arrow soared through the air, targeting the demon's arm. Roar! The demon had underestimated the potency of the arrow, which pierced its arm and caused Phil to slip from its grasp. Plummeting towards the ground, Bona, entangled by minions, leaped up and caught Phil, swiftly retreating. The demon glared furiously at Will, enraged. Ignoring the fleeing Phil and the remnants of the fire dragon core at its feet, it seized a massive fork nearby and hurled it at Will. The sound of a sonic boom trailing behind. Dreadful. That fool Phil. Will cursed inwardly. How could Phil muster the courage to confront such a formidable beast? Holding out until his arrival, with a sudden swish, the fork flew too swiftly for Will to evade. It grazed his chest, leaving a streak of blood on his clothing. Bang! The fork ultimately struck a boulder, shattering it to pieces. Will's clothes were instantly drenched, and had he been hit, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The vampires observing from a distance took in the scene. Shall we engage, my lord? If it were night, we would stand a better chance, but in broad daylight, our 20-odd numbers may not suffice against such a behemoth. If we cannot defeat even this handful of foes, then the presence of over 100,000 is indeed a waste. At this moment, Phil has been rescued, yet his legs have been severed, and blood flows incessantly from the roots of his thighs. Everyone retreat, Will shouted loudly, for given the current circumstances, victory was unattainable. If Phil's dragon were still present, he could perhaps launch a surprise attack to grievously wound the beast. However, he had only recently acquired advanced magic, which he had yet to fully comprehend. And at this juncture, he was the only one capable of inflicting harm upon that monstrous creature. Engaging in direct confrontation would only lead to his own demise. The members of the dragon squadron had successfully evacuated, albeit with only a handful remaining. Uncle Phil, Sister Diana, we must save Uncle Phil, Alan cried out mournfully, gazing at Phil. A faint golden light emanated from Diana's hands, staunching Phil's bleeding. Shall we board the dragon squadron's airship? No. It appears to have been caught in the explosion, and that creature's fork is too formidable. Let us take the land route through the jungle, Bona, and we'll deliberate it. My lord, I can't hold on much longer. The demon was on the verge of breaking free from its bindings and advancing towards Will and the others. At this moment, everyone had mounted their horses, retreating into the jungle. Just as they prepared to employ various spells to hinder the demon, it suddenly halted. My lord, our target is Red Rock City. There are nearly 2 million souls there. You may slaughter these filthy ants at your leisure. 2 million? Such a multitude. Indeed. Moreover, they are mere peasants who will not retaliate, unlike just now. Earlier, you merely watched as I struggled without offering assistance. For that, you shall pay a price. The red-robed vampire produced a crimson crystal and handed it to the demon. Now that is more acceptable. Let us spare those insignificant creatures for the time being. Saying this, it turned towards the direction of Red Rock City, leaving those hidden in the jungle in a state of bewilderment. Red Rock City. You shall accompany me to Red Rock City. The rest must tend to the members of the dragon squadron. Anna, you stay behind to assess Phil's injuries. Will commanded. In truth, Will was not incapable of stalling the demon. However, with Diana and the dragon squadron nearly annihilated, if he attempted to confront the demon, it would place Diana in jeopardy. It was fortuitous to leave Diana to care for the dragon squadron while he ventured to support Red Rock City. Sister, Diana, please, I implore you to save Uncle Phil. Just as Diana was about to respond, the sight of Alan's tear-streaked face silenced her words. Yet, unease lingered in her heart as she glanced back at Will, who was mounted. Be careful. I shall await your return. Without turning his head, Will removed his hat and tossed it back to Diana, spurring his horse forward with determination. Chapter 18, Siege. Descent into darkness. Sister Diana, how is Uncle Phil faring? It's hard to say. His bleeding has ceased, but he suffers from multiple fractures, and I have only just begun my training in this field. Is there no priest among your ranks? Sister Boar, Ellen could not help but weep anew, and at that moment, Phil opened his eyes. Thank you, Sister Diana. Uncle Phil, how do you feel now? After expressing her gratitude to Diana, Ellen turned her gaze to Phil, who had just awakened. Cough. Hee hee. Little Ellen, Are you crying again? You remind me so much of my childhood. Phil spoke with great effort, inadvertently coughing up a mouthful of blood, prompting everyone to gather around him. Do not speak. We all understand. Rest now, and we shall talk once you recover. Big-bearded Bona's eyes were slightly red. Cough. You do not know, but I am aware of my condition. I do not have much time left. Ellen, I possess a crystal box containing the fire dragon technique. You must retrieve it. As Phil spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Yes, this is it. Take good care of it. You are still young, and you must learn the fire dragon technique well. Do not say any more, Uncle Phil. I know. Ellen sobbed uncontrollably. I am but a mediocre sorcerer. They have all mocked me for my lack of talent while I pursued magic. Everyone understood that Phil's time was limited. He was delivering his final words, and they listened in silent reverence to his last testament. I wish to grow stronger, to protect those I care for. I do not want the events of my childhood to repeat. I want to safeguard them. I simply wish to protect them. That winter, I was powerless. But today I have succeeded. Even if it means bearing the brunt of scorn, I shall pursue what I desire. Ellen, remember this. I have no children of my own. In my final moments, would you be willing to be my adopted son? I would. Ellen nodded vigorously, overcome with tears. I recall you do not have a middle name. Would you accept my surname as your middle name? I would. You are a great man. You cannot leave us. Very well. Henceforth you shall be known as Ellen Clark Stark. With that final declaration, Phil closed his eyes, departing from this world forever. Beside him, Diana was in tears, understanding the burden Phil had carried. In the end, he sacrificed his life to save those who once scorned and insulted him. Stark? You are Ellen Clark Stark? The two exchanged tearful glances, but seeing that Diana had not yet regained her composure, she refrained from pressing further. The surname Norton was uncommon. If possible, Adele might still have relatives in this world. At this moment, Will had arrived at Red Rock City, initially believing he could make it in time, only to find that the demon was surprisingly swift. Before long, he had lost sight of it, but he did see the accompanying vampires. Indeed, they were behind the mischief. Ah, help! Someone save my son. Mother, please get up. Do not leave me all alone. My love, you will not die. My love, I will kill you beasts. I will slay you all. Some individuals have descended into madness, committing acts of murder, arson, and brutal assaults upon women, exhibiting behavior reminiscent of demons in the aftermath of devastation. This marked Will's first encounter with the grim realities of war, a tragedy of human existence. Ordinary soldiers find themselves utterly powerless against these merciless killers. Those seeking refuge in airships crowd desperately, only to be struck down by vampires from above, causing the airships to plummet to the ground with a resounding crash, exploding upon impact. Now, the entirety of Red Rock City is besieged by these fiends. Engulfed in chaos and cries of despair, Will stood in shock. What could he possibly do? He had only a handful of companions, 4 in total, including the one thwarted by Phyll. Except for one that was decapitated by Carls and now kneeling on the ground, the other 3 surrounded Carls. Should he flee? Should he cower in fear? You go save the innocent. I will assist Lord Carls, he declared. He could not falter, even if it meant his demise. He was a mage, a beacon of hope for these common folk. Carls, drenched in blood, perhaps due to his prowess as a wind mage, had yet to succumb quickly, but the overwhelming number of vampires was pushing him to his limits. Huh, you filthy beasts, taste this, he shouted. Deathstorm. Carls spun rapidly, gradually forming a tempest, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that shot forth from the storm. Aware of his impending exhaustion, he resorted to forbidden magic. Lord Carls, Will called out desperately, but it was in vain. The storm grew ever more ferocious, engulfing the 3 demons. Before Will, a colossal bow materialized, towering to the height of 2 men, and slowly, a rocket appeared atop it. 1 minute passed, then 2, and a diminutive imp lunged at him, its claws raking across Will's face, yet he remained motionless. Just as the imp prepared to sink its fangs into Will's neck, he released a carefully prepared arrow after nearly 3 minutes of anticipation. It shot through the storm, piercing one of the demons directly in its eye, causing it to crash to the ground, writhing in agony. The fleeing populace glimpsed a flicker of hope. Yet that solitary arrow had come at an immense cost to Will, and no second shot remained. The death storm yielded limited results, merely releasing countless wind blades that left the demons bloodied but not defeated. The remaining 2 demons turned their gaze towards Will, who was now feeble and drained. Summoning the last of his strength, he conjured a fireball that struck the imp that had ambushed him. The death storm began to wane, and the forked demon reached into the center of the tempest, seizing Carls from within. Clutching him firmly, Carls had lost consciousness, and with a cruel motion, The demon opened its hand, discarding the lifeless mage, leaving only remnants of clothing and bloodstains. Slap. Like swatting a fly. Slap. Slap. Will gazed with such clarity. The reality so vivid it seemed almost surreal. A profound terror seared into his heart. Impossible. Too formidable. His mind was consumed by the haunting images of Phil being torn apart and Carlos meeting his demise. He had witnessed both events firsthand. What could he possibly do in the face of such overwhelming power? Did he truly believe he was stronger than Carlos? Carlos, the vice president of the Magic Society in Red Rock City. Red Rock City, the largest city in the West, unlike Prosperity. Just days prior, he had sought Carlos's guidance regarding the newly learned fire bow. Will was paralyzed, pondering his next move, escape, an impossible feat, as enemies surrounded him on all sides. How he wished to be with Diana. Yet, in truth, what did the fates of these individuals have to do with him? Like the ordinary folk, all he needed to concern himself with was his own survival. After all, he was merely a magician. What need was there to play the hero? What did Diana's disapproval matter? He could be strong. What could she do? In the end, wouldn't she obediently heed his commands? How foolish he had been. Squandering years for a woman. He should have been studying in the magic capital. Otherwise, how could he have found himself in such dire straits? Oh, the contents of that book. Who said it was forbidden? Survival was paramount. He must ensure his existence, to overpower Diana, to reclaim the pieces of himself he had lost over the years. He could not perish. Chapter 19. The Necromancer Will. You mustn't open that book. It is malevolent. You should burn it. Why? The Necromancer. He should not exist. Promise me, Will. Memories flooded back. Tears streamed down Will's face as his eyes gradually darkened. Forgive me, Zino. I have spoken out of turn. The Necromancer must return. A sinister aura enveloped Will, resembling a phantom. He gazed at the two demons and laughed. Past grievances faded into the wind, lost souls, and from this moment forth, I, Will, vow to remain by your side, no matter how dark the path ahead. I shall be your companion. From henceforth, I am your friend. Should I stray, I willingly offer my soul. Now, I seek your aid. Arise, spirits of the underworld. I will summon your return. A multitude of lifeless bodies began to slowly open their eyes, blue flames flickering within. Hundreds of thousands of dead began to stir within the city, and the buried dead in the earth awakened one by one. A weeping little girl shook her mother's body, and suddenly, the mother moved. Mother? The corpse approached Will, kneeling before him, and others began to rise as well. From the ruins of collapsed buildings, cold hands emerged from the rubble, with eerie blue eyes fixed upon Will. Eliminate those formidable foes. Go forth. Countless undead surged towards the demon, who, having lost his head, revived once more, cradling his severed skull with one hand, moving sluggishly. The slain imps rose to their feet. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted as multitudes of undead lunged at the three demons. War served as sustenance for the Necromancer. Eliminate him first. How detestable. How did the Necromancer come to be in this place? The vampires in the heavens took note of Will's presence. Logically, both the Necromancer and the vampires belonged to the dark forces, yet rivalries existed even within the shadows. The Necromancer could be deemed a common foe to both humanity and vampires. The undead swarmed over the demon, gnawing at its flesh. One demon was soon engulfed entirely by the mass of undead. Even its desperate struggles proved futile. In a brief span, one arm was reduced to mere bone. Help! These vampires never informed us of the Necromancer's presence. Damn it! We must retreat, Lord AKS. A slightly shorter demon gazed at the imposing AKS, wielding a fork, as numerous undead clung to him. Witnessing a comrade being overwhelmed by the undead instilled fear within him. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and the undead, unafraid of death, had already embraced it. Useless wretches, a mere Necromancer. AKS bellowed, striking at the encroaching undead with his fork. Roar! Roar! The imps, who had been rampaging throughout the city, swiftly returned to AKS, gathering into a formidable throng to combat the advancing undead. Meanwhile, several vampires approached Will, intent on assassination. At that moment, a horde of undead encircled Will, forming a colossal protective shell around him. The townsfolk seized the opportunity to flee, frantically rushing towards the city's outskirts. Yet, some brave souls remained, including a journalist who captured the unfolding chaos on film. We're almost there. Brother, we're nearly there. If I'm not mistaken, those creatures have been unleashed. I hope we aren't too late. To their astonishment, the vampires had stirred up such a commotion, taking advantage of the vulnerability at Amuse's rear. Are the demons truly formidable? Little Seven inquired. They do not belong to this realm. They are summoned entities. I sense a powerful presence. Can the Karis handle them? Indeed. But I feel more than one. It seems my time to shine has come. Little Seven, let me show you the true prowess of Uncle Black's blade. Black Seven tightened his grip on his weapon, a battle enthusiast at heart. Regrettably, his homeland was rife with adversaries, rendering him unable to confront them all. Thus, he fled. This burden weighed heavily on him, and he lamented his lack of strength, unable to avert a tragedy. This time, he vowed not to allow such circumstances to unfold again. He had witnessed far too many similar events and hoped to fill the void within his heart, seeking redemption without regrets. He resolved not to flee again. Where would he escape to? Black Seven gazed at the adorable Little Seven, contemplating these thoughts. A day prior, Callus sensed the emergence of demons. Acting upon Alpha's counsel, they hastily steered the Callus vessel westward. The western region lay far from the demon city and the mechanical fortress, already lacking in troops, and with reinforcements diverted elsewhere. It resembled a sumptuous feast laid out before the enemy. I shall go ahead, you follow shortly, declared Alpha, leaping from the Callus. At that moment, he donned a mask. His golden hair tied back, his attire transformed so drastically that an unfamiliar observer would hardly recognize him. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon Brigade, alongside Diana, also advanced to support Red Rock City. I worry for him. Would you be willing to accompany me? Diana implored, clutching Will's hat, fully aware of his intentions. We should remain here, Sister Diana, Alan interjected, having discerned Will's purpose. Much like Phil's protective instincts toward him, Alan understood that Will wished to shield her from harm and hoped for Diana to stay behind. A foreboding sense stirred within her. She felt compelled to seek him out. Diana had never experienced such a sensation before. Her heart raced. Throughout the years, Will had been a steadfast presence by her side, despite her repeated rejections. Their time together had gradually dulled her feelings for Alpha. As for Will, how could she articulate it? Yet, she knew she must go without reason, an instinct innate to women. Even if it meant courting death. Diana mounted her horse, preparing to set forth, with the black-hatted group trailing behind. Sister Diana, we will accompany you, Alan called after her. Thank you, but you have just endured a tremendous blow, Diana replied, pitying the Fire Dragon Brigade's plight and reluctant to see them take further risks. There is no but. Uncle Phil said some things must be done. Lord Will is the savior of the Fire Dragon Brigade, Alan asserted, his gaze earnest upon Diana. I will go with you, the others shall remain. Bona, a man of deep loyalty, felt it his duty as an elder to support Alan's decision. In another direction, the Fire King soared through the skies with remarkable speed, his trajectory aimed directly at Red Rock City. These despicable fiends only know how to ambush. Chapter 20, The Battle of Red Rock City, Part 1. Just ahead, these two ruffians rival Callus. Alpha exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the grim state of the city. A throng of people surged from the gates, as if something within the city restrained those two formidable creatures. What is this? Alpha queried, spotting an unusual figure cradling its severed head. How could it still be alive? Yet, why would it attack its own kind? As he drew closer, Alpha's confusion deepened. The demon clutching its head was assaulting the other two demons amidst a chaotic scene, where a crimson mass clashed with another group. Did Red Rock City possess such a formidable garrison? A horde of vampires surrounded an enigmatic figure. As Alpha approached, he discerned that they were a throng of the deceased. How could the dead rise again? Although the deceased outnumbered their foes, a formidable demon wielded a fork that swept through them effortlessly. Alpha stood bewildered at the sight before him. At that moment, the citizens, demons, and vampires who had fled the city caught sight of Alpha soaring high above. Who is that? Exclaimed an elder. Our Red Rock City is saved. Those white wings can only belong to the Son of Light. The crowd outside erupted with excitement upon witnessing Alpha's arrival, yet his new attire failed to conceal his identity, as his wings revealed the truth. Lord Axe. It seems another formidable adversary has arrived. His aura is quite unsettling, one remarked. Coward. How could I, Axe, be associated with you lot? Yet even Axe had to concede that there was something within the figure above that made him wary. That appears to be the Son of Light. If we capture him, we shall surely be handsomely rewarded. What is the primary objective of our mission? You all remain here and continue prying open that tortoise shell. I shall confront the Son of Light. With that, he charged towards Alpha. In response, Alpha drew his sword, infusing it with his magic, and with a swift motion directed at the approaching vampire, unleashed a crescent-shaped beam of golden light. The vampire, unable to evade, was struck by Alpha's crescent, cleanly severing its forearm, from which golden holy flames began to spread. In horror, the vampire, witnessing its dismemberment, resorted to tearing off the entire arm with its other hand just as the holy fire threatened to engulf it. The lower-tier vampires were unaware of Alpha's prior battle with the Earth King, thus their perception of him lingered on the time he was once a wanted man. Alpha had trained diligently with Black 7 for nearly a month, honing his swordsmanship. He had deliberately infused his magic throughout the blade, allowing it to emit crescent-shaped magical waves with each powerful swing, an innovation specifically designed to combat vampires. This technique posed no harm to humans and was, in fact, beneficial. Though taxing, Alpha felt an inexhaustible reservoir of magic within him, allowing him to wield it without restraint, even when directly applying it to his sword. As he reveled in the efficacy of his technique, Alpha noted that the crescent waves were significantly more lethal to vampires than his previous golden magic, albeit with limited range. He continued to swing his sword, unleashing a barrage of crescent waves. How can he be so powerful? The vampires exclaimed, dodging Alpha's golden crescents. Indeed, they were woefully weak. The Son of Light was their nemesis. The skies were filled with dancing crescents, and one unfortunate vampire, unable to evade, was cleaved in half. What now? Our leader has been slain, cried one. Let us avenge him. Brothers, charge with me. No longer would they persist in their pursuit of the necromancer, but instead, they would capture the Son of Light in return for their reward. They made an erroneous choice, as vampires from all directions surged toward Alpha, yet only a few managed to approach, falling victim to the multitude of crescent slashes that cleaved through the air. Nowhere to flee, Alpha quickened his pace. Although his technique was somewhat chaotic, the effectiveness was undeniable, for the vampires could not breach his defenses. Caught up in the ferocity of battle with the vampires, Alpha momentarily forgot the presence of two demons. Suddenly, a massive boulder hurtled toward Alpha's flank. Just as he evaded the first rock, a violent impact coursed through his entire body. The first boulder had merely been a decoy. The second was the true threat. The immense force flung Alpha against the mountainside. At that moment, the Carless had finally arrived, and Black 7 leapt down, landing squarely amidst the necromancer and the imps. Thud! Oh dear! It seems I've landed in the wrong place. Black 7 scratched his head. Beneath his feet lay an inexplicable corpse, which appeared to still be stirring. Oh, are you all right? Black 7 inquired of the imp beneath him. Before he could finish his greeting, the surrounding imps lunged at him with frenzied abandon, while the necromancer remained oblivious, continuing to clash with the imps. Sword step. A step, 100 swords. With a single stride, Black 7 materialized 100 meters away, severing the heads of a cluster of imps. Sword rain. Petals fall like rain. Black 7 moved as though in a realm untouched by others, assisting the necromancer in gradually overpowering the imps. The necromancer, even when inadvertently harmed, paid no heed to Black 7, charging toward the demons. At that moment, Alpha regained consciousness, bloodied and in pain, pushing aside the boulder that had pinned him. Carelessness had led to this. First, he must deal with those two formidable entities. In the distance, the Carless was locked in combat with AKS. The Carless firmly gripped the demon's right hand with its massive pincers, slowly forcing AKS down while emitting a frosty breath. The other demon relentlessly pounded the Carless from behind. Within the Carless, the sounds of thunderous clashes echoed. Sister Carless, I'm so scared, Black 7 exclaimed, secured tightly in his seat by the safety harness. He felt faint. It will be over soon. Just hold on a little longer. Alpha soared into the sky, unleashing crescent blades at the demon that had ambushed the Carless, alleviating some of the pressure. What is this? The demon writhed in agony as Alpha's sacred flames ignited it, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire, only for it to reignite elsewhere. Lord AKS, we cannot withstand this. I must flee. It's too terrifying. With that, a great void appeared in the sky, swallowing the demon whole. Now, only AKS remained. Crushed beneath the ground, AKS could not help but curse his misfortune. Chapter 21. The Resurrection of Will Anna. Please do not act this way. Uncle Hay, assist me in carrying Will aboard the Callus, he coldly instructed, casting a glance at Lath across from him. Do you still wish to save him? Do not jest. My boy, I assure you that even the Wood King himself would struggle to rescue him here. Lath scoffed at Alpha. In truth, Lath harbored a unique envy towards Alpha. Ever since the emergence of the news regarding the Son of Light, Lath felt that his rightful place had been usurped. He had long been a pillar of support for King Arms and the Arms family, tirelessly devoted for centuries, and now his position was compromised. If it were possible, he would eliminate Alpha. I knew you would have a plan, Diana said, following Uncle Hay onto the Callus, wiping away her tears. Remember this. I shall avenge this wrong. As she watched Diana and the others ascend in the Callus, Alpha uttered this line before soaring into the skies. Had he not been anxious about Will's injuries? Alpha would have undoubtedly confronted Laugh. He never forgot that Will was Adele's savior, and he had shared life and death battles alongside Will, forming a bond that transcended mere friendship. He could never abandon Will. If it weren't for this, how could you even dream of standing against me? Laugh, known for his notorious temperament, hesitated to act against the callous. As he observed the vessel gradually ascending into the sky, he clenched his fists in frustration. Farewell, Sister Diana. I hope you do not perish, Lord Will. Alan gazed upwards at the receding callous, silently praying. He never anticipated that Lord Will would risk his life for the sake of Red Rock City. Whether Will had perished remained uncertain, but in Alan's heart, Will was as magnificent as Phil. Alan, let us depart. It is time we held a funeral for Lord Phil, boasted the bearded Bona, glancing at Alan. Indeed, Alan replied, donning a black hat that concealed his determined and clear eyes, a smile gracing his lips. We shall meet again, in a shadowy corner. An inconspicuous man in a long robe witnessed the entire scene. Had Alan been present, he would have recognized him as the strategist who stood beside the lord of the city, now disguised in plain attire. He stared vacantly at the callous as it gradually vanished into the night. At this moment, a few hidden mages also spotted Laugh. Seeing the wings behind him, they emerged. Eager to cultivate relations with the elite, a survival skill for individuals of their ilk. Greetings, my lord. I am a mage from Red Rock City. As the war subsided, they felt compelled to share in the glory, with the leader of the group possessing a shifty gaze, clearly not a valiant individual. What is it? Thank you for your support in Red Rock City and for vanquishing that great demon. With years of honing his observational skills, he easily deduced the recent happenings. And having eavesdropped earlier, he was adept at flattering Laugh. Of course, it is merely my duty, a simple task. I believe the credit for this victory belongs to you most of all, as you eradicated the source of calamity. The man, ever more adept at flattery, remained blissfully unaware that he was digging himself a grave. It had been a long time since Ras had heard compliments from others, and upon hearing them now, his spirits soared, causing him to forget even the most basic inquiries. What is your name? Under the sunset's glow, the sky was particularly crimson. As the damaged Khalees slowly traversed the heavens, clutching in its talons a severed limb and a massive black fork. At this moment, Will lay on the bed, devoid of any signs of life, surrounded by a gathering of concerned onlookers. Khalees, is there hope for him? One inquired. That depends on your brother's will, came the reply. If you truly wish to save him, there exists a method. What method? He is barely breathing. Do you recall the crystal upon your neck? If you place it over the wound, it can unleash a healing spell potent enough to resurrect the deceased. However, should the injuries be severe, the crystal will merge with the wounded's essence, contingent upon your willingness to relinquish it. Khalees gazed earnestly at Alpha. Are you referring to this? Alpha produced his own crystal from his chest. Alpha, I implore you, Diana pleaded. Fear not, it is merely an object. In comparison to friends, their lives hold far greater significance. Alpha reassured Diana as he removed the crystal from around his neck. Although the crystal held profound meaning for him, he would not disclose this to Diana, nor would he permit Will to perish due to his own selfishness. Moreover, he understood deeply the feeling of wanting to give everything for someone he loved. He could not bear the thought of Diana doing something foolish. What must be done? Alpha inquired as he handed the crystal to Khalees. Khalees then removed the crystal from its cord and placed it against Will's gaping chest. Brother, channel your magic into the crystal, Khalees urged. At that moment, Alpha released his magic, and the crystal began to emit a soft golden glow, which intensified into a blinding brilliance. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, as a small bird bravely ventured forth against the downpour. Before long, the rain intensified, and the winds grew stronger. The bird swayed precariously in the storm, yet it could not cease its journey, for a voice was calling it. Will. A force seemed to urge it to remain, and with all its might, it flapped its wings against the oppressive weight of the storm-laden sky, which threatened to engulf it in despair. Hail began to descend, striking its fragile body like cannonballs. Yet, it was aware that someone was calling out to it, a person it must see at all costs. With relentless determination, it beat its wings, soaring ever faster, but suddenly, a horde of grotesque apparitions appeared, closing in on it. Just as they were about to seize it, a golden light shone ahead, gradually enveloping the little bird. Wrapped in warmth, it shielded itself. The malevolent spirits, as if confronted with something most terrifying, bowed their heads in panic, while it proudly lifted its own. At that moment, the rain in the sky gradually ceased, and the sun slowly emerged from behind the clouds, its rays illuminating the room and casting a warm glow upon Will's bed. The rain had finally stopped. Sister Callus, when do you think Big Brother will awaken? Poor Sister Diana has been keeping vigil for 4 days now. Soon. The time is at hand. Sunlight fell upon Will's closed eyes, and he groggily opened them, greeted by a blinding white light. The intensity of the illumination caused him to squint, yet gradually, the surroundings came into focus. Was he not dead? He instinctively reached to touch the gaping wound in his chest, moving his hand slowly. What is this? Chapter 22. Rumors and Truth. As night descended upon Red Rock City, chaos ensued. There were robberies, cries of despair, and silent sorrow. Under the cloak of darkness, humanity often reveals its twisted nature. Even after enduring catastrophic loss, some continued to wreak havoc, devoid of any sense of guilt. Villains are perpetually present, yet virtuous souls do not merely stand by. Where's the money? It's time to pay up for this month. The war has just ended. We are utterly devoid of funds, the old man protested, his expression innocent. Trembling as he spoke. Your wheat is abundant. Surely you can part with half. The brethren are starving, a young man declared, casting a glance back at the others who mirrored his sentiment. Indeed, we are old friends. You wouldn't deny us this small request, would you? Alas. Take it. Take it. The old man shook his head in resignation. Now there would be food. A few rushed inside and carried out several bags of wheat. Once they had departed, a shadow slowly emerged from the night. You allowed them to leave just like that? The shadow inquired, gazing at the old man. It's fine. These children might prove invaluable to future plans. Come, let us discuss this further inside. After surveying the surroundings, the old man closed the grain store's door. The two entered a basement filled with people, each revealing tattoos adorning various parts of their bodies. A large red circle encasing a smaller white circle, within which 6 smaller circles revolved. This group returned to a larger camp, where a multitude of ragged children awaited. We got the wheat. Let us cook. Brother Landau and the others are back. You all step aside. Did you pressure the old man again? A woman in a gray dress called out to Landau. I didn't want to. But who else could I ask? A throng of children surged forward, encircling Landau. In Hongyan City, various restoration efforts have commenced amidst the ruins. Collapsed houses, the weeping of its residents, newly erected tombstones, and the scarred earth bear testimony to the wounds inflicted by war. Time may eventually soothe these scars, yet the pain etched in the hearts of the people will remain unhealed, even as memories are buried beneath the soil over time. This land shall not forget. The former lord of Hongyan City took his own life in his chamber, and by dawn the next day, a new lord took office alongside a cadre of mages who began to restore order in the chaotic city. Notably, the new lord bears a small mark on his ankle. At this juncture, rumors began to circulate, alleging that the Battle of Hongyan City was instigated by a necromancer. It is said that the Fire King, Las, sought to eliminate him but was thwarted by the Son of Light, who appeared to befriend the necromancer. Consequently, public sentiment turned against Alpha and the necromancer, further tarnishing Alpha's already sullied reputation. If I possessed his abilities, I would certainly fight on the front lines. Bah, the so-called chosen one of the Son of Light. Indeed, I have also heard that prior to this, Alpha was a notorious scoundrel who relished in harassing virtuous women. Is that so? I was unaware. Did you know? It is rumored that tens of thousands perished in Hongyan City, all due to that necromancer's machinations. In a tavern, 2 idlers engaged in idle chatter. Humph, what do you know? A bunch of petty people boasting empty words. Alan slammed the table and glared at them. Oh, isn't this the new leader of the Fire Dragon Guild, Lord Alan? Let us go. No need to explain to these people. They want to comprehend. Bonner tugged at Alan, leading him out of the tavern, while Alan cast furtive glances back, warning the two with his eyes. Once they departed, the pair resumed their gossip. I heard the Fire Dragon Guild also met with disaster in Hongyan City, nearly wiped out. Indeed, they were merchants who should have focused on trade instead of attempting to form a rebellion. Look where that led them. Alan remained silent on the journey, feeling powerless against the rumors surrounding Uncle Phil, Uncle Will, and the Son of Light. He could do nothing but watch as their reputations were further sullied. Perhaps Uncle Phil should not have squandered his life protecting such people, those who speak arrogantly about matters they have never witnessed, defining outcomes without true understanding. Ignorance. Sigh, Uncle Bonner. Do you truly believe Uncle Phil's actions were worth it? In the end, no one believes him. Alan, the truth will eventually come to light. It is merely a matter of time. Bonner pulled out a photograph to look at, and the two slowly walked away, leaving behind the cacophony of the bustling city. The following day, shocking news reverberated through the streets. The truth of the Battle of Hongyan City had emerged. An inconspicuous tabloid published a dozen combat photographs, featuring an enticing headline: The Truth of the Battle of Hongyan City. Heroes should not be despised. Was the Fire King misfortunate? Among the images is one depicting a fierce battle between the Dragon Brigade and demons, showcasing a photograph of Alpha engaged in aerial combat. as well as scenes of Will clashing with vampires, including a striking image of a gaping wound on Will's chest. Other images feature the Black Seven, the Kalis ship, Kales, and various resistance fighters, some obscured while others are vividly clear. The most striking of all is a close-up of Alpha, prominently displayed at the center of the newspaper. So it was. The Fire King, Ras, is the true villain. Indeed, he even killed Will. Rumors abound that Will is dead. I had suspected as much. It must be so. They are clearly being framed. The masterminds behind this rumor-mongering are truly despicable for engaging in such treachery. Could it be the Fire King? Surely not. Yet, it is quite plausible. The Fire King finds himself at the center of controversy once more, as public opinion swirls. And he has just returned to the Demon City from Red Rock City, unaware of these events. Alan, good news, look. Early in the morning, the bearded Bona hurriedly rushed into Alan's room, holding a newspaper and pointing it out to Alan. Alan gazed incredulously at the photograph. The Dragon Brigade has been reported. Bona looked on excitedly, his beard quivering as he chuckled with delight. We must tell Uncle Phil about this. Alan dashed out in a flurry. Wait for me. Bona called after him. Before a grave, Alan knelt, setting the newspaper ablaze before it. He gently blew on the flames. Uncle Phil, you may now rest in peace. You have become a hero. Tears streamed down Alan's cheeks uncontrollably. Uncle Will must not be dead either. It is said that the Son of Light rescued him. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. The remaining members of the Dragon Brigade gathered at the grave, some with reddened eyes, as they were finally acknowledged. This was particularly uplifting. Bona's eyes glistened with moisture as well. In recent days, they had been mired in gloom, having contributed so much yet receiving ridicule instead of praise. At last, the burden on their hearts has been lifted. At that moment, a man in a black hat emerged from a newspaper office. He was the architect of this sensational news. Chapter 23. The King's Address, Part 1. The central square of the Demon City was thronged with a diverse crowd. Encompassing various races gathered here, the celestial beings from the upper realm, elves from the central forests, dwarves from the mechanical fortress, merfolk from the eastern sea, and other extraordinary beings, with humans being the most populous. The circular street bustled with activity, shoulder to shoulder, with a constant flow of vehicles. While the city's architecture gradually diminished in height around the towering demon castle in the distance, varying in shape and size. Vendors peddled local specialties, including furs, spices, food, snacks, machinery, and magical supplies, while myriad entertainment venues dazzled the senses, featuring beautiful maidens, fortune-tellers, street performers, and songstresses, all catering to the desires of this vast metropolis. At this moment, the tumult surrounding the Fire King had dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen, largely suppressed by higher authorities. Make way. I can't see. A vast bulletin board prominently displayed the latest policy announcements, and as is customary, the crowd surrounded it tightly. Damn it, is it really worth jostling like this? An absurdly dressed figure resembling a mouse squeezed through the throng. Who dares to bump into the third master of Magic City? Moses muttered, not even glancing in the direction of the interruption. As Moses raised his gaze, a towering figure obscured his view. A giant, an aberration of bloodline stood before him. Before the dim-witted giant could react, Moses swiftly slipped into the bustling crowd, vanishing without a trace. Life as a mouse in Magic City had grown increasingly treacherous, with aberrations and patrolling soldiers omnipresent, making the acquisition of precious intelligence ever more challenging. Especially following the Northern Siege incident, inspections within the city had intensified. And during this sensitive period, even lucrative side ventures were becoming increasingly untenable. Moses entered an upscale bar, seeking potential buyers. What was the latest news? King Amuse was scheduled to deliver a speech in a fortnight at the central square of Magic City. Anything else? None. Here. A silver coin slipped from the middle-aged man's hand into Moses's grasp. The opportunities were dwindling. Damn, this is tough, Moses mused, masking his discontent with a cheerful facade as he thanked the man and sought his next target. The value of information diminished with each passing moment. A speech? Was it related to last week's events concerning Red Rock City? Probably. Close enough. The news gradually spread throughout the nation, drawing throngs of people into Magic City, eager to catch a glimpse of the king. Such a rare occasion, indeed, a once-in-a-century event, or rather, a millennium. It seemed that significant happenings were on the horizon. Meanwhile, Alan and Bona had just arrived in Magic City, having rushed to witness this historic moment. Alan, this spot is excellent. Tomorrow, you'll have a splendid view of King Amuse's speech. You truly are generous, booking such an expensive room, Alan remarked. What is the big deal? You haven't seen the finest yet. I secured a window seat in a second-floor bar close to the platform, providing an unobstructed view. All right, let us get some rest. After such a long journey, I'm exhausted, Bona chuckled, scratching his head. At this moment, Alpha and his entourage also arrived in Magic City, consisting only of Will, Diana, Uncle Hay, and Shao-Chi, as Khalees could not leave the Khalees ship and needed to care for the soon-to-hatch Adele and Duo. Wow. Hey Chi, look. I want to eat that. That one. Shao-Chi exclaimed, perched atop Hey Chi's head, pointing at a nearby vendor. It looks delicious. Do you want some? Before Hey Chi could respond, Shao-Chi unceremoniously shoved a sticky morsel into his mouth. Gross. What on earth did you just make me eat? Will and Diana followed silently behind, their hands tightly intertwined, a steadfast connection since their departure from the Callus. All right, Shao-Chi, we must return to the hotel. Otherwise, we won't rise early enough to secure good seats. This place is so fascinating. You adults truly fail to comprehend. Shao-Chi exclaimed, having already purchased an abundance of items. Alpha felt a pang of regret, for it was his purse that was being depleted. Eventually, after much persuasion, Shao-Chi reluctantly agreed to return to the hotel, but insisted on a full day of exploration in the magical city. Alpha lamented internally, wishing he had insisted on keeping Shao-Chi aboard the Callus. He touched his already thin wallet, realizing the funds were nearly exhausted from this excursion. He cast a resentful glance at the two behind him, who seemed to possess not a single coin. He pondered how the Black Hat organization had even come to be. As night fell, the afterglow of the sunset slowly faded. Yet the streets remained vividly illuminated, bustling with life rivaling the day. Every inn in this magical city was at full capacity, eagerly anticipating the morning's speech. The closer to the city center, the higher the costs. Even before dawn, eager individuals scrambled for seats, and as the sun rose, the central square teemed with people. Heads bobbed everywhere, some even climbing onto rooftops, creating a sea of dark shapes. Large airships hovered above, encircling the square, while sentinels stood watch from their elevated platforms, motionless since the early morning. As midday approached, the sun blazed fiercely, intensifying the heat in the central square, and the crowd, increasingly exposed to the sun, began to stir restlessly. Will it commence? How long must we wait? The king's presence is indeed grand, yet the multitude here awaits solely for him. Indeed. Where is he? We demand to see the king. The crowd began to surge towards the platform. A refreshing breeze swept through the central square, alleviating the oppressive heat, and the crowd gradually quieted. Slowly, a figure descended from the heavens, with golden white hair and wings of a grayish hue, clad in a resplendent and dignified white robe. It was none other than King Hal of Amos. The presence of this elder commanded silence, as all gazes turned toward the platform, captivated by his aura. Simultaneously, dozens of individuals appeared floating in various directions around the square, their wings differing in color, each emanating a powerful presence, their expressions solemn. From a distance, Alpha and his companions finally beheld the visage of the king, a sight most had only encountered in legends. Many young maidens once dreamt of King Arms as a handsome figure, becoming the cherished ideal of many a girl in the realm. Their hearts have now been deeply wounded. Chapter 24. The King's Address, Part 2. On this sweltering afternoon, the most renowned speech in the history of arms is about to unfold. At this very moment, the old king stands at the center of a magical circle upon a high platform, his silhouette gradually materializing in the central squares across the nation, as countless citizens focus intently on his address. In the southern military camps of the Summer and Winter Mountains, the magical formations are also prepared, and the soldiers listen in solemn silence. The old king speaks deliberately, each word imbued with sincerity and gravity, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of all present. In this momentous occasion, perhaps the most pivotal in history, I deliver this message to every household and to all my subjects, regardless of their station, whether in the upper realm or the lower. I convey my heartfelt sincerity, as if I were conversing face to face with each one of you. Most of us are once again faced with the specter of war. We have tirelessly sought a means to truly seal away those dreadful monsters that have plagued the arms empire, seeking to resolve the issues and ambiguities that have long troubled us. Yet, all efforts have proven futile, and we are compelled to initiate military action once more. For we must confront an ideology. Should this ideology gain the upper hand, it would inflict grievous harm upon the order and civilization of the arms empire. This ideology sheds all pretense, revealing itself as a retreat before evil, a belief in malevolence. For the sake of all that we hold dear, it is unfathomable that we once retreated, compromised, and endured the presence of demons. This time, we shall eradicate them completely, for the noble purpose we aspire to achieve. I once again call upon all people across the arms territory, regardless of your identity, wherever you may be, and regardless of your capabilities. If you wish to safeguard your homeland and those you hold dear, I implore you to remain calm, resolute, and united in facing this trial. The Battle of Red Rock City stands as a testament. We cannot rely solely on the soldiers at the front lines. Each of us will become a part of this war, ensuring that the tragedy of Red Rock City never recurs. Here, I extend my gratitude to the Son of Light, Alpha, the late Mage Callus, and the civilian Black Hat Resistance and Fire Dragon Brigade for their sacrifices in the Battle of Red Rock City. Let us observe 3 minutes of silence in honor of the heroes who fell and the innocent lives of 500,000 who perished. The old king slowly bows his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, though none notice. The crowd lowers their heads in silence, mourning the tragedy. Women and children weep openly, and even some emotional men find their eyes stained with tears. The individuals who personally endured the ravages of that war, Alpha, Will, Diana, Black 7, Alan, and Bona, had tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. "Why are you all crying?" Little 7 inquired, perplexed. "You will understand when you grow up," Black 7 replied, gently ruffling Little 7's hair. Black 7 empathized deeply, not only having participated in the Battle of Red Rock City, but also having recently experienced the agony of losing one's homeland. 3 minutes may seem fleeting, yet for everyone in that moment, their minds were inundated with horrific images of slaughter and the devastation of their homes. The path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Dark times may not be far off, and warfare could extend beyond the northern Xiaodong mountain range. We must persevere until the Great Wall is erected. In just one more year, it will rise. We are not evading. Rather, we are gathering strength to once and for all eradicate these blood-sucking demons. The construction of the Great Wall will also prevent the tragedy of Red Rock City from recurring. If our generation cannot accomplish this, we shall entrust it to the next, and so on, until one day, light will blanket the earth, completely vanquishing them. However, we must steadfastly choose the good and sincerely entrust this goal to the light and to our future generations. This is the greatest crisis in history. We must act. The Northern Great Wall is merely a part of the plan. In my lifetime, I shall devote all my efforts to enveloping the entire southern realm within the Great Wall. The rebels, you shall become the guardians within its confines. Your responsibilities are no less than those of the soldiers on the front lines. The knowledge from the upper realm will be fully imparted to the lower realm, equipping us to confront the impending crisis. For those who contribute, I shall bestow significant rewards. Capable rebels will be appointed as guardians of each great city, and anyone willing may become a protector within the walls. If we can unite with unwavering faith, then under the guidance of the light, we shall undoubtedly triumph. The brilliance of Amus will forever illuminate the earth. After the old king concluded his remarks, he gazed towards Alpha for over 30 seconds. Alpha, in turn, met the elder's eyes from a great distance, their souls communicating beyond the throngs of people, as if they were standing face to face. Though the old king uttered no words to Alpha, the depth of his gaze conveyed sentiments that equaled any spoken expression. Alpha, with a dreamy look in his eyes, regarded the old king, understanding that he was weary and yearning for someone to uphold the fate of the entire nation. Someone like Alpha himself. He was waiting. For the Great Wall initiative was not solely to shield the remnants of the people, but also to await Alpha's maturation. When Alpha would grow capable of ending this war, he felt a pang of sorrow as he watched the old king's silhouette fade away, bearing the immense weight of the kingdom upon his shoulders. A truly remarkable man. The speech comes to an end, resonating in the hearts of listeners nationwide with a fervent slogan. The resistance will emerge as the vanguard in the forthcoming armistice war, heralding an era of total warfare. Under the king's summons, the resistance is poised to experience a resurgence. The future belongs to them. Many remain behind, meticulously reflecting on every detail of the king's address. It is undeniable that this has significantly stirred the interest of the populace and greatly uplifted the morale of the soldiers at the front lines. "Aren't you supposed to have a serious conversation with the old king?" Alpha inquires. "No need. He has already spoken to me," comes the reply. "Let us depart. I am determined to grow stronger." Alpha gazes skyward, his eyes fixed towards the north. The northern sky has begun to change its hue, no longer resembling the former North Sea. Can he truly become the savior of this era? How significant of a ripple can he create? It appears that he still has a long way to go. Chapter 25. Crisis. Of course, the audience's attention during the speech was not limited to the southern populace. The northern adversaries were equally engaged. "You fools. You can't even conquer Red Rock City. How dare you return?" Lanny scolds the group before him with fervor. The siege of the city was a direct order from his father. demanding the capture of Red Rock City to demonstrate the disparity to those insignificant ants. Yet, his subordinates have utterly failed. My lord Lanny, it is not our lack of effort. We were unexpectedly met with a surge of reinforcements, including Fire King Ras. It must be your incompetence that revealed our position. Do not dare to make excuses. Lanny kicks one of the kneeling men. Thud. The man is sent crashing against a nearby pillar, the sheer force rendering him unconscious. His body contorted. The remaining individuals dare not utter another word. At that moment, a vampire clad in red approaches Lanny, whispering something in his ear. Enough, I understand. Lanny responds impatiently. You may leave for now. I will deal with you later. The weather in the North Sea remains as harsh as ever. Yet since the vampires have claimed this territory, it has come alive with bustling activity, rivaling the magic of the South. At the heart of the city stands a castle known as the Shadow Fortress, where a meeting is convened, filled with attendees. At the head of the table sits none other than Lancelot. Thud, 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 thud. Lancelot impatiently taps on the table, awaiting one individual. Enough. I will not wait any longer. Lancelot exclaims, his frustration palpable as he slams his palm onto the table, causing it to crack like a spider's web. Just then, Lanny finally makes his entrance, ascending the stairs with a genial expression directed at Lancelot. Father, I apologize for my tardiness. Lance said nothing to Lanny, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Lanny chose a seat at random. Arriving late to meetings was a common occurrence for him, yet Lance did not reprimand him, which left Lanny feeling somewhat uneasy. The mission in Red Rock City had ended in failure. Lance spoke with an air of indifference, as though he were not angered by the outcome. However, this operation had instilled a sense of urgency within them. Just a few days prior, that old rogue, Hal Arms, had delivered a speech proclaiming that the Great Wall Plan would seal off the route from north side to the south within a year. This meant that our time was limited. Otherwise, we would be forced to endure prolonged attrition, a situation the population of Northside would not permit. What do you mean? Prepare for a full-scale offensive next week. If that fails, we will have no choice but to carve out our own territory in Northside to regain our strength. I plan to commit 500,000 troops. I shall take the lead. Holt will provide support. You will lead 50,000 in a surprise attack from the west, and you will take 50,000 to flank from the east. I will command the remaining forces. Everyone, get ready. All right, everyone disperse. Lanny was perplexed as to why his father had not mentioned what he would do. After all the others had exited the conference room, only the father and son remained. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar as they sat in silence. What are you still doing here now that everyone has left? Lance's tone was tinged with irritation. Why did you not send me into battle? Lanny could not contain his curiosity and wondered if it was due to the failure at Red Rock City. You need not go this time. Why not? Do you look down upon me? Lanny slammed his palm on the table. With a resounding crash, the table collapsed. This time, you cannot accompany me. I need you to guard this place diligently. Do not return to that location. With a clap of his hands, a man in a long robe appeared before them. Human, what do you mean by this? I am not hungry at the moment, and I do not drink male blood. You know I share your peculiar tastes. He will remain by your side. Inquire of him should any matters arise. And he is not human. Lance chuckled. Impossible. He clearly bears the scent of a human. Haha. Now behold this. The robed man shifted his appearance, revealing the visage of a vampire. Quickly, call Uncle. Uncle? Is he not already dead? In that war, only Lanny and Lance were sealed. The others were slaughtered. Brother, it has been many years. How have you and Lanny fared? Among vampires, there exist two factions. The peace advocates, who promote coexistence with humans and seek to exchange other forms of compensation for blood, believing that the sheer number of humans makes total domination impossible, and the war hawks, who endorse controlling humanity through warfare, employing a more brutal and sanguinary approach. In fact, many vampires remain hidden in certain regions, having vanished after the Great War. Lanny's second uncle is a member of the faction advocating for peace. He possesses an exceptional talent for disguising himself as a human to gather intelligence, a skill that has adeptly shielded him for many years. Your uncle has conducted extensive research on the captive breeding model. Should you falter, heed his counsel and await the opportune moment to assert dominance over the entirety of arms. And you, father? I have lived enough. If I am defeated, I shall descend to seek out your mother. She must long for me. Lons gazed out at the snowy landscape, lost in myriad thoughts. Lanny understood that his father still harbored deep affection for his mother. It was intentional on his part. A desire for vengeance. He sought to extinguish his anger and resolve his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, in the southern city of magic, the old king stood by the window, staring into the distance, where he could see North Sai and the once prosperous aerial continent of arms. Tap, tap. Tap. The crisp sound of footsteps approached, and a young, beautiful woman entered, clad in simple yet elegant attire, her fair skin and stunning beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. Before she could utter a word, the old king inquired, "Are you prepared?" Without turning, he asked in a calm tone, "Yes, grandfather. The moment they make a move, we shall strike." The woman replied earnestly. Though her hands fidgeted nervously, despite being her father, she had always felt a peculiar tension in his presence since childhood. "This time, you and your brother shall remain behind. We, the elders, will proceed." "Why am I any weaker than those uncles?" The woman insisted stubbornly. "There is no reason. Obey." The old king's voice turned stern as he glanced back at her. Before she could respond, he reiterated, "Are you prepared?" Again, he asked without turning. "Yes, grandfather. The moment they make a move, we shall strike." She answered earnestly, but her hands continued to fidget, the familiar tension in her father's presence overwhelming her. "This time, you and your brother shall remain behind. We, the elders, will proceed." "Why am I any weaker than those uncles?" She insisted defiantly. "There is no reason. Obey." The old king's tone grew fierce as he turned to face her. "I will not listen." For reasons unknown, the woman exclaimed this and dashed out the door. As the sun gradually descended, she ran to a high rooftop and sat down, muttering to herself while holding a bunch of grapes. "Fools. All fools. Father is. And so is grandfather." She spat out the seeds of the grapes as she cursed. "Where has Eileen gone? Bring her back to me." The old king barked at the two individuals beside him, knowing that his granddaughter was indeed more capable than her brothers, yet she had a penchant for mischief. "Fate always seems to toy with us, and both you and I are mere pawns in its game. Why must we complicate matters for each other? We are of the same root. Why the haste to turn against one another?" The old king gazed helplessly towards the north. Chapter 26. Memories are the pain of longing within the vast expanse of the castle. Two children engaged in a game of hide-and-seek as snowflakes drifted down like feathers from the heavens. "Alpha, where are you hiding?" Adele called out, clutching a teddy bear. "Not under the bed, nor in the wardrobe." "Alpha, I'm right here, come find me." After uttering those words from behind the door, Alpha stealthily slipped into the wardrobe. Following the sound, Adele dashed to the adjacent door, only to discover that Alpha had already concealed himself in the wardrobe. "You're not here." Suddenly, a cacophony of chaos erupted from downstairs. "Kill them." Alpha, hearing the commotion, swiftly emerged from the wardrobe. "Miss Adele, it's now your turn to hide while I seek." "Where did you hide before?" "I couldn't find you at all," she said, cradling her teddy bear. Alpha pointed towards the wardrobe he had just vacated. "Miss Adele, you must stay hidden here. No matter what you see or hear, do not emerge. I will find you." "All right, come find me," Adele replied, retreating into the wardrobe with her teddy bear. Suddenly, footsteps began to ascend the stairs, and Alpha cautiously drew his sword, concealing himself behind the door. "Find him. Leave not a single one." "Ah, what is happening?" Alpha struck the intruder in the thigh. "You little brat. Watch how I deal with you." The man, limping and brandishing a knife, charged at Alpha. A battle ensued, marked by a stark disparity in strength, as the small figure fell time and again, yet rose each time. "Why so slow? It's just a child." Another man entered. Blood pooled on the ground, and a head was severed from its body. The young boy was drenched in crimson, uncertain if it belonged to him or his fallen comrades. "Damn it, I'll take you down." The man lunged forward. Witnessing his dismembered companion, the boy quivered as he stood, his grip on the knife faltering. "Now it's my turn to protect you, Miss Adele." Adele peered through the crack of the wardrobe door, her heart racing as she watched the unfolding scene. This young boy would shield her. Perhaps this marked the beginning of her affection for Alpha. Yet, it did not prevent the man from advancing. Alpha collapsed to the ground, gazing at Adele in the wardrobe. His lips parted slightly, forming words that emitted no sound. As the man prepared to deliver the final blow to Alpha, tears streamed down Adele's cheeks. Clutching her teddy bear, she burst forth from the wardrobe. "Don't hurt him." The toy fell to the ground as the little girl spread her arms wide, shielding Alpha behind her. "Get lost." The man kicked Adele aside. Bang! Her head struck the wall. In her hazy vision, she perceived Alpha about to be decapitated. Pain. An agonizing ache. She could not comprehend why her heart hurt so profoundly. Tears continued to stream from Adele's eyes, the blood from her head saturating her vision, leaving her in a haze of crimson. In the blink of an eye, she has grown up, over and over again. Each time, she bears the scars of her own making. Why? Am I truly a harbinger of misfortune? Stop! Stop! The past plays vividly in her mind, repeating relentlessly. "Do not harm him. I beg you." The scene shifts to a vast expanse of white snow. Adele is on horseback, while Alpha waves goodbye. "Why? Do not hold me back. Obey. Go." The horses gallop through the snowy night. Have they caught up? Brother, Alpha must have perished too. Fool, let us meet again below. How regrettable. There was no chance to tell him, I love you. Farewell to this world. The scene changes once more. Why? Am I the only one left alive? Why did you save me? Vampires. Oh heavens. Are you jesting with Adele and me? Die. Die. I refuse to live alone. My head repeatedly strikes the wall. Knock. Knock. Is someone at the door? Alpha. Thank you. He is not dead after all. This time, Alpha isn't scathed. Yes. Alpha. Thank you, you big fool. Ouch. It hurts. Are you certain you want to consume them, or would you rather nurture them? If I don't supplement my strength with some meat, you can expect to go hungry. You will stay with me, right? Yes. Just like when we were children, I will protect you. How wonderful it is. May it always remain this way. Yes. Forever and ever, regardless of the time or what may happen. Alpha, do you think we can fly to that continent? As long as you wish to go, I will accompany you. Alpha, I love you. Adele, I love you too. A night of tender intimacy, blissful. It feels as if we are perpetually ensconced in those days. Suddenly, the scenery shifts, and I transform into a vine. A vine. Year after year passes. The wind and sun are relentless, such a long duration. I strive to grow and grow. Wow. The treetops are like this. So high. I continue to ascend. Time elapses, and I suddenly take on human form. Albeit initially rather unappealing. Yet, as I begin to walk, I can lift off the ground. A wave of joy surges within me. Where to now? Let us explore. Off I go. What lies ahead? Wow. Do not chase me. Oh, that person ahead. Do not walk away. What a beautiful young man. Bam. What was that? Ah. The two running away. Puff, puff. At long last, she had managed to rid herself of him. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Alpha, Adele remarked. Am I? He replied, what about my name? Do you not have one? What is a name? What purpose does it serve? It seems you are quite naive. Where are your parents? Parents? Never mind. The blond man adjusted his head. Where are you headed? Why are you following me? You smell delightful. I wish to accompany you. Very well. But you must have a name. I seem to struggle with naming things. The man pondered seriously while the little vine patiently awaited. Ah, I have it. From this moment forth, you shall be called Dodo. 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 The little vine exclaimed joyfully. Come, let us introduce ourselves. A red-haired girl emerged from the man's necklace. Hello. I am Dodo. Greetings. I am Karis. Both were quite small, adorably plump. The scene shifted, revealing a battle involving one man and two women. To the right. Be careful. It's fine. The young vine had blossomed into a strikingly beautiful young woman. The scene transitioned again, as a colossal creature materialized before them. Run. Quickly. A blinding golden light enveloped them, making it difficult to open their eyes. Forgive me, Karis. The man tossed the necklace away, which soared into the distance, transforming back into a vine. Yet, a profound sadness lingered. Another long wait ensued, year after year, until a familiar aura emerged. Joy. Today is indeed a splendid day. Indeed. I knew it all along. How could you possibly perish? Inside the immense green egg, Adele's closed eyes shed tears, while Dodo's eyes also glistened with drops of sorrow. Suddenly, Adele's eyes flew open. Was it a dream? She wondered, gazing at Dodo across from her. But is this truly Dodo? She bears such a resemblance to me. At that moment, Dodo too opened her eyes wide, smiling brightly at Adele. From that moment onward, no secrets would remain between them. The green shell gradually cracked open, and the two emerged slowly from within. Chapter 27, Awakening to Adele's. Just as dawn began to break, a group set out early. Alpha, what troubles you? Little Seven observed Alpha, who appeared lethargic, his eyes bloodshot. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired and did not sleep well, Alpha yawned. Alpha, Black Uncle, and Will were laden with bundles, appearing as though they were fleeing from something dire. At that moment, a shop assistant suddenly rushed out. Masked, sir? The assistant spotted Alpha's half-hidden face. Please wait a moment. He dashed back into the store, returning with a letter. This is a letter entrusted to you by an elderly gentleman, he said, presenting the missive. Alpha scratched his head, for he had no acquaintances in the magical city. The old gentleman? The wax seal on the envelope remained intact, bearing the impression of a feather. The feather impression? Oh, thank you. Alpha produced a silver coin as a reward for the attendant. Several pairs of eyes turned toward Alpha, staring intently. What are you looking at me for? With a swift motion, he tore open the envelope, revealing its contents. What does it say? The inquisitive little Seven asked on behalf of the others. As Alpha read further, his brow furrowed deeper with concern. Little Seven was about to utter another remark when Black Seven playfully flicked his forehead. Shoo! Black Seven raised a finger to his lips. The group refrained from disturbing Alpha. After perusing the letter, Alpha fell into a contemplative silence. This old fellow is truly remarkable. Alpha scratched his head in wonder. The old fellow? The others echoed in unison. Indeed, the old king. What did the letter say? Will inquired. To this, Alpha offered no reply, silently shouldering his belongings and striding toward the city gates. Let us proceed, exclaimed Seven. Oh, I shall soon see Sister Khalees. I've brought her a plethora of snacks. Uncle Black wore a bemused expression, while little Seven was oblivious to his own excitement. Just as they were about to exit the city gates, Alpha glanced back at the heights of the city center, where another figure was also gazing in their direction. The morning sun had just risen, casting a soft glow through the lingering mist. After a brief passage of time, the group finally returned to the Khalees vessel. The ship rested atop a desolate hill, having lost 2 legs and yet to find suitable hands for repair. At that moment, a delightful surprise awaited Alpha. We have returned. Sister Khalees, please open the hatch. Little Seven shouted exuberantly. The hatch creaked open slowly, and Alpha rushed forward in excitement. Adele, Alpha. The two embraced tightly, igniting a fervent passion. As Adele and Alpha shared a heated kiss, Adele attempted to voice her thoughts, but was silenced by Alpha's fervor. Oh no, watch your step, Seven. Wow, they are kissing. Little Seven peered through partially covered eyes at the affectionate couple. Enough. The girl beside us is watching. After a struggle, Adele managed to break free from Alpha's lips and turned to Little Seven. Well, let us continue inside. I have so much to tell you. Alpha glanced back at the peering Little Seven, feeling a bit embarrassed, though a smile began to emerge on his face. Everyone, please go in first. Adele instructed the group behind Alpha. This transformation not only greatly benefited Adele's physical well-being, but also matured her intellect. Each gesture exuded the grace of a refined lady. Indeed, Adele, known as the Black Seven, possesses extraordinary swordsmanship. We shall affectionately refer to him as Uncle Black. Little Seven, why don't you greet Sister Adele? Hello, sister. Good. Is your name Little Seven? Yes. I'm very well behaved. Here, this is for you, sister. It's quite delicious. Little Seven retrieved a piece of candy from a cloth bag. Alpha furrowed his brow. Before Adele could speak, Alpha interjected, Little Seven, your sister Adele cannot consume such things. Alpha replied awkwardly, after all, Adele is a vampire. How could she eat candy? It's all right, Adele exclaimed, snatching the candy and popping it into her mouth. This candy is indeed sweet. Will and Diana, I have found them. Has Miss Adele's health improved? A flicker of concern passed through Diana's eyes. Yes, much better. Thank you. Will merely offered a brief greeting. There have been some developments during this time that I need to explain to you. Alpha beamed with delight, chattering incessantly like a giddy bride. Adele nodded slightly, her arm draped around Alpha's. The two proceeded towards the hall. By the way, where is our great benefactor Dodo? She is your savior, and we must express our gratitude properly. Isn't that so? Adele pointed towards Dodo, who was seated ahead. At that moment, everyone surrounded Dodo, bustling about. Two Miss Adeles. Little Seven exclaimed. Alpha stood dumbfounded, unable to articulate a response. Which of you is Adele, and which is Dodo? Alpha looked between the two, perplexed. Just then, Khalees spoke up. Adele carries your blood within her. Can you not discern between them? It was only then that Alpha realized the true identity of the figure beside him was indeed Adele. Dodo, what is going on? Alpha's tone turned serious. There was no choice. It was a matter of survival, and I had to do it this way. Dodo was quite innocent in this matter. It turned out that Dodo's spell was originally intended for self-preservation, but in a moment of desperation, she had to include Adele as well. The good news was that during this time, Adele's body underwent a peculiar transformation. To explain, as previously mentioned, Adele no longer needed to consume blood or draw upon magic for sustenance, which was an overall positive development. To celebrate the awakening of Adele and Dodo, a lavish feast was held during the day. The number of people aboard the Khalees was steadily increasing, transforming what was once a desolate ship into a lively gathering. Adele, Diana, and Khalees busied themselves preparing a sumptuous dinner, while Dodo assisted nearby, despite her lack of skills. The men conversed leisurely in the garden, while Little Seven chased Dodo around playfully. If only it could remain this way, Alpha mused, observing the adorable Little Seven. He dreamed of having a child with Adele, living a carefree life together. A significant event is about to unfold. Is it due to the letter we received during the day? Will inquired. Indeed, our next destination is the West, where a great battle is imminent. Are we to commence once more? One can only speculate how many lives will be lost this time. The haunting image of Red Rock City resurfaced in the minds of the gathering. We shall be the clandestine weapon of the West. My blade is not to be trifled with. I shall slay as many as come. Uncle Hay polished his dual blades. If we are to act, let us do so decisively. I, Will, shall stand resolutely by your side. A fervent patriotism ignited within Will's heart. It seems the old king's speech had quite the effect. Alpha mused, for even without the old king's summons, he would have returned to this cause. Yes, let us eradicate this horde of beasts. For arms. For arms. For humanity. Uncle Hay, not being of arms descent, felt a tinge of awkwardness. Chapter 28. A lavish feast as night deepened. A castle floated high above the desolate wilderness, appearing solitary beneath the vast starry sky, yet within, a different scene unfolded. Wow! How sumptuous! Gazing upon the lavish feast laid before them, Shao-Chi's mouth watered profusely. Shao-Chi yearned to indulge. You have already consumed an abundance of snacks. Do you not fear becoming unwell? Adele gently patted Shao-Chi's head. Shao-Chi had overeaten and was now burping incessantly, hastily covering his mouth. Yet the burps continued unabated. His appearance was utterly adorable. Go and summon them down. Dinner is ready. I am not burping. I am merely famished. Shao-Chi retorted, racing upstairs. At that moment, several individuals were still engaged in discussions regarding national matters, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Just then, Shao-Chi, still burping, made his way up. Adele exclaimed, Sister, let me inform you that dinner is served. Suddenly, Uncle Hay sprang forth, materializing before Shao-Chi with a playful grimace. You frightened me to death. Shao-Chi scampered down, his voice quaking. Alpha and Will regarded Uncle Hay with disdain. Her burping is indeed quite effective, Uncle Hay justified. Let us proceed to dine and savor the culinary skills of these lovely ladies. Truly, the two paid no heed to Uncle Hay, descending the stairs. Wow! Upon reaching the lower level, they overheard Shao-Chi lamenting to Khalees. Knowing that they all held a certain trepidation towards Khalees, Shao-Chi was certainly being deliberate. What is it, Shao-Chi? Uncle Hay is bullying me. Shao-Chi nestled into Khalees's embrace, seeking comfort. See, Shao-Chi has ceased burping. Indeed. Shao-Chi has stopped. Come here, let me hold you. Uncle Hay's stubbled face rubbed against Shao-Chi's. Humph. You are too wicked. Tonight I shall sleep with Sister Khalees. Enough of this nonsense. Come and eat. Adele brought forth the final dish. Uncle Hay gazed in astonishment at the dishes laid out on the table. Is this how you celebrate? In his impoverished homeland, he had devoted himself to the art of swordsmanship since childhood and had never partaken in such a lavish dinner. Oh, this is rather ordinary, Adele replied. All right, everyone, let us eat. Alpha took his seat at the head of the table, with the others arranged in order around him. We are heading west, and I suspect we won't have such fine food in the days to come, so everyone should eat their fill. Khalees produced her exquisite wine. The three of them indulged to the point of inebriation. Aside from the women, several burly men were in a state of blissful drunkenness, toasting one another with flushed faces. Should we not stop them from drinking? Duo remarked as he observed the three, lost in a haze. It's quite beneficial for the body. Khalees mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg. Shao-Chi, are you all right? Adele asked with concern, noticing Shao-Chi's swollen belly. Hoo-hoo. Shao-Chi had fallen asleep, a smile gracing his face. Since their escape, he had endured countless bouts of hunger, often going without meals. Daddy, Mommy, Shao-Chi murmured in his sleep. This utterance struck a chord within everyone. None of them had parents anymore, nor even relatives. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, and hands that had just been raised in toast froze midair. I remember that Shao-Chi witnessed the death of his parents. His family saved me. That fateful night. Those vile creatures ambushed us. By the time I arrived, only Shao-Chi remained. Uncle Hay recounted slowly, his gaze fixed on his cup, lost in memories of that tragic night. Though his face was flushed, his mind remained clear. It's all my fault. Uncle Hay downed his drink in one go. The normally taciturn man, who rarely spoke, shed tears for the first time in front of everyone. I owe her so much. It's a debt I can never repay in this lifetime. Alpha recalled their first encounter, where Uncle Hay had been nothing but skin and bones, while Shao-Chi appeared relatively normal, albeit a bit hungry. Each person here bore a heart-wrenching past. Let us not dwell on that. Today is a celebration of Adele and Duo's return, Will declared, raising his glass. Clang. Uncle Hay had fallen asleep on the table. Black Chi, don't leave me. Shao-Chi murmured, tossing out another dreamlike phrase. All right, let us help them upstairs to rest, Adele instructed. At this moment, it seemed that Adele was evolving into the caretaker of this small group. She assisted the dazed Alpha up the stairs. Don't go. Stay with me, Alpha said, pulling at Adele's hand in a drunken haze. I haven't finished tidying up down here. I'll be back shortly. It's a promise. Alpha extended his pinky. Adele linked her pinky with his, surprised to see this side of him. Alpha had always presented himself as the big brother, yet now he appeared rather childish. All right. I'm going down now. Downstairs, Duo, Karis, and Diana were busy tidying up. Adele went to lend a hand. And now she bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Adele's mother was a kind-hearted homemaker. Is brother Alpha asleep? Karis inquired. Brother? Adele replied, somewhat puzzled. Before her unconsciousness, she recalled that Karis had always referred to Alpha as master. He prefers me to address him that way, Karis explained, sensing Adele's confusion. In truth, for her, Alpha was akin to a father figure. For Duo, Alpha held an even more profound significance. Yes, he is asleep. I know he cares deeply for you. So we must act in accordance with his wishes. The mutation of your vampiric traits was a decision reached between Duo and me. We did not wish to see our master distressed or burdened by this matter. Adele stood in amazement. Incredible, I assent it. Consider this our first gift to you and the master. Duo twirled her hair. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. It must have come at a considerable cost. Adele gazed excitedly at the two. It's merely the last life-saving spell wasted. There's no need for concern, Duo replied generously. Aware of Alpha and Adele's past, she also felt deep sympathy for Adele's plight. If you dare to disappoint the Master's expectations, I assure you, the outcome is something you would not wish to witness. Karis warned Adele. Moreover, you are unaware that the Master visits you daily, speaking to you. When I asked why, do you know what he said? I fear she may be scared alone. Adele was taken aback, realizing how much Alpha cared for her, regardless of her transformation. It seemed she would have to reward him well tonight. Adele pondered how to express her gratitude to these two. She was merely someone Alpha cherished. And yet they had gone to such lengths for her. Thank you, she exclaimed. Rest assured, even if the entire world forsakes him, I shall not. I will remain steadfast by his side. Adele embraced Karis and Duo tightly. Finally, the heavy burden that had weighed on Adele's heart lifted. She could be openly with Alpha at last. Chapter 29. Heart-wrenching confessions. Uncle Black was summoned to the garden by Alpha and Will. What is the matter? Uncle Black asked. Puzzled. Today, we would like to request you to be our witness, Alpha said with a cheerful smile directed at Uncle Black. Uncle Black looked at Alpha in astonishment, then turned to Will. You too? Yes. Will nodded. In fact, on the way to the magic capital, Alpha had already discussed this with Will. And that night was precisely for selecting garments and purchasing necessary items for the occasion. Why choose this moment? Uncle Black inquired, still confused. This battle was fierce. And we wish to leave no regrets, Will replied, a hint of sorrow evident in his eyes. Rest assured, nothing will happen to you. I am watching over you. Uncle Hay is quite confident in his abilities. So what about this matter? This afternoon? Why are we standing here? It is my first time serving as a witness to a wedding. Uncle Hay's laughter erupted. The few of them descended the stairs to announce the news, while Adele and Diana remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Ahem, I have an important announcement to make, Alpha declared from upstairs. Xiaoqi was still chasing Dudu, while the others busied themselves with preparing lunch. The girls, upon hearing the call, emerged from the kitchen, their aprons still on, exuding a certain chef-like charm. What is it? Adele asked first. Today marks the day of your marriage to me. Alpha turned to look at Diana after making his declaration. Of course, it also involves Will and Diana. The two women were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Adele's eyes welled with tears. She had thought Alpha's drunken words from the previous day were merely casual banter, believing they should wait until the matter was concluded. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within her heart. The surprise arrived too abruptly. The typically aloof and strong-willed Diana leaped into Will's arms, planting a big kiss on him. Seeing Adele still frozen in place, weeping, Alpha rushed down to comfort her. Why are you crying? Do you not wish to marry me? Alpha teased as he wiped her tears. I am not crying. I am just so happy. Adele beamed, wiping away her tears. Duo appeared equally joyful, but Khalees, without uttering a word, stormed off to the garden upstairs, slamming the door. Khalees? Alpha was somewhat puzzled. Is she angry? At that moment, the temperature aboard the Khalees suddenly surged. It's nothing. I'll go check on her, Duo declared, dashing to the garden as well. The remaining individuals stood there, somewhat dazed. Have you all noticed how hot it has suddenly become? Uncle Hay, the observer, remarked. With this reminder, everyone realized that the temperature aboard Khalees had indeed risen significantly. Alpha suspected it was certainly related to Khalees. Having never witnessed Khalees's anger before, he was taken aback by how terrifying it could be. Xiaoqi also ceased her play, sweating profusely. It's so hot. Hey Qi, there's nothing we can do. Hey Qi is hot too. Uncle Hay discerned the underlying tension between Alpha and Khalees. Turning to Alpha, he said, all right, I shall go take a look. You all prepare. With that, Alpha ascended to find Khalees. In the garden, Duo sat beside Khalees. After much contemplation, Duo shared the same feelings as Khalees, but had simply not expressed them. He remains our master. We cannot monopolize him. He has his own choices. Creak. Alpha gently pushed the door open and saw Khalees sitting on the lawn, her head bowed, while Duo spoke to her. What's the matter? Alpha stealthily slipped inside. Duo said nothing and left, leaving only Alpha and Khalees behind. You have always been this way. Everyone knows, except for you. The garden gradually illuminated with countless specks of light, resembling a starry sky, slowly descending. Khalees looked up at this celestial display. Alpha widened his eyes in awe, but suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head. A tumult of forgotten memories surged within his mind. The garden dimmed, and innumerable lights flickered to life, gently falling down. Khalees, be good. Stay right here. I have something important to attend to. I will return. A man, identical in appearance to him, spoke to a red-haired girl of about 8 or 9 years old. When will you come back? The red-haired girl inquired. When you learn this, I will return, he replied. Casting a sympathetic glance at the little girl, his hands filled with glimmering lights that he tossed into the air like fireworks. Okay, the girl responded earnestly. Alpha recalled the moment, his eyes reddening as he cradled his head. Khalees is not foolish. I have learned. I learned long ago. Khalees cried out, his voice tinged with desperation. Where have you been all this time? I've waited here alone, coming every day to gaze at the stars you told me about. I waited and waited. For over 1,000 years. I have been waiting for you. Can it be like before? Khalees's voice gradually diminished. Can't it? How was I to know what it was like before? As he spoke, Khalees broke down in tears. I'm sorry, Khalees. I'm late, Alpha lamented. It's useless. You know it. I care for you. But why? Adele only accompanied you for a few years. What about me? What am I? Am I just a dog you keep? Khalees's outburst grew more intense. Slap. Alpha struck Khalees across the face. You are being unreasonable. You are Khalees, not someone else, nor a mere dog. You hit me. You've never struck me before. The sobs that had subsided erupted anew. I've forgotten much about the past. What can I do? You never tell me. If you want me to know, just tell me. Why act so mysteriously? Alpha, though irritated, regained his composure. You don't understand. You know nothing. Khalees cried in anguish. How can I understand if you don't let me know? I care for you. Do you know that? But you are my master. Master, you are my master. Khalees declared, asserting that he did not want Alpha to be merely his brother. But I don't want you to be just my master. From the moment I became aware, I have cared for you. Do you understand? Khalees sobbed, unable to articulate further. Alpha stood frozen, Khalees, and slowly, a multitude of lights began to gather in Alpha's hands, slowly collapsing into the hands of Khalees. I held his hand aloft, casting it into the air. I have returned. And this time I shall not depart. Never again. Khalees, everyone adores you. Khalees silently gazed at Alpha, aware that he was nearing his return. Chapter 30. The war commences. The inky darkness of the night was illuminated by the flames, as colossal demons trampled upon the lives beneath their feet. Explosions relentlessly bombarded the demons' bodies, while mages at the rear unleashed their ultimate spells. Thousands of fighter planes, forged from mechanical fortresses, soared through the sky, and at the forefront, Hal shone like a beacon in the night, instilling hope in those below. Hold on. The old king bellowed, his body stained with blood. Once I deal with this, I shall swiftly address the next. The Fire King shouted towards Hal. Where are you going? At that moment, a man clad in a blue robe suddenly appeared before the Fire King. This was the treacherous Ice King Hoth. You traitor. How dare you show your face? The Fire King seethed. Haha, what traitor? The victor becomes king while the vanquished are deemed villains. The Ice King provoked. Is that coward not here? Hal noticed the unfolding situation. Though angered, he maintained his composure. Long time no see, is it? A voice resonated from that direction. It was Lance himself. I thought it was someone important, but it's merely a turtle hiding away. Hal retorted scornfully. I thought it was someone of significance. But it's just a drenched dog. Lance shot back, trying to incite Hal by reminding him of the lost floating continent. Were it not for that traitor, what could you possibly achieve? Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. With that declaration, Lance launched himself at Hal. A brilliant red beam shot towards the sky, leaving 2 long trails in its wake. Meanwhile, the Fire King, now incensed, charged towards Hoth. I shall avenge my fallen brothers. Prepare to pay with your life. With that, the Fire King soared into the heavens. The fiery glow flickered intermittently amidst the clouds above. As several prominent figures departed, those remaining began to fight with all their might. Set the formation and trap those behemoths, commanded Chris, son of Hal. Squads of mages advanced from the rear. Under the protection of the soldiers from the upper realm, they ensnared a demon within a grand formation. Amidst layers of protection, they finally managed to confine one of the beasts in place. Chris muttered incantations, slowly raising his right hand, where a massive spear of light materialized. Spear of Judgment. This colossal spear became the focal point of the battlefield, drawing the attention of all. A terrifying aura emanated from the spear. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, the spear surged towards one demon's head. The demon, intent on rescuing its ensnared companion, failed to notice the spear's approach. Before it could turn, the spear had already pierced its body. Dark crimson blood trickled slowly from the severed head. With a resounding boom, the colossal figure collapsed to the ground. Chris, drenched in sweat, gazed at the fallen demon before him. Alas, it could only be utilized once. Yet, despite its singular use, it instilled immense confidence in the soldiers ahead. Kill. As they beheld the downed demon, a flicker of victory ignited within their hearts. Countless spells rained down upon the ensnared demon, swiftly overwhelming it under the barrage of concentrated fire. Meanwhile, the vampires remained unfazed, their bloodlust driving the ordinary vampires into a frenzy as they recklessly charged forward, impervious to the efforts of the regular soldiers attempting to halt their advance. In the midst of fierce combat, claws clashed against swords. Watch your back. A blade intercepted the claws that lunged from behind. Raise your shield. A blood arrow soared toward them. Bang! The arrow struck the shield, piercing halfway through while its tail remained lodged outside. Musketeers ready. Fire! The sword and shield soldiers moved forward, using their flesh to block the sharp claws. One row fell, while another took their place. The muskets wielded great power, yet could not withstand the vampires' regenerative abilities, making it difficult to inflict severe damage. Though they were still somewhat effective. Let you taste my cannon, shouted a dwarf from within a fighter plane. Whoosh! A cannonball struck its target. Before he could revel in his triumph, a claw tore through the aircraft's body. Ah, help me! But no one could hear his cries. Only the thunderous explosions and chaotic roars echoed around. One fighter plane plummeted to the battlefield. Boom! A great sound erupted, and thick smoke billowed from within. This was the elite unit of the dwarves, specially designed to strengthen the aerial forces, incurring vast costs and considerable time. With the entire might of the mechanical fortress dedicated to constructing these 2,000 aircraft. Creak, creak. Two enormous iron beasts appeared behind the human forces. These were the secret weapons of the mechanical fortress, arriving from a distance away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, a colossal figure emerged among the vampires. Unlike the demons, who were barehanded and grotesquely overweight, this entity bore a massive sword, moving with grace while clad in animal skins, his crimson hair billowing in the night sky. You dare to summon such a being? Hal, still battling in the skies, beheld the figure below. You are utterly deranged. Do you not fear him going berserk? Humph. The greatest losses will surely be yours. I have little to lose. The figure charged toward the center of the battlefield, indifferent to the vampires that perished beneath his feet. The vampires obstructing his path were effortlessly swatted down. Do you know? It is not just here. I have dispatched other armies to different locations as well. Over the past 2 years of our encounters, I have thoroughly deciphered your tactics. I am well prepared. Is that so? And what of the dragon? Where has it gone? Lance, with a troubled expression, scratched his head. You. I never imagined that Holt would be willing to sacrifice the dragon as well. Come on. Let us see how long you can endure. With that, Lance erupted once more, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. I can only hope that child can hold his own. I wonder if that letter he sent to Alpha was a blessing or a curse. Hey, what are you still pondering? In an instant, Lance appeared behind Hal, his claws tearing through Hal's wings, ripping away a substantial chunk of flesh. Haha, futile. What can you do now? Save them? You cannot even save yourself. Meanwhile, Alan had followed the military convoy to the west, where a substantial number of troops had been deployed. This puzzled Alan. When had so many forces been stationed in the west without his knowledge? You mentioned an impending attack. Should we not return and gather everyone? Alan inquired of the bearded Bonner beside him. They say it's supposed to happen in the next few days. Returning now would be too late, Bonner replied, stroking his beard. Before the two could finish their conversation, a sharp horn sounded. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare to engage. Stay here. I will assess the situation ahead. Bonner instructed Alan. No way. I am going too. As the two debated, a severed head landed at their feet. It seems you no longer need to check the situation. Alan glanced toward the direction from which the head had come. Chapter 31. The Fire Dragon again. Little Fire Dragon Alan, step back and let me handle this. Without hesitation, Bonner charged forward. With his extensive combat experience, Bonner felt confident against these ordinary, wingless vampires. He raised his shield before him, and with a powerful charge, he knocked the vampire to the ground. A swift swing of his sword severed the vampire's head. Haha, An easy target. Bonner chuckled as he turned to look at Alan. Come on, you rabble. Bonner raised his shield and surged forward. Such reckless behavior. Alan murmured, trailing behind Bonner. Did I not tell you to stay back? Bonner glanced at Alan, who was following him. It is rumored that this battle will be exceedingly brutal. Bonner did not wish for this young man, destined to represent the Fire Dragon Corps, to meet his end here. I have already witnessed Uncle Phil fall once. I do not want the same fate for you, foolish child. Stay behind me, and when danger arises, be sure to evade. The legacy of the Fire Dragon Corps must not be severed. Phil's will must endure. Bonner stood firm in front, while Alan continuously cast small fireballs to harass and support the attack from behind. The two advanced as if in a realm devoid of foes, but in their fervor, they became reckless and charged ahead. Just two insignificant characters, yet they dare to be so arrogant. A red-robed vampire in the sky took notice of this peculiar duo. The two combatants became increasingly ferocious, and before they knew it, only the two of them remained in the vicinity. Uncle Bona, have you noticed something amiss? In the background, Alan sensed the surrounding changes. Bona blocked a vampire in front of them and glanced around. They had been encircled. The troops behind them were retreating incessantly. No retreat. Advance. The commander shouted incessantly, but to no avail. Their morale was utterly shattered after being ambushed in the night. Hope in the darkness, king of the flames. Embodiment of the dragon, miracle of magic, hexagram formation. Alan's hands moved swiftly, weaving a fiery formation in the air. A burst of crimson light flickered, and two fire dragons, each exceeding 5 meters in length, appeared before them. Under the protection of the fire dragons, the two began to retreat slowly. Bona was wounded. Deep claw marks had torn through his chest armor, blood dripping continuously onto the wilderness. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The vampire vanished from sight. I can't hold on any longer. Alan hadn't anticipated that this fire dragon technique would consume so much of his magical and mental energy. He had to fend off ambushes while simultaneously controlling the two fire dragons. He finally understood why Uncle Phil had only summoned a single fire dragon in the past. Managing more was simply beyond his capability. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Alan's face as he neared his limit. Boom, boom. Alan released the last few fireballs, exhausting the magic within him. His eyes began to betray fatigue, threatening to close. I haven't finished fighting yet. No, this would not do. Alan bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. The sharp pain instantly jolted him back to alertness, but as he regained his senses, he saw a claw rushing toward his face. Behind you, Alan shouted urgently. Before he could draw his sword, the claw was nearly upon him. Rip! Alan shut his eyes, feeling a warm rush spill onto his face. What? He felt no pain? As he opened his eyes, everything was bathed in red. Viscous blood trickled down his face. An arm holding a shield fell to the ground. Before Alan could react, a powerful arm wrapped around him and pulled him backward, using his body as a shield. He blocked the incoming claw. Alan looked up to see none other than the bearded Bona. A desperate struggle. Meanwhile, the commander personally led a team to retrieve the two. Bona leaped forcefully, breaking free from the encirclement. The two fire dragons continued to battle. Without Alan's commands, they seemed to possess a heightened sense of awareness. Alan, now retreating to the side, stared blankly at Bona, his body covered in wounds, armor in tatters, and his left arm bleeding profusely. Priest. I need a priest. Alan cried, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Alan, it's all right. It's merely a left arm. Bona reassured him, gently patting Alan's head. But, tears streamed uncontrollably down Alan's face. At his age, was he really to weep like a child for those vampires? Bonner, suppressing his agony, managed to muster a smile. In his eyes, Alan would always remain a child. Alan's heart ached sharply. He cried out. How often had he succumbed to tears? Did such displays resolve anything? Had he not been so willful, trailing behind Bonner, perhaps Bonner would not have been injured while attempting to protect him. Suddenly, the heart of the youth hardened with resolve. This battle was his to claim, destined to fortify his tender spirit. This transformation caused the encircled fire dragons to swell in size, their colors becoming more vibrant. The metamorphosis of the two dragons captured the attention of everyone present, including the human commander, who marveled at the extraordinary potential of this young man. The two fire dragons unleashed torrents of flame upon the vampires below. Everyone, prepare to counterattack. Unleash your ultimate techniques. Follow the fire dragons. Charge. A colossal stone figure appeared beside the commander, lifting him onto its shoulder. The mages, shedding their restraint, began their counteroffensive. At this moment, Bonner collapsed to the ground, and Alan entrusted him to a nearby priest. With fiery eyes, Two blazing orbs ignited within the youth's gaze, fixated upon the dragons ahead. The two fire dragons roared like true dragons. Hundreds of fighter jets coordinated with the two dragons to retaliate. How audacious for these pseudo-dragons to behave so arrogantly. The crimson-cloaked vampire scoffed at them, originally intending to use the ice dragon as a secret weapon. He realized he must demonstrate to the ignorant what a true dragon was. As the human forces believed they were gaining the upper hand, an immense roar reverberated across the battlefield. A dragon, half the size of a small mountain, surged from behind the vampires. With a thunderous roar, a chilling mist emanated from its jaws, enveloping the battlefield in an icy breath. It soared before the two fire dragons, bellowing defiantly, lowering its head as if to mock them. You call yourselves dragons? In the west, where snow had never graced the ground, flakes began to drift down for the very first time in history. The dragon, with its ethereal blue body, flapped its mighty wings, conjuring a tumultuous storm. The winds swept the snowflakes violently across the battlefield, shaking the barren trees, while the desolate branches howled and roared in fury, as if everything in existence were its obedient slaves, subject to its whims of destruction. The dragon exhaled an excruciatingly cold frost fire, freezing the frontline soldiers into statues of ice. Their faces twisted in terror as they looked back, their features turning a pale, bluish hue. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as numerous soldiers began to retreat in desperation. Victory was unattainable. One individual, his eyes glazed in a stupor, gazed ahead, but before he could utter another word, he was encased in ice. Yet, the fire in Alan's eyes remained undiminished. Chapter 32. The moment of faith under the scorching sun, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas. The sunlight pierced through the air like the ticking of a clock, mercilessly stinging the blood coursing beneath the skin. The waves of heat compressed the surroundings, casting two shadows upon the desolate rocks. No matter how vibrant the summer flowers bloomed, they could not stave off decay, and no matter how swiftly I moved, I could not outrun time. Alan, you can do it. Alan, you can do it. The backs of the two figures remained damp despite the relentless heat. No one simply leapt into action. Each person harbored their own convictions. We do not merely exist. Our presence holds purpose. What is your faith? Discover it, proclaim it, and reveal who you are. Faith. Discover it, proclaim it. Who am I? The boy's mind had become a muddled haze under the sweltering sun, yet he pressed on, driven solely by sheer will. Who am I? Alan Stark, declare it. Who are you? One step, another step. At long last, he ascended to the mountain's peak. Alan recalled, should you surrender, life will keep you down forever. None of us can withstand life's weight. The cicadas sang, I am Alan Stark. No, you are Alan Stark. A voice deep within his soul called out, what is your faith? To protect those in need. Proclaim it, declare who you are. I am Alan Stark. Go forth. My child, this world requires your aid. The cicadas chorus emanated from the lips of the bearded man, as he watched the young boy before him, reminiscing about that summer. Flames began to flicker around Alan. The two diminutive fire dragons, initially at a disadvantage, miraculously fused at the brink of being consumed by the icy inferno. Together, they formed a singular entity, capable of resisting the ice dragon's frigid flames. At that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky, akin to a cannonball, crashing into the heart of the battlefield. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted. Cough, cough. Hey everyone. The fallen one was none other than Black 7. Undeniably the center of attention. Thankfully, his robust physique saved him. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Hey kid, you're up to no good, Black 7 shouted, pointing at the white figure in the sky. Alpha paid no heed, turning instead to engage in battle. Swiftly, he soared through the air, leaving behind a trail of golden light, a technique he had recalled from his memories of Khalees. Meteor shower. The luminous points began to multiply, enveloping the entire battlefield. Stop him! Stop him! Upon observing the myriad of shimmering lights scattered across the sky, the man clad in crimson recognized the menacing glimmers. A swarm of vampires ascended, eager to seize Alpha, yet upon contact with these radiant points, their very forms began to corrode. Helplessly, they could only watch as the luminous dots multiplied. Retreat. With the futility of their efforts laid bare, the vampires began to withdraw in droves. At this moment, the heavens were adorned with a multitude of stars. Huh? Do you think you can escape? A celestial downpour of starlight. Swiftly, countless luminous points cascaded down like meteors, striking the vampires. Their anguished cries echoed, akin to the torments of the infernal realm, as they writhed in agony. The small lights gradually penetrated their flesh, leaving behind numerous tiny punctures, and even the most resilient among them found it impossible to recover. In areas where the light concentrated, Some unfortunate souls were dismembered by the radiant onslaught. Though the devastation was not extensive, it significantly diminished the vampire's combat prowess. Black Uncle, each of you take one. Alpha, a colossal demon, called out to Black 7. At that moment, Will appeared in the distance, each engaging a demon while Alpha faced the ice dragon alone. After the previous battle, the Khalees had sustained damage and could no longer be relied upon. He had to depend solely on his own strength. Oh, Alan, it has been quite some time. You've improved, he remarked, observing Alan's fire dragon, now reminiscent of Phil's initial form. Oh, Uncle Will. Upon seeing their arrival, Alan's taut nerves finally relaxed. With a sudden thud, Alan collapsed to the ground, and the fire dragon dissipated. Alan, Diana dragged him backward. Sister Diana. Alan's blurred vision began to fade. For the glory of the fire dragon core, he murmured in his unconscious state. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Charge. The morale of the human forces surged. As the tide of battle in the west seemed to have turned in their favor, the ice dragon roared in response to Alpha's taunts, following him out of the fray. Will continued to wield the fire bow, launching massive fire arrows into the demon. Black 7 brandished his twin blades, realizing it was time to get serious. Dual blade Tai Chi. He began to elegantly swing his swords, emanating a cold and warm energy that gradually intertwined to form a harmonious Tai Chi symbol. Go. A serene aura approached the demon, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Slowly, its body split in two, maintaining the pose of exhilaration, still lost in the thrill of slaughter. Wow. Black Uncle, lend me a hand, Will exclaimed, witnessing Black 7's triumph. To be frank, Black 7's strength seemed to rival that of the kings from the upper realms. Come on, Will. You can do it. As Chi dashed towards Alpha, he recalled the promise made to let him encounter the dragon. It was one thing to be dropped from a great height, but how could he not seize such an opportunity for himself? That rascal Alpha. Upon his return, he must report to Adele to ensure this young man receives due punishment. In his hurried flight, Chi spotted the distant clash between Alpha and the fire dragon. Fire release. The massive flames collided with the icy breath of the dragon. Alpha appeared pale, seemingly on the brink of being overwhelmed. With a swift step through the air, Chi left a trail of rippling air currents in his wake. What was that? Approaching from the direction was Eileen. A dragon. It was Nando. Eileen quickened her pace. Fernando had been her companion since childhood. Despite everyone claiming he was no longer the same Nando, she was determined to try, even if only for a fleeting chance. She refused to believe that Nando had transformed into a merciless beast. The figure ahead? As she drew closer, she finally recognized the person confronting Nando. Could it really be him? What a coincidence. After running such a distance, she would encounter him again. The Bane. As she soared ever closer, Eileen's heart raced, her cheeks gradually flushing. What was happening to her? It was merely a matter of flying a little faster. Chapter 33. Support for the great victory in the West. Has it finally come to an end? Will gazed upon the defeated vampires, a tinge of desolation washing over him amidst the countless corpses strewn across the land. Among them were both humans and vampires, once belonging to the same race. The sky began to drizzle, the raindrops softly falling upon every face. They were once humans, yet now, they harbored mutual hatred. The morning sun cast its light upon Eileen's face, her long eyelashes fluttering open. Where am I? Oh. As she attempted to shift her position, a sharp pain shot through her back. Despite Diana's healing, the ache remained. Alpha, propped up at the head of the bed, rubbed his eyes. You're awake? Oh, it's you. What happened? Why am I here? Help me sit up. Eileen's face flushed as she looked at Alpha. He moved to assist her, and at that moment, the blanket covering Eileen slipped away. Slowly, Eileen reached for the fallen blanket. Where's my clothes? Eileen clutched the blanket tightly. Her head bowed. Your clothes were torn and discarded. You jerk. How could you throw away my clothes? Eileen pouted, somewhat annoyed. Alpha remained silent, turning to exit the room. Perhaps due to her injuries, the two did not find themselves in the awkward situations that had occurred previously. Are you angry? Why do you get upset so easily? Such a peculiar person. He didn't do anything inappropriate, did he? Here I am, utterly exposed. Does he like me like this? What am I thinking? He is a wicked man, after all. Having lost her first kiss and been exposed in front of him, she felt a rush of vulnerability. Just then, a woman entered the room. Here, this is my clothing. You should wear it, she said. Adele reluctantly placed the garment on the edge of the bed, grateful for the woman who had rescued both her and Alpha. Thank you, Aaron replied. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Adele tossed a parting remark before exiting. No sooner had Adele left than another woman entered. Are you feeling better? Much improved. Let me examine your injuries. Turn around. A gentle warmth radiated from her back. Does it hurt? Not at all. Please, continue. Soft sounds of discomfort filled the room. That will suffice for today. Be sure to rest well. Thank you. What is your name? Diana. At that moment, Erin felt significantly better, yet her movements remained cumbersome. She attempted to dress, knowing she could not remain bare on the bed. And undergarments. Fortunately, it was not as dreadful as she had imagined. However, those two women had been strikingly beautiful. Were they all as women? How ridiculous. She chastised herself for such errant thoughts. Her grandfather and the others were still in battle. Speaking of which, what was happening on the Western Front? It suddenly struck her that her grandfather was still engaged in combat. Erin slowly maneuvered her body into her clothes. How do you feel? Is everything fitting well? Just then, the door swung open, and that person barged in without knocking. How inconsiderate. You, turn around. Erin halted her hand as she donned her undergarments, calling out to Alpha. He complied and turned his back. Now, you wicked man, I have a few inquiries for you, and you shall answer truthfully. Erin watched as Alpha faced away, her tension easing. You have quite the temper. Go ahead. After all, I owe you. Alpha remained calm, despite his injuries, which paled in comparison to Erin's. First, did you remove my clothing? Absolutely not. I am not as mundane as you presume. Besides, I do not take advantage of others. I merely, enough? Don't say another word. Erin exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. At least he had not seen her entirely unclothed. What was she thinking? She was becoming a stranger to herself. Whatever happened to the decisive Erin? What? Is that all? Such trivial matters? Well, for my second question, what is the situation over there? And what of the dragon? It was only then that Erin snapped back to reality. The Western conflict has concluded. We emerged victorious. Is that truly the case? Of course. Why would I deceive you? And the dragon? It is, of course, dead. The carcass of the ice dragon remains. Would you care to see it? Alpha chuckled. No need. It is better that Nando is dead to prevent further casualties. It seems you possess a fair amount of self-awareness. Recalling that dragon ignites a surge of anger within me. Alas, now there is one more to contend with. Naturally, the third matter at hand is our destination. I must seek out my grandfather. This question I shall not address. You should simply remain here quietly. Once you have recovered, you may venture wherever you desire. Alpha began to exhibit signs of impatience. Why is this taking so long? He turned to glance back. Eileen had just finished donning her attire. You. Eileen's face flushed a vivid red, akin to an apple. What is it? Do you require assistance? I would rather not have your help. Out you go. Eileen hurled a piece of clothing toward Alpha, though her throw lacked distance. Very well. Very well. I shall take my leave. In the hall below, a gathering of people had assembled. Alan was present as well. How is your leg, Uncle Black? Alpha scratched his head. Much improved, oh. Shao-Chi. Do refrain from sitting on my lap. Shao-Chi was running about, and with so many people around, he began to act mischievously. What? Were you driven out? Adele appeared somewhat irritated. Dear Sister Adele, do not be upset. This is a common occurrence for the master. However, I truly did not anticipate encountering Lynn. A frequent occurrence indeed. Faced with so many beautiful young ladies, Alan felt a bit flustered. I shall go check on Uncle Bona. Adele, could you assist her in getting dressed? Certainly. Adele shot a fierce glare at Alpha. At present, Duo was with Diana tending to Bona, leaving only Adele. What a nuisance. Alpha felt a whirlwind of confusion within. Alpha, one ought to concentrate. Uncle Black gently patted Alpha's shoulder with earnestness. Alpha did not wish for things to be this way. Who could have foreseen the multitude of such tasks he had to undertake? Now he must clean up this mess. Nonetheless, there are still numerous advantages. He has now recalled 2 formidable skills. This signifies that he is in the process of recovering certain memories. How are we faring? Are we nearing our destination? We are traveling at the utmost speed. We should arrive by evening. The front lines are of paramount importance. Should we falter there? It would not be long before all of Amuse falls under the dominion of the vampires. After the conclusion of the western battlefield, they did not linger to tidy up. Upon learning the precise location of the front lines, they hastily commenced their journey. This time, you all must remain here. No one is permitted to leave. The master requires our assistance, for without it, you cannot defeat that foe. Khalees sensed an exceedingly malevolent force awaiting them at their destination. Boom. One by one, the battle machines fell. Kill, kill, kill. Like a frenzy, none could stand in his way. The earth was carved with massive trenches. A sense of dread permeated the hearts of all present. Defeat is simply not an option. One of the knights gazed upon the towering figure, nearly surrendering in despair, relinquishing his dual swords, allowing a massive foot to rest upon him. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, as he swayed aimlessly within it. Was this truly his fate? Chapter 34. The Rebellion of Will. Will's eyes turned completely black. Do you desire power? The lifeless souls before you, if you so wish, can become your slaves. Anyone. As long as you entertain this thought, I can grant you everything you seek. Power? What kind of power is that? The power to dominate all. To dominate all? Your soul has already succumbed to darkness. You have no choice. A terrifying aura emanated from Will. The profound darkness in his ebony eyes mirrored that of the colossal figure. The giant also took note of Will's transformation. Haha, you shall all become slaves of the dead. The giant laughed heartily. Its immense form approached and knelt before Will. Master Mage, the death sword salutes you. The death sword thrust its massive blade into the ground, amidst the corpses. At this moment, Will could no longer be regarded as merely Will. He should be called the Necromancer Will. What brings you here? Those individuals summoned me. The death sword glanced at Lance high above. You now associate with those individuals? If that is the case, do not blame me for sending you back. How could that be? Clearly, the death sword had forged some agreement with the vampires, otherwise, it would not assist them. However, now, TSK. The vampires and humans are in for a headache. Watch me with this sword. The relentless Black Seven pursued closely. Wait for me. I shall swat this fly dead. Clang. Black Seven intercepted the descending sword. Veins bulged across Black Seven's body, his long hair billowing. His entire form flushed crimson, swelling by half. Heart of the sword. Power of the mortal realm. Heart of the sword. Power of the earth. Heart of the sword. Power of the sky. Black Seven's body sank inch by inch. Rise. A tremendous force surged from this diminutive body, deflecting the death sword's massive blade. Oh, you understand the sword? You possess considerable strength. It seems I must engage you earnestly. The death sword regarded this small figure with surprise. For it, few could match its prowess, apart from the few monsters below. The death sword's countenance began to radiate excitement. Will began to chant a mysterious incantation. The shattered corpses on the ground slowly stirred, whether vampires or humans alike. The bodies upon the battlefield gradually rose, their eyes glowing blue, segmenting the entire arena. Will, the closest to Will, Alan, wore a look of bewilderment. The concerns of Cullis have finally come to fruition. However, this will alter the distribution of power on the continent of Amus. With the presence of Blackwell, this transformation will favor the growth of human strength. Heh, you still have the mind to concern yourself with trivial matters. What do you take me for? Lance suddenly appeared behind Hal, his claw gripping tightly on his back. At that moment, a luminous sphere emerged in Hal's hand, radiating an extraordinary brightness. The sky was illuminated so dazzlingly that it rendered one unable to open their eyes. Everyone raised their gazes towards the heavens. Gradually, people began to open their eyes, and a figure descended from the sky. Huh, did you think it would be that simple? Hal's youthful visage aged visibly at an alarming rate. Who is descending from above? It is Lord Lance. Quickly, go and catch Lord Lance. Hal was continuously forming seals with his hands, a cascade of splendid gold emanating from them. This was the last action he could undertake, hoping only that Amus could survive this cataclysm. The ground before the human warriors began to tremble as if it had come to life. Retreat quickly. Those privy to the truth watched the golden light floating from the sky, tears streaming down their faces. This had long been prepared by the old king, known only to the high-ranking officials. Those unable to retreat were trapped outside the walls, becoming one with the undead. Eileen gazed out of the window at the figure in the sky, her grandfather. A vast earthen wall surged forth before the humans, beginning small, yet gradually swelling larger. Do not leave me behind. Some, unable to escape in time, were blocked by the city wall. Alan, hurry. At that moment, Alpha called out to Alan. Uncle Will. He is no longer human. In Alpha's eyes, Will had transformed into a pitch-black monstrosity, no longer resembling the man he once was. Without a second thought, Alpha dove down and whisked Alan away. Black Uncle. Duo anxiously observed the ongoing battle with Black Seven, noting that the wall would not cease expanding until it reached 100 meters. At this moment, Black Seven and Death Sword were engaged in fierce combat, their explosive sword energies creating a perimeter that deterred anyone from approaching. Those caught in the crossfire were reduced to fragments. Humans, you are quite impressive. To withstand so many of my strikes, you must be the most skilled swordsman among your kind. Were it not for my overwhelming power, I might struggle against you. How did your swordsmanship come to be? Black Seven was beginning to falter, while Death Sword halted his assault. The two exchanged glances. You may go. I hope to see your progress next time. Death Sword hesitated to take his life, likely the only one in this realm with whom he could spar. In terms of swordplay, he wished to see how far this human could advance. Duo flew to Black Seven's side. Black Uncle is leaving. Black Seven's form gradually shrank back to its original state, his sword riddled with nicks. Such a pity for these two swords. At such a time, you still concern yourself with this. Duo expressed frustration. There are hardly any people left here. Duo soared high into the sky on the back of Black 7. Duo, give me another 10 years, and I shall certainly surpass that behemoth. 10 years. By then, you'll be too old to even think of fighting. The absurdity of men was truly beyond comprehension. Callus, you must let me out. You cannot confine me within this room. At that moment, Adele found herself imprisoned by Callus. No matter how she pounded on the door, there was no response. The room lay in disarray, her claws stained with blood. No need to knock. They will return shortly. And for you, that might be grim news. The adjacent room housed Diana, a pitiful woman who had recently become a widow shortly after marrying Will. Perhaps if she heard of Will's demise in battle, it might bring her some solace. Meanwhile, the Ice King Holt led a vampire battalion against the undead army of Black Will. The emergence of the necromancer was an unforeseen variable. Yet, Black Will showed no inclination to engage in battle. He perched atop the dead sword, guarded by several undead black-winged minions, making his way northwest. He sensed something calling to him from that direction, a profound lure for his very soul. The corpse of the Fire King lay on the ground, dragged away by the humans. Hell transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the ether. A lengthy wall rose, towering over 300 meters and over 50 meters thick. A silhouette appeared atop the wall, none other than the Earth King Nade, his hair now a shade of gray. He had nearly sacrificed his entire life force to bring this to fruition. I hope Hal is correct. An unsuspecting undead collided with the Great Wall. A flash of golden light struck its head, extinguishing its eyes, which returned to lifelessness. Chapter 35. National Affairs. The weather turned fair, the sun slowly descending beneath the horizon, signaling the conclusion of this war. Unlike previous conflicts, this battlefield bore no corpses, only the earth stained crimson, insects crawling upon it. While fragments of flesh were dragged into a subterranean lair, the mechanical remnants of the fortress continued to smolder, each damaged machine a testament to the war's devastation. In the shadowy sky, crows circled above, scavenging the remnants of flesh left behind. Many had fallen this time: the Fire King, Hal, and numerous elders from the upper realm, along with Vampire King Lance, resulting in a significant reduction of forces on both sides. Through the sacrifices of Hal and Nade, the Great Wall, which spanned east to west, was finally completed, effectively dividing the north from the south. Those unaware of the underlying truths marveled at this spectacle, believing it to be a manifestation of the God of Light, and flocked to worship beneath the Great Wall. On the other side, the survivors were receiving treatment. We are back. Little Seven jumped up and embraced the battle-scarred Black 7, while Adele leaped into Alpha's arms, kissing him deeply. Callus also rushed over to embrace Alpha. Ellen. Uncle Bonner. Are you well? Yes. Bonner limped towards Ellen. Only Diana stood frozen in place. Impossible. Unthinkable. I had finally mustered the courage. Why? Diana rubbed her eyes and looked again at the crowd in the hall. Alpha pushed past Adele, who at that moment had also realized that Will was not among those who had returned. Alpha approached Diana slowly, his eyes filled with compassion. This woman, who once cherished him and bravely pursued her own happiness, had believed she had found her joy, yet fate had played a cruel trick on her. Anna, Will is gone. Alpha yearned to embrace Diana, to offer her solace. However, Diana pushed Alpha away, her demeanor remarkably calm despite her tightly clenched fists, her nails digging into her flesh. How did Will die? He was devoured by those beasts. Is that so? With that, Diana turned and ascended the stairs. Anna, are you all right? Adele, observing the despondent Diana, felt a pang of sympathy. I'll go check on her. Alpha intended to ascend and speak with Diana. Before Alpha could finish his sentence, Diana tumbled down the stairs. Alpha swiftly rushed forward to catch the unconscious Diana. Outside the coulice, chaos reigned as various injured individuals were treated, some with broken arms and legs. My Lord Chris. My Lord Nard. A soldier, receiving treatment nearby, recognized the two and quickly saluted. No need for that. Rise. There are plenty of priests prepared. Yet they are still in short supply. Chris, are you all right? Nard noticed Chris looking somewhat dazed. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Uncle. Is Lars ahead? Yes. In the distance, a fiery figure emerged before them. Brother, the fourth is here. Open your eyes and see me. Nard knelt beside Lars, weeping loudly. Gazing upon the magnificent Great Wall, stretching endlessly, tears welled up in Chris's eyes, a single drop falling to the earth. Suddenly, Lars's eyes snapped open. Fourth, why are you crying? Honestly, you're still the same as when we were children. In this moment, Lars's eyes no longer held their former sharpness, replaced instead by warmth and affection. Among the brothers, Only Nard remained. I may never again be able to stand in front of you. You must take good care of arms. This great wall is truly remarkable. I doubt it can be breached. Guard humanity's last pure land well. With that, Lars closed his eyes. Take good care of him. Nard shouted to the soldiers nearby. He still had important matters to attend to in his final moments. He must fulfill these tasks. He had no time to linger in sorrow. I will find you soon, Nard murmured, in the face of death. His expression revealed no trace of fear. That Alpha must be aboard the Khalees. Nad wiped the tears from his face. At that moment, Diana lay in the room, surrounded by a gathering of people. Leave. Everyone step outside. I will stay here with her, Alpha instructed. This time, Adele did not protest, obediently retreating from the room. You are quite strong-willed. You have feelings for me. I know that. In the end, you were disappointed and married Will. I understand. Will is a good man, but his fortune has not been favorable. Alpha held Diana's hand, his voice echoing in the room. Just then, the door swung open, and Adele re-entered. Someone is looking for you outside. It's Nad. But he means no harm, she said, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Nad, what does he want? Alpha stepped outside. If I had known, I should have shared Alpha with you from the start. After all, one more or one less doesn't make a difference, Adele murmured. Meanwhile, in the hall, Nad and Chris strolled about, examining the surroundings, with Eileen following closely behind Chris. Long time no see. Nad extended his hand to Alpha as he approached. Indeed, it has been a while. The two clasped hands firmly. Alpha no longer harbored resentment towards Nad. What remained was mutual respect. Wait a moment. The old king asked me to give you this, Nad said, retrieving a thin letter from his pocket. Although Nad was curious, he felt compelled to fulfill the old king's wishes by delivering it to Alpha. The old king? But wasn't he already sacrificed? Alpha questioned, perplexed. This was written before the battle. Take a look. Alpha tore open the envelope, and a soft golden light emanated from within. The figure of the old king materialized before them. Alpha, by the time you read this letter, I will likely no longer be here. Nad, you are here too. I presume. Lars has probably fallen as well. At last, everything can come to a conclusion. The Great Wall has been built, and the rest is up to you. One more thing, Alpha, if you don't mind, I would like you to marry Eileen and succeed me as the next king of Amos. The old king truly had a foresight, but how did he know about Eileen? The king did not desire this responsibility. The light and shadow seemed to wish to say more, but with a soft whisper, it vanished, leaving only the golden glow behind. Eileen shyly hid behind Chris. Grandfather, how could you do this? To casually promise me to someone. If I had not met Alpha before, would I be marrying a stranger? The gathering fell into a profound silence. Chapter 36. Diana's Deception. Diana sat beside Alpha, gazing at the front. You still have not finished your words, Alpha. I am pregnant, and I must live well. Diana spoke calmly, her hand gently caressing the cheek of the chubby-faced child beside her, exuding a maternal warmth. Please, allow me to finish, she said. Alpha's mind buzzed with confusion. Clutching a blade of grass in his hand, he pondered, is she pregnant? Should I tell her about Will? She's expecting. Is it right to deceive her further? The thought struck him painfully. You wouldn't cast me aside just because I'm pregnant, would you? Her tone remained even. Yet it pierced Alpha's heart. The more serene Diana appeared, the greater his trepidation grew. Cry, even if it means sobbing in my arms and venting your frustrations. Don't be so steadfast. Alpha felt an increasing discomfort, a sensation he wished to suppress. He did not want to see Diana in such a state. What should we name the baby? Perhaps you could choose a name? Diana smiled as she looked up at Alpha, her eyes reflecting his image. At the sight of her smile, Alpha could no longer hold back. With a sudden motion, he struck her face. Diana's head turned away, her hair cascading down to obscure her features. As she turned, a single tear glistened on her cheek before falling onto the lush green grass. You hit me. You've never struck me before. Diana's voice trembled, tinged with a sob. Will is gone, and now you two have begun to torment me. Alpha froze, glancing at his own hand, realizing his impulsiveness. I am aware. I know Will has died. But what of it? Am I expected to weep for you? Should I curl up like a fragile woman in your embrace and weep? Diana turned to face him, her tear-filled eyes locking onto Alpha's. No, but at the very least, you should converse with everyone else. What should I say? Should I invite their pity? No, Anna. Please don't be like this. Everyone is genuinely concerned for your well-being. Will is gone, and I am grieving too, Alpha replied, his head throbbing. We are all friends. Isn't it natural to support one another? Friends? Support? You have always regarded me merely as a friend. Diana broke down into tears, sobbing. Do you know why I married Will? I despise you. I loathe your arrogance. You understand nothing. Alpha embraced Diana tightly, cradling her in his arms. Tell me, Why? Why are you like this? I have always liked you. Diana wept, finally confessing the feelings she had buried deep within. You are. I married Will, but I never anticipated this. You never cared. All that occupied your thoughts was Adele. But you fathered Will's child. We cannot proceed like this. That child is not Will's. That child is yours. Do you remember the day you arrived in Prozwang? The revelation struck Alpha like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. Alpha's head buzzed with confusion, faintly recalling a night that had been distinctly different. He had thought it merely a dream. You. How could you not tell me? Alpha pushed Diana aside, scrutinizing the woman before him. His thoughts were a tumult of anger and frustration. Has it truly been 3 months? He inquired. And what about your previous involvement with Will? I was merely pretending, hoping to provoke your jealousy. Will never touched me, Diana replied. Alpha felt a mix of anger and sympathy toward her. Does Will know about this? He asked. It seems he genuinely cares for you, enduring even this. You should not have done this. Alpha found himself feeling some pity for Will. Diana was overwhelmed with guilt. She owed Will so much, yet felt unable to repay him. To her, Will was her closest friend. He had helped her orchestrate this ruse, simply to make Alpha care about her. Alpha stood abruptly. Where are you going? She asked, her disappointment palpable. You have let me down. You deceived me. With that, Alpha stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Diana wished to say something, but found no opportunity. She had intended to share her feelings gradually, aware of Alpha's recent turmoil. However, the charged atmosphere compelled her to speak out. At times, women would go to great lengths for the sake of men. Outside, Adele, Dodo, and Aaron quickly dispersed. What are you doing here? Alpha's anger had yet to subside, her tone sharp. The three exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence. Alpha ignored them and retreated to her room, where the conversation was overheard. It turned out that Diana was the first to engage with Alpha. Once Alpha had walked away, the others began to whisper. Let us go check in on her. After all, Diana is carrying Alpha's child, the exuberant Aaron remarked. Well, they will have to live together eventually, Adele noted, her attitude toward such matters now more tempered than before. She realized she was becoming increasingly accustomed to the surprises Alpha brought into her life. The group first went to comfort Diana. Later that night, Dodo stayed with her, fearing she might spiral into despair. The bedroom door creaked open as Adele quietly slipped in, shedding her clothes and lying beside Alpha. You're back? Alpha murmured. How is she? She's all right. Dodo is with her, Adele replied. Suddenly, Alpha turned to pin Adele beneath her. You know I love you, but I have responsibilities. I must take care of her. I understand. Do not worry. I do not wish for you to be troubled by these trivial matters. Everyone believes that the war has concluded. Yet, only I am aware that the true peril has yet to arrive. I am listening. I have yet to disclose to you that Will is, in fact, still alive, and it is precisely due to his existence that this war has come to an end. However, it is also because of him that a new and far greater threat approaches us. Adele is somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? She is utterly perplexed. Do you recall Will's dark, piercing eyes? He has now irrevocably transformed into a necromancer, commanding the souls of the deceased from this conflict. Never mind. I shall explain it to you later. Alpha kissed Adele's lips, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Adele contemplated that perhaps this would be the last moment she would savor Alpha's company alone. Chapter 37. Engagement. Colorful lanterns adorned the streets, stretching from the city gates to the heart of the town. Although many able-bodied men were absent, the atmosphere remained lively as the city gradually emerged from its mourning. Pray tell, good sir, what is happening here? Did we not just endure a great battle? Inquired a young man to a nearby vendor. Word has it that Princess Aileen is to be engaged, responded the vendor, his face radiating joy. The princess's choice to hold her engagement in Summerdong City filled the entire town with pride. The young man, dressed in Western attire and donning a hood, spoke with a distinct Western accent. You must be a stranger. You have arrived at the perfect time, just as the Great War has ended. And now you witness Princess Eileen's engagement. Thank you, good sir. How much for this item? 1 silver coin. The young man placed a silver coin down and swiftly vanished into the bustling crowd. In a narrow alley, the young man removed his hood and engaged in conversation with a woman. This young man was Landau, the insignia of the Blue Blaze Army subtly visible on his wrist. Adele, thank you. Aileen stood before her vanity, observing as Adele styled her hair. It is nothing. We shall soon be family, so why the formality? Adele gently played with Eileen's hair. To be honest, I am uncertain if I harbor feelings for Alpha, but grandfather. Eileen's anxiety regarding the unexpected wedding was palpable. Indeed, whenever she drew near to Alpha, her heart would inexplicably race. She had never experienced such a sensation before. Harold's final words had solidified her resolve. Yet she had spent little time with Alpha. Not long ago, her only impression of him was that he was rather flirtatious. Upon their initial meeting, she had hastily consented. Her mind racing. I can see it in your eyes. You are just like I was back then, Adele reflected on her days with Alpha. Although she was undeniably fond of him, she could never articulate it. She paid no heed to Aileen and Adele's conversation, as certain matters troubled her. Diana clutched a beautiful cane, lost in thought as she held it in her hand. She was uncertain whether she had erred, berating herself for her earlier decision. Reflecting on recent events, she eventually recalled the matter concerning Alan. Diana was still grappling with the dilemma of whether to confide in Adele. Ultimately, she resolved to inform Adele. After all, it was a burden that could be alleviated. Adele, I have something to tell you. At that moment, the door swung open to reveal Chris. It's time to go. The hour is upon us. Ladies, prepare yourselves. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, Chris appeared remarkably handsome, as if time had spared him its ravages. Everyone was gathered in the summer-winter castle of Summer-Winter City, where, with the Lord's cooperation, the wedding preparations were swiftly underway. Alpha stood in a sanctuary, adorned in a splendid gown. Present were Callus, Nade, Black 7, Little 7, Alan, Dodo, and Bona. Bong, bong, bong. The great bell tolled 12 times. Accompanied by Diana, Adele, and Chris, Aileen stepped through the grand entrance, flanked by a row of guards. The streets were thronged with a multitude of onlookers, many drawn by the occasion. After discussions with Nade, it was decided that the final wedding ceremony would take place at the Great Wall next month. At that time, various dukes would attend, and it was rumored that a royal coronation would also ensue. Petals were gradually scattered by those prepared on either side, carpeting the path in blossoms. Witness this. Even after a recent war, they squandered resources on such an extravagant engagement ceremony. In a tavern on the street's edge, two individuals observed the spectacle, seemingly indifferent to the plight of the populace. There were many starving in the West, yet here, a lavish ceremony unfolded. The speakers were the same man and woman from the alley earlier that day. The man was Randall. What is our mission? Since joining the enigmatic Blue Blaze army, he had accomplished little beyond arriving in Summer-Winter City. However, the power of Blue Blaze was undeniable from the outset. It was clear that the war would not reach the southern territories. Initially, he sought merely to sustain those small creatures, but as he delved deeper, Randall found himself captivated by the ideology and vision of Blue Blaze, yearning to become part of their ranks. This was an extraordinary group, their aim directed towards the throne, aspiring to redistribute royal power to the people. We must cultivate our strength. Our current power is insufficient to contend with the machinery of this nation. Yet we both understand that ultimate victory will be ours. Randall's hope was solely that they would take care of the children in the West. His joining Blue Blaze was not merely due to its allure, but primarily for the sake of those children. The members of Blue Blaze assured him they would look after them, providing sustenance and care. The population in this area is sparse. We must exercise caution, as they are likely aware of our presence now. The Blue Blaze army has taken complete control of the East. The woman gazed at the envelope, her expression inscrutable. The East? How could this be? Landa expressed his surprise. Very well. Let us proceed. We have significant matters to attend to. The two emerged from the tavern and concealed themselves in a narrow alleyway. No need to rush. It will arrive soon. Haven T, you already tied the knot? Black 7 patted Alpha on the shoulder. Alpha wandered restlessly within the temple. I have arrived. Here I am. Little 7 dashed back from outside. Slow down, Little 7. Little 7 leaped into Black 7's embrace. Look at all the people. Sister Aileen is so beautiful. The path is strewn with petals. How lovely. At that moment, Aileen gracefully walked in. Diana stood to her right, Chris to her left, and Adele followed behind, tugging at her long gown. Petals gently floated before Aileen, creating an enchanting scene. Alpha had witnessed numerous grand events and weddings in Norton City, yet he had never experienced an engagement quite so splendid. The abundance of petals must have cost a fortune in gold coins. Well then, what are you still doing there, Alpha? Shouldn't you go and greet her? Nader, observing Alpha's frozen state, offered a gentle reminder. The engagement ceremony was quite simple. It merely involved the exchange of rings, while Diana recited her vows. Throughout, Diana dared not meet Alpha's gaze, rendering the atmosphere a bit awkward. Uncle Black 7, is it permissible for Brother Alpha to marry so many sisters? Is that allowed in arms? Black 7 had been aware of this, but Alpha's luck was indeed extraordinary. Each of these young ladies was a paragon of beauty. Little 7, keep your voice down. Diana has yet to finish her vows. However, Alpha felt somewhat constrained. He noticed Diana seemed a tad anxious, having forgotten her lines several times. Were it not for the fact that Diana was the priestess, he would have felt quite embarrassed, especially considering the events of the previous night. Chapter 38. Life in the North under the rule of Lanny and Lance. The North has transformed into a paradise for vampires. Life in the North is not as terrifying as one might imagine. As long as a certain amount of blood is surrendered each month, life continues as usual, albeit with the addition of a religious blood cult. Most people have adapted to this lifestyle, finding that offering blood is far preferable to surrendering food, which is of paramount concern for the lower classes. However, due to the environmental conditions in the North, only winter wheat can be cultivated, growing slowly yet able to endure the harsh climate. During busy farming periods, they tend to the fields, and in their leisure, they hunt, leading a relatively satisfactory existence. The arrival of war and vampires has left vast tracts of land fallow, significantly improving the lives of the northern people. Within the confines of a castle, a man was vociferously cursing, surrounded by pools of congealed blood, remnants of a violent altercation that had transpired. Several goblets, filled with crimson liquid, lay toppled upon the floor. This man was Lanny, who had remained ensconced within these walls since the conclusion of the funeral. A middle-aged gentleman entered the grand hall. "My lord Lant." A graceful woman greeted him. "Is Lanny still refusing to eat?" Lant inquired of the lady. "Indeed, today is no different from yesterday." "Very well. You may leave. I shall see him myself." Upon entering, Lant beheld Lanny sprawled upon the floor, an unpleasant stench permeating the air. "Do you understand how heartbroken your father would be to witness your current state?" The man spoke slowly, yet his tone was laden with gravity. "My father is dead. Deceased. Why won't you allow me to go?" "Why?" Lanny yearned to join the battle but was restrained by Lant, remaining trapped here, despondent since hearing the news of Lance's demise. "Doing nothing and consuming nothing. I shall command the extermination of those foolish humans." Lanny glared fiercely at Lant. "You cannot do that." Lant countered once more. Each time he visited, Lanny would utter this very declaration. "Have you forgotten your father's words? Moreover, slaying so many would merely benefit that wretched necromancer." Lanny was consumed by rage. He desired vengeance. Initially barred from the battlefield, now even deprived of the opportunity to take a life. This uncle had shackled him, rendering him nearly powerless, devoid of any authority. "I care not. It's futile. Your father entrusted me with your care. I cannot allow you to destroy the legacy he built." Having uttered this, Lant prepared to depart. "Oh, by the way, I have arranged a marriage for you, set for next week. Prepare yourself. The bride is a beautiful woman named Ava. This time, you have no say in the matter." With that, Lant did not look back, leaving only his silhouette behind. As Lance's footsteps faded into the distance, Lanny's mind began to process the information. Marriage? Huh. Do vampires require such unions? While they possess the capability, women? Lanny found himself questioning whether she might be human. In his eyes, the trivialities of such matters paled in comparison to the thrill of bloodshed. In truth, Lanny had never contemplated these things. He merely regarded women's blood as a delicacy. Fascinating. A hint of a smile graced Lanny's face. On a notice board in Norton City, announcements and political news were posted. Any unoccupied land could be applied for cultivation contracts, not exceeding 20 acres. I was pondering what to do with those idle fields. At last, a resolution has emerged. Humph. You all concern yourselves solely with the land. Are you unaware that I heard Old Tuck's daughter is to wed Lord Swat? The city guard? Is that so? It is rumored that Lord Swart has acquired dark wings. We were misguided by our superficial judgments and believed the rumors. Under the reign of Lord Runny, I find life considerably improved. Indeed, as long as we offer a monthly quota of blood. A few individuals beside the bulletin board were engaged in discussions regarding recent events. "Keep your voices down. We wouldn't want those people to overhear us," one cautioned. "What of it? They are but mere jesters. What waves can they stir in Norton City?" After the Stark family withdrew, those who opposed the vampires formed their own faction. Initially, many rallied to their cause, but they were brutally suppressed, coupled with a few enticing offers. Only a handful of scattered individuals now flee in the corners of the North. Presently, under Rand's policies, there are rarely any signs of rebellion, for life is relatively bearable. And as long as the lower classes are not driven to desperation, they will not rise against the powers that be. In fact, after a month or two of adjustment, many have begun to envy those who have allied themselves with the vampires. Numerous merchants from the Duke of Shadows have been extolling the virtues of the vampires, and the blood cult continues to grow, solidifying the vampires' dominion in the North. In an inconspicuous tavern, a basement filled with people buzzed with anticipation. They were fervent activists against the vampires, calling themselves the Restoration Army. Their members were present in several neighboring cities, and in truth, they were part of the Southern Blue Flame Army. News from the South bore both good and bad tidings, yet overall, it was favorable. A young man in his 30s stood at the front of the table, announcing the freshly received news. What is it? A young man in his 20s inquired urgently. Fate. Do not interrupt. The good news is that humanity has achieved victory in the war, but we may be cut off from the south for an extended period. A colossal wall, nearly 300 meters tall, now obstructs the southern route. 300 meters. Fate exclaimed. Indeed, 300 meters. However, humanity has paid a hefty price. The old king has perished. Although we cannot receive updates from the southern headquarters, our work must continue. Fate. I heard there is a newcomer wishing to join your ranks. The man continued. I must reiterate to everyone the importance of verifying the identity of new recruits. Should a vampire infiltrate our ranks, our base would suffer a significant blow. As he spoke, he distributed some documents. These are the policies recently issued by the vampires. They are decidedly detrimental to our cause. Many have already tasted the sweet fruits of compliance, and now, fewer individuals are willing to risk joining us. I implore everyone to voice their opinions candidly. The basement remained aglow well into the night. As the clock approached 2 in the morning, individuals began to emerge from the shadows. With a number of inebriated patrons stumbling out of the tavern, their figures gradually vanishing into the night. Chapter 39. The King's Funeral and Wedding, Part 1. A month slipped by in haste, and life returned to its customary rhythm. Numerous troops were stationed along the Great Wall, spurred by significant demand, yet the looming crisis was far from resolved. Through Nader's investigation, he uncovered the origins of the Azure Blaze Legion, an organization that had rapidly risen to prominence following the establishment of the Resistance. Benefiting from supportive policies, it quickly expanded under the leadership of a man known as White Knight. The Azure Blaze had existed prior to the war, seizing the opportune moment for swift growth. It was said that White Knight was merely a scholar from a newspaper, having published a work titled The Treatise on Azure Blaze, with Azure Blaze being his pen name. Following the release of his book, many became ardent followers, forming a small faction devoted to his cause. The sheer number of adherents gained through a single publication left Nader incredulous as he regarded the tome before him. He had perused its contents, which were rife with anti-monarchist sentiments and critiques of the king, yet the vision of a new societal framework it proposed was undeniably compelling. A capitalist society, a realm of freedom and democracy where every individual could contribute suggestions for national development, devoid of slavery, and a comprehensive overhaul of the economic system and governance. The application of mechanical fortress technology to all aspects of life. If such plans were to be realized, they might indeed double the strength of arms. Yet, for millennia, arms had belonged solely to the arms family. This book could not be allowed to exist. No one must undermine the status of the arms dynasty. The further Nader delved into the text, the more alarmed he became. Bring forth the guards. Seize anyone selling this book in the bookstores across the nation. And burn every copy. Yes, my lord. His aide, taken aback, noted it had been some time since Nader had expressed such fury. Moreover, classify the Azure Blaze Legion as an illegal group. Instruct the various lords to apprehend anyone claiming to be affiliated with them. Enough. Summon Eileen. Nader was elated by the engagement of Alpha and Eileen, yet today, a mere book had cast a shadow of uncertainty over him. The aide took the book. The Treatise on Azure Blaze. This book is quite popular among the populace. I am well aware of its acclaim, as my father is particularly fond of it. Is it truly so formidable? Why, then, does my lord exhibit such anger? The aide, perplexed, cradled the book. Let me see what makes this book so remarkable. Cautiously, the aide turned the pages, and the opening line captivated him profoundly. All men are born equal. This declaration utterly transformed his perspective. In his eyes, the king was the supreme ruler, and they were born to serve him, obeying his every command. The opening chapter articulates that in our eyes, royal authority is sacred and inviolable, yet the truth is self-evident. All individuals are born equal, endowed by the divine with certain unalienable rights, including the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To safeguard these rights, governments are established with the consent of the governed. Should any form of government undermine these principles, the populace possesses the right to alter or abolish it and to institute a new government. For the sake of fairness, the vast majority of common citizens should strive to claim their rights, engage in matters of state, and contribute their insights for the betterment of the nation. As there is no shortage of talented individuals among the populace, only through such collective effort can our country thrive. After merely a few hundred words, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. This individual was indeed audacious. However, one could not deny that the content of the book profoundly moved him. He discreetly concealed the book within his garments to fulfill his duties, yet a small seed of thought had begun to take root in his heart. Lift it higher. Lift it higher. A soldier commanded as a massive boulder was being maneuvered. The area at the foot of the Great Wall was bustling with activity. As a colossal structure rose within a month, propelled by the machinery of the state. In front of the edifice stood a grand stone monument, inscribed with names of the valiant warriors who perished in the battle of the Summer and Winter Mountains. At the pinnacle was a shining name, Hell Arms, followed by the slightly smaller name of Fire King Ras. The deadline is tomorrow. Let us all exert our utmost. Hal mingled with the soldiers on site, alongside Bona, Black 7 and Alan. Lord Alpha is truly approachable. Indeed, the prior rumors must have been unfounded. Of course, as the sun ascended to its zenith, the construction site remained warm. Although in proximity to the Summer and Winter Mountains, the air was not overly cold. Amidst vigorous exertion, they began to sweat profusely, their backs dampened by perspiration. Alpha, came a shout from the distance, heralded by Adele and Aaron, who approached carrying provisions. All right, brothers, it's time to eat. Let us rest well at noon and strive to finish before nightfall. Hal and his companions made their way towards Adele and Aaron. TSK, TSK, TSK. Princess Aaron is truly beautiful, isn't she? The woman beside her is also quite lovely. Do not even think about it. Your wife is waiting for you at home. You know? Be cautious, or I shall report you. You must be tired. I personally prepared the meal. Aaron revealed boxes of food from the lunch container. Thank goodness. So much food. It must have taken quite a while to prepare. Indeed. She insisted on accompanying me this morning and began cooking right away, Adele divulged. As Aaron shyly lowered her gaze. Have you all eaten? Yes, we have. Adele wiped the sweat from Hal's brow. And how is Anna? Make sure she consumes plenty of vegetables. Diana is 4 months pregnant and has recently been feeling unwell, refusing to eat. Fortunately, the issue has been resolved, as Khalees managed to persuade her to consume something, which proved remarkably effective. It was surprising how extraordinary the produce from the garden could be. Among the many rare fruits cultivated by Khalees was one known as the pregnancy ginseng fruit, specifically intended for expectant mothers, which turned out to be just what was needed. As time slowly passed, the sun began its descent, revealing a magnificent structure before the onlookers. In a couple of days, a multitude of visitors would arrive, filling the place with life and excitement. From the very inception of this edifice, Alpha and his companions had been involved, with little else to occupy him. He could not resist joining upon hearing Nad's enthusiastic account. In a few days, the visiting dukes would surely be astonished by this creation. Alpha gazed at the grand stone tablet ahead of him, a masterpiece crafted by Nad. The sheer scale of the monument evoked a sense of admiration within him. Such profound mastery over magic surely required years of diligent study. The tablet, square and three-dimensional, stood proudly atop a raised platform. Soaring to a height of 150 meters and spanning 15 meters in width, its surface now inscribed with countless characters. Due to the multitude of names, craftsmen had been laboring tirelessly, and completion was fast approaching, with final touches expected by the following day. As they contemplated the sunset, the group beamed with pride and excitement at the month's accomplishments. Chapter 40. The King's Funeral and Wedding, Part 2. A father and daughter stood at the corner of the towering walls, gazing at the colossal structure. The little girl touched the corner of the wall and inquired, "Father, why is this wall so high?" "The last bastion," the Duke replied, naming the wall. Soon, numerous dignitaries gathered to partake in the grand event, including dwarves from the mechanical fortress, esteemed merchants, half-breeds from the east, and noble elves. The once desolate city was instantaneously filled with people, attracting many local vendors eager to sell their wares. The bustling street began to clear as soldiers organized a long, open pathway. With a resounding clang, the central clock struck 11, bringing a gradual stillness to the street. A procession of dashing young men in military attire carried 3 opulent coffins towards the massive stone tablet outside the city, their steps synchronized and resolute. Accompanying soldiers brandished royal firearms, their rhythmic march resonating heavily in the hearts of the gathered crowd. The largest coffin undoubtedly belonged to the late King Hal, while the one behind it surely contained the Fire King. But what of the final coffin? Why was there an additional one? Typically, only the king and high-ranking officials were afforded such a solemn farewell. Following closely behind was a pair of figures, Alpha and Eileen, arm in arm, adorned in pristine white garments. Their demeanor resembled more of a farewell to Hal than a celebration of marriage. Soon the procession arrived at the outskirts of the city, halting at a high platform beneath a stone monument. Alpha and Aaron stepped forward, hand in hand, to personally unlock the door to a basement atop the platform. "May the light endure, and the glory of arms accompany you throughout your life." Several soldiers advanced to carry the coffin inside, placing all 3 coffins within the basement. Bang! The soldiers at the rear fired in unison towards the sky. Bang! Bang! The crowd bowed their heads in solemn silence. Not a word spoken throughout the tribute. Yet, an unspoken understanding lingered among them. There was no whispering below, only an overwhelming sense of grief. Minutes passed as Alpha and Aaron stepped back, and Nard approached. Clad in ceremonial robes, his hair graying yet exuding authority, he stood near the Shadow mountain range, where even at noon, the air was not overly warm. Greetings, everyone. It is my honor to stand before you to share my thoughts today. This marks the king's funeral, and concurrently, the wedding day of Princess Erin. Many may wonder why we intertwine a wedding with a funeral. Nard paused, surveying the crowd below. We must not forget this day. The reason we stand here is clear to all. Many who surrounded our homeland perished behind the barricades. This has been the largest battle in the history of arms. Many claim we emerged victorious and cheer for it, but I must reveal the truth. We have not triumphed. Instead, we face a threat far greater than the vampires. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd. The necromancer has appeared, he declared, leading an army of countless undead. King Hal granted us nearly a decade to prepare for this. The old king sacrificed his life for this cause, as did Fire King Ras and countless warriors. Our current situation is anything but comfortable. What can we do? The monument behind me serves as a reminder of the horrors of war. Those who have lost husbands, children, and mothers. I do not wish to witness such tragedies again. Yet, reality tells us they may recur. Once, we underestimated the vampires. Now they dominate the entire north. I refuse to repeat that mistake. The threats from the north are manifold. When the Great Wall falls, how shall we resist those monsters? The answer is singular. We must unite. A decade will bring many changes. You, gathered below, nearly control the very fate of the nation. What can you accomplish? I need not elaborate further. A strong populace equates to a strong nation. The future of arms rests in your hands. For our wives and children. For our prosperous lives. We cannot afford to pass these 10 years in complacency. Every moment counts. The old king left behind his final words. I hope Alpha can take Eileen as his wife. This cherished wish has now been fulfilled. I extend my heartfelt blessings for the union of Alpha and Eileen. An 80s speech persisted for nearly an hour, encompassing the trajectory of the nation for the forthcoming decade. There shall be no new king. From now on, there will be but one ruler of arms. And that is King Hal Arms. His greatness is indisputable. A cabinet system with a prime minister shall be established to govern the machinery of the state through council. With that said, a sumptuous banquet commenced. Despite being outdoors, the attendees savored their meals with great delight. This old fellow is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. A woman murmured as she chewed on a morsel of meat. The prime minister's cabinet system? Blando, seated nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered. You should read more. The prime minister's cabinet system originates from that book, the woman said, rolling her eyes at Blando. As evening approached, the crowd began to dwindle. The two slowly faded into the darkness, leaving behind a scene of chaos outside the city, where soldiers were tidying up the streets. The city gradually illuminated. Many distant guests had not ventured far. Eileen, you need not hold back. Alpha, how did you know? Adele often behaves this way. In a small house at the city's center, a man and a woman were engrossed in their studies. Wait, that hurts. How could this be? All right, I'll take it slowly. If it hurts, just let me know. Yes, just inside, a bit further. Good. Eileen lay down while Alpha scratched her ear. Now it's your turn. Outside the door. Adele listened, exasperated. I'm leaving. I'm tired. Dodo yawned nearby. Let us see how I deal with him tomorrow. Adele kicked the wall in frustration. What happened? Dodo hastily covered Adele's mouth. Adele pointed at her foot. At that moment, the door swung open. What is going on? I clearly heard someone. Alpha glanced down the corridor, but saw no one. It turned out Dodo was dangling Adele over the railing. What is the matter? Eileen inquired, concern etched on her face. It's nothing. Adele is here, Alpha softly whispered in Eileen's ear. Before Eileen could react, Alpha playfully nibbled on her earlobe. You're being mischievous. Laughter echoed within the room. Chapter 41, Will's Opportunity. Did you see that? This is exactly what we seek. Black Will and Death Sword stood beside an opening. The cold wind howled outside, snowflakes landing upon Black Will, who remained clad in the attire he wore during his time in the south, despite the frigid weather. Behind Black Will was a throng of dark heads, nearly obscured by the swirling snow. You stay outside, I shall enter. No one is permitted to enter without my consent. Heathwell cautiously ventured alone into the cave. Perhaps he was already a specter of the past, as the throngs of the wilderness surged in the biting wind, infusing the desolate expanse with a semblance of vitality, albeit merely the vitality of the deceased. You have arrived. An ancient voice reverberated through the cavern's dark emptiness. Suddenly, the cave illuminated, revealing a skeleton seated upon a peculiar stone, its garments long since vanished, save for a necklace adorning its neck. Twin blue flames flickered in the sockets where its eyes once resided, and the stone was inscribed with enigmatic symbols. To think you met your demise in such a trivial locale, Heathwell mocked, gazing at the skeletal figure. Humanity has driven you to this state. It seems I must reconsider my grand design for conquest. Leaning against the stone wall, he continued, if you would be so kind as to escort me out, I would be willing to serve as your subordinate. The jawbone of the skeleton moved rhythmically, producing an eerie sound. Who is responsible for your current state? Can you enlighten me? Heathwell's pupils were shrouded in darkness, obscuring his expression. Why, it was that individual. I trust you have encountered him already? The skeleton replied. Indeed. I have come solely for that stone of yours. Heathwell's gaze fixated on the dark stone beneath the skeletal frame. The skeleton remained silent, merely returning Heathwell's stare. You seek my stone. You may be a tad inexperienced. A surge of darkness erupted from the skeleton, penetrating Heathwell's being. In an instant, the bones collapsed, reduced to a mere pile. Is that so? Did you truly think I would come without any defense? The cave flickered with intermittent light and shadow. At that moment, Heathwell unleashed the radiant power that had once subdued him, now liberated from its prior confinement. How do you fare now, Nock? Not so pleasant, is it? Nock's essence was relentlessly pursued by the brilliant light until, suddenly, he found himself cornered. A portal appeared before him, and without a second thought, he leaped through. Expecting an exit, he was instead ensnared within a crystalline seal, the very crystal embedded in Heathwell's chest. Light gradually filled the crystal, and a cacophony of anguished cries emanated from within. Slowly, Heathwell opened his eyes, feeling slightly disoriented yet triumphant to have acquired the coveted item. As he approached the stone, before he could draw near, arrows suddenly shot forth from the surrounding walls. Heathwell had no time to evade, and one struck his thigh. Indeed, you have made progress. Truly, you are the famed Genos who once wreaked havoc in the underworld. The skeleton, now revived, erupted into laughter. It seems you too have evolved. Heathwell observed the reanimated skeleton. Yet he remarked, but you are not faring much better, I presume. Heathwell realized that the earlier encounter was merely a projection of Nock, a fragment of his soul. Initially perplexed as to why Nock appeared so weakened, he recalled that he had indeed vanquished a portion of Nock's essence. However, the remarkable response he had just executed, particularly as both he and his adversary were adept at dealing with the dark arts, was suddenly overshadowed. A colossal mass of black mist erupted from the skeleton's body, enveloping the entire Black Will. In Will's mind, chaos reigned. He lay convulsing on the ground. Just then, a flicker of consciousness awakened within him, as a glimmer of light, cornered and desperate, began to shimmer. Will? The gentle calls resonated. The luminous entity gazed at the small figure before it, a sprite-like creature that roused Will from his stupor. Who are you? He inquired. I am the crystal upon your chest. Oh, where am I now? Will felt utterly disoriented, transformed into a mere orb of light. Your opportunity has arrived. The one who governs your body has encountered a formidable foe. Will was oblivious to the reasons behind his current state. An opportunity awaits. Follow me. He trailed the sprite through layers of dense, white mist, arriving in a quaint town where he regained his human form. This place was Prozwang, where he had first met Diana in his youth. He recalled his arrival in this northern town, where Diana had graciously welcomed him. Follow me. A little girl dressed in white tugged at his sleeve. Are you that crystal? Now is the time. Hurry. Suddenly, a horse appeared before them. They mounted the steed as the girl signaled to venture outside the town. Outside, dark clouds loomed, and the sun hid behind them. In a valley beyond the town, two monstrous beings were engaged in a fierce battle. I can't believe you haven't obliterated the soul of this body's original owner. If he were to arrive here, we would both perish. That is impossible. I have sealed him away. It is just you and me here. The two creatures bled a pale purple, and the surrounding trees lay ravaged, clearly having just endured a fierce clash. Take me away. I will hand over the spirit stone. Nock appeared to struggle. Having spent a millennium in the cave, his soul no longer as potent as it once was. Today, either you die or I die. Janos, skeptical of his cunning foe, knew both were seasoned veterans who could not trust one another. Let us fight. The two monsters engaged in a primal struggle, tearing at each other. It is just ahead. Remember, this is your domain. You control this place. Once those two creatures have finished their battle, you will step forward and eliminate the remaining one. Will was utterly bewildered. In truth, he wished to remain in this place. Perhaps he could reunite with Miss Diana, that innocent girl he once knew. though their union was merely a pretense. He felt a surge of happiness. I sensed someone approaching. Halt. At this moment, Nock was consumed by a murderous frenzy. How could he possibly let his final opportunity slip away? Janos cast his gaze towards the valley's edge. It appeared that Nock's words had proven accurate. The human had indeed awakened and broken the seal. He must act swiftly and decisively to escape this place. Come on, come on. Nock taunted Janos. In truth, Nock was already aware that the master of this domain was approaching. That crafty old fox would surely seek to flee. This was his chance. He had previously been unable to defeat Janos. It was a gamble. He could only wager. He was weary of the desolate cavern and the relentless solitude. Should he fail this time, he would rather perish alongside Janos. Chapter 42. An unforeseen change in the warm embrace deep within the pitch-black cavern. Two figures huddled by the flickering firelight, whispering to one another. One reclined against the rock wall, the dancing flames seemingly heralding the arrival of a significant event. Is there truly no way out? Will trembled. I told you, once we resolve this stone, I can deal with the entity hidden within you. And then those outside will disperse. Jinger rubbed her small hands together. Initially, she didn't feel particularly cold, but as time passed, the warmth within her began to wane. Will's coat had been stripped from him by her. I sense that the power within you resonates perfectly with it. It should work. Gurgle. What was that sound? Jinger paused. Gurgle. It is your stomach growling. Will placed a hand on his forehead. What now? Why are you hungry? Aren't you a crystal? Will couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, Will was already quite famished, which was why he had been pondering their escape. It was impossible to deal with those larger creatures alone. There were still numerous undead lurking outside. Jinger reminded Will of the existence of the undead. There is no choice. Why not take a peek? No. Forget it. Jinger looked somewhat puzzled. After all, Will was still a man. How could he allow a girl to undertake such a task, even though he currently felt powerless? Let us think of another solution. I'm hungry. Jinger patted her stomach. Sister, I'm hungry too. Move me next to that stone. Will urged. All right. Jinger effortlessly lifted Will, without the struggle typical of most girls. You possess considerable strength. Will wondered if her hunger was merely a pretense. Once placed beside the holy stone, Will felt uneasy. Should we wait a bit longer? As he drew closer to the sacred stone, a strange sensation overcame him, and his eyes shifted towards Jinger. Before his body could approach, a surge of energy emanated from his left hand, pressing it firmly against the stone. Wow! Pull my left hand away. Will exclaimed in astonishment as waves of power surged into his being from within the stone. Jinger hurriedly rushed forward to assist, only to be repelled to the side. Will's entire body trembled violently, as if he could sense a voice roaring within him on the left. You mustn't. You mustn't. Gradually, the voice diminished, and Will's left hand began to detach from the stone. The inscriptions on the stone slowly faded, their color transforming into a pristine white. However, a dark mark remained on his left arm, resembling a demonic visage, etched like a tattoo, while his forearm was adorned with vanishing sigils. Ah, you are quite impressive, Jinger exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy upon seeing the stone return to its original form. Will's pinky finger twitched slightly. Had I known, I would not have heeded your advice. Everything was perfectly fine. Jinger attempted to crouch down to help Will up. Wait, hold on. Will's left hand twitched once more, as if it possessed a life of its own. He turned his gaze towards the direction Jinger was looking. It's just a hand. What is so fascinating about it? Suddenly, they both heard a faint heartbeat emanating from the left hand, accompanied by a subtle tremor. What is wrong with my left hand? Will gazed at his hand, astonished. Everything is fine, Jinger mumbled, helping him up. Does this seem fine? It's far more terrifying than having no sensation at all. Never mind that. I need to eat something first. With that, Jinger dashed toward the pristine stone. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the stone and began to gnaw at it, biting through it as effortlessly as if it were tofu. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that a stone could be consumed in such a manner. What about your integrity, stone? After a hearty feast, Jinger devoured the stone until not a crumb remained. Burp. She let out a loud belch. So, she actually likes eating stones? Will pondered, scratching his head. Before he could inquire about the taste of the stone, Jinger's entire body collapsed. Fortunately, she fell onto his lap. Had she collided with the nearby stones, her face would have been severely marred. Hey, he called out, his voice rising in volume. Yet Jinger remained unresponsive. Will attempted to lift her. As his left hand began to move slowly, though sluggish, he could feel sensation gradually returning to his body. Yet, it was of little use. The movement of his left hand was as slow as a snail, and beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead. He surrendered to the situation. Jinger lay peacefully across his legs. The cave enveloped them in darkness, with a small fireball illuminating a modest area of their surroundings. Gradually, Will's eyelids began to droop. A wave of fatigue washed over him. I cannot fall asleep. I cannot fall asleep. In this frigid weather, succumbing to slumber seems akin to an act of self-destruction. I cannot sleep. At this moment, Jinger's body gradually began to warm, basking in a comforting heat. It seems to be the result of consuming that peculiar stone. Wei slowly inched closer to Jinger, and the two succumbed to sleep in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from outside the cave. The once leaning death sword was assailed by the undead, swarmed by skeletons. Genos, you vile scoundrel! The howling winds of the northwest carried Genos' voice across the vast expanse. Clearly, he believed himself to have been deceived by Genos. Even the death sword hesitated to confront such a multitude of the undead. Meanwhile, the two slumbering souls within the cave remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. Perish! The death sword resolutely blocked the cave entrance with a large boulder. With that, it fled, leveraging its physical prowess to swiftly escape this ominous place. The frenzied undead, deprived of a target to annihilate, began to disperse into the surroundings. As the leaders of the undead fell, they slowly began to contemplate, awakening a semblance of sentience. One among them grasped a wooden stick from the snowy ground, gathering several other sentient undead around him. Walla walla wah, walla walla wah. This would mark a significant step for them. None could foresee that this small undead would later wield such immense influence. After a restful slumber, Wei awoke, oblivious to whether it was day or night. Pleasantly surprised to find he could move, albeit sluggishly. Another stroke of good fortune was that neither he nor Jinger had succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Yet, it was rather embarrassing to discover himself cradled in Jinger's embrace, feeling the soft warmth against him. Jinger held him tightly. Wei attempted to gently extricate himself. But Jinger's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Huh, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Sister, you truly live up to your reputation for having a rock-like head. It is indeed comfortable. But what on earth is the structure of your head? I seem to have taken advantage of you. I suspect every man in the world would wish to dissect your head to find out. Wei slapped his forehead. How could I forget? How could I forget? You are but a rock-headed girl. Chapter 43. Lanny's wife. In a castle to the north, a woman stood by the window, gazing out at the snow-laden world, where the distant Great Wall divided the northern humans, casting them aside like discarded refuse, leaving them beyond its borders. As she rolled up the sleeve of her garment, a tattoo revealed itself, bearing the emblem of the Blue Blaze Army. Had she truly been forsaken? The woman mused softly. She was the leader of the largest faction of the Blue Blaze Army in the north, and her ascension to this position was no mere feat for a woman. She had wed Lanny to improve the lives of the northern people. She gently caressed the child within her womb, a being destined to transform the entire world. She would personally nurture this gradual metamorphosis. The kiss mark left by Lanny lingered on her neck, and her gravest fears had not come to fruition. To her surprise, Lanny remained a virgin, and on their wedding night, he did not shower her with affection, but since their first evening together, his tenderness had flourished. Upon learning of her pregnancy, he became exceedingly protective of her. This significantly improved her impression of Lanny, although he was rumored to be a devil, devouring without remorse. Her observations over the past few days suggested a gentler reality, particularly when she expressed her aversion to the taste of blood on his lips. Instead of reacting with anger, Lanny began to seek magical plants to replenish his energy, though they were scarce in the north. He had lost considerable weight, his temperament had shifted dramatically, and he began to develop an affinity for humanity, initiating several benevolent policies. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. A middle-aged man entered. It was Lanny's uncle, Lant. Kaylin, are you adjusting well? He inquired. Yes. Thank you for your concern, uncle. She replied. I heard those matters were communicated to Lanny by you. Kaylin's face paled. I merely mentioned it casually. Her heart raced. Had she been discovered? Oh, no need to worry. Your suggestion was excellent. Lanny is gradually starting to regain his spirits. In fact, I should express my gratitude to you. Lant admired this woman, surprised to find such talent among human females. He had always been a proponent of harmony, not wishing to impose hardship on the lower classes. Kaylin's creative suggestion had caught his attention, and he had come to visit her, considering she carried Lanny's child. I have procured many beneficial items for pregnant women. I instructed the kitchen staff to prepare them. You must refrain from excessive movement. I hear the Blue Blaze Brigade is causing unrest in the city. If you grow bored, let Lanny take you out. Lant had also taken note of this small organization in recent days. However, more pressing matters awaited his attention. Numerous undead had been reported in the northwest, appearing not in swarms, but as solitary figures. Despite having established defenses, some had slipped through the cracks. Once this issue was resolved, he intended to investigate the Northwest personally, as a formidable presence lurked there. The motives of the necromancer behind these disturbances puzzled him, given his own power. There seemed little necessity for such harassment to gauge their strength. Thank you for your concern, Uncle. Kaelin felt a sense of wariness towards Lanny's uncle, sensing the danger he posed. Had she not concealed herself well, she feared she would have been discovered long ago, yet she sensed he was already onto her existence. I need to make a trip to the Northwest. You must keep an eye on Lanny and prevent any reckless behavior. At last, Lan had found someone capable of keeping Lanny in check. This visit is evidently a warning. It seems that matters in the Northwest have indeed taken a turn for the worse. The news arriving from below is accurate. Is it that necromancer? How troublesome. Originally, vampires could be assimilated, but necromancers present a far more significant dilemma. So many undead. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approaches. Kaelin, I'm back. Lanny's voice precedes him as he enters. All right, I shall not intrude upon you. Rant turns to leave. Hello, Uncle. I've brought many delightful things. Remember to have Kaelin drink this. Lanny holds up a peculiar rag doll, quite unsightly, with threads hanging loosely from it. Kaelin, look. Lanny, like an exuberant boy, cradles the doll he stitched himself. Did you make this? Judging by the doll's appearance, Kaelin need not guess. It must surely be Lanny's handiwork. Of course. Lately, Lanny has been crafting all sorts of oddities for himself. There is scarcely room left in the room. Besides this doll, there is also an oversized dress, clearly a failure, a crib, a large white stuffed animal, and an array of 5 or 6 colorful plush toys cluttering the space. Kaelin has neatly arranged these items, showing no disdain for Lanny's craftsmanship. Do refrain from making such things. There is no space left here. I'm not making it for you. It's for our child. Lanny proudly caresses Kaelin's belly, gently stroking it. What name do you think we should give him? How do you know it's a boy? It could very well be a girl. Oh, right. Then I must prepare to buy her some little dresses. Do you wish to go out? Kaelin feels her head spinning from Lanny's antics these past few days. Are you aware of the happenings in the Northwest? Yes. Lanny responds cheerfully. Kaelin shoots Lanny a disapproving glance. Then why aren't you accompanying Uncle? This matter is of utmost importance. Uncle asked me to remain here to oversee things. What nonsense. In truth, Lanny possesses a degree of skill. After all, he was instrumental in securing the territory for humanity in the North. Clearly, Kaelin's understanding of Lanny remains somewhat superficial. When Lanny is serious, he is formidable indeed. Come, let us venture out to procure some items. Wait, Uncle has brought me good things. Just yesterday, you were clamoring to go out with me. What has changed today? Thus, this young couple, Lanny and Kaelin, lead a life in the North that is somewhat mundane yet tinged with tension. In the Northwest, a staggering corpse slowly approaches a household. The biting cold has rendered its clothing tattered, and faint markings suggest the individual's former identity as a participant in that great battle. However, now, their eyes have lost their natural hue, glowing with an eerie blue light. Behind them, one can faintly discern companions following in tow. Father, what is that? A young man is preparing his hunting gear, setting out with his father for a hunting expedition. Recently, the wildlife has dwindled significantly, which has piqued their curiosity. They must venture further afield, lest they face hunger once more. To be frank, the life of a hunter has become quite arduous of late. Other hunters in the vicinity share similar sentiments, contemplating whether to lease a plot of land for cultivation. However, danger looms ever closer. Chapter 44. The heritage of Alan under the cover of night. The flickering lights resemble mayflies adrift upon a great river. Within the castle, revelry abounds as a welcoming banquet unfolds. A woman gazes skyward from the balcony railing, her eyes filled with sorrow. Her belly is notably round, and in a month's time, she shall likely give birth. Sister, there you are? What brings you here alone? Called Modo, who approached with half a glass of exquisite wine in hand. You, she replied. Where are the others? Diana did not turn her head, remaining transfixed by the crescent moon above. We're right here, came the voice of Adele. Diana turned to see everyone present except for Aaron. Diana, dear sister, we understand your concerns for Alpha, but there is little we can do. We worry too. Yet we are powerless, remarked Cullis, displaying remarkable composure. In truth, she could sense Alpha's presence. As long as Alpha's life remained unthreatened, she felt no cause for alarm. Having endured several battles, Alpha had grown formidable, and as long as nothing untoward occurred, escape was likely. At this juncture, the mood among the group became notably complex. Previously, Will and Alpha had been the core of their small team. Now, with Will gone and Alpha missing, the atmosphere grew heavy. During the recent funeral, Diana had wept profusely. her pregnancy rendering her physically weak, and Alpha's predicament had further drained her vitality. The group gazed into the dark night, a sense of unease settling over them. Alpha had been absent for an extended period. Perhaps something dire had transpired, and such thoughts plagued their minds. Enough. Let us not despair. We must have faith in him, Adele urged, leading the others to adjust their spirits. Perhaps Alpha will return by tomorrow. Indeed. They all nodded in agreement. The banquet soon drew to a close. And only then did Aaron approach, joining the assembly as they engaged in light conversation. Their discussions largely revolved around matters from before the war, touching upon customs and traditions. As they chatted, the topic unexpectedly shifted to Alan. Alan. At that moment, Diana recalled that while everyone called him Alan, they had never considered his surname. Hold on. Diana suddenly interjected, causing the group to pause. Adele Stark and Alan Stark, have you not noticed? Their surnames are the same. Furthermore, both Alan and Adele shared the characteristic of dark hair. It was only then that the group turned their attention towards the two, realizing the gravity of this coincidence. Was it mere happenstance? However, the surname Stark is rather uncommon, and the most familiar Stark to the general populace is undoubtedly the Stark family of Norton City. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of rare exceptions, as there are a few individuals who also bear the surname Stark. Though sharing the same surname does not necessarily imply a blood relationship. Alan, your surname is Stark. Who are your parents? Black 7, who was seated close to Alan, nudged him with his shoulder. In recent days, Alan and Black 7 had developed a harmonious rapport, with Alan persistently imploring Black 7 to teach him the art of swordsmanship, drawing them closer together. Childhood. To be honest, I have little recollection of my early years. I grew up alongside several uncles and remain unaware of my parents. Alan had truly not contemplated this matter before. He had inquired with Phil during his youth, yet Phil too had no answers. Everyone treated Alan kindly, and over time, he gradually forgot about this topic. In truth, Alan's origins have always been a mystery. The previously silent Bona finally spoke up. A mystery? This piqued everyone's curiosity, prompting them to quiet down and listen intently. Interestingly, Phil and I encountered Alan by sheer coincidence. At that time, we just happened upon a group of human traffickers while I was accompanying Phil on a delivery. To be honest, we had no intention of intervening. But these traffickers had sinister designs on Phil's wife. Phil had a wife? Came the astonished response. Indeed. Please, do not interrupt me. At that time, Phil's wife was not accompanying us. However, we were compelled to bring her along for a medical consultation in the city. Her name was Amy, and she was pregnant. Forced to join us on this perilous journey due to the lack of a competent healer in the town. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Amy tragically lost her life during that delivery. As Bona recounted this, a hint of sorrow crept into his voice, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Those individuals not only targeted Amy, but also intended to eliminate both Phil and me. Clearly, they underestimated our strength. Yet, Amy made the ultimate sacrifice. It is all my fault. I failed to protect her. We discovered you within a cart. There was only you, a small child, while the others were women. Unconscious in the wagon. When everyone regained consciousness, we inquired if anyone recognized the 1-year-old child, but no one did. Amy perished trying to save you. At that moment, a burly man was about to toss you aside, but it was Amy who caught you. Consequently, Phil and I found ourselves at their mercy. Bona suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a long scar across his chest. Tears began to trace the creases of his weathered face, glistening like dew upon the rugged terrain. There was no choice. To survive, Amy made her sacrifice. Her last words were to care for this child. She held you tightly, even in her final moments. This is why Phil feels both love and resentment toward you. Because of you, he lost his wife. Every year, he would pay homage alone to his wife and their unborn child, and I could not accompany him. Suddenly, Alan recalled that every second week of spring, Phil would vanish for several days. In Alan's memory, initially, it was not Phil who personally raised him. However, as he gradually matured, Phil began to grapple with his complex emotions, sometimes erupting in unwarranted anger, while at other times displaying a tender concern for him. It turned out that he shared a deeper connection with Phil than he had realized. Over the years, Phil had regarded him as his own child, channeling his feelings for his wife and deceased child through Alan. Phil's affection for his wife was so profound that he remained unmarried thereafter. Alan discerned why. In his final moments, Phil wished to append his surname to Alan's name. Yet, he pondered, why had he been called Alan Stark all this time? He found it perplexing that he had not simply adopted the Stark surname. We retrieved information from the traffickers, discovering a list of names. Those girls were all freed. Yet your list bore only one surname, Stark. Kidnapping? But who would dare to abduct a member of House Stark? Chapter 45. The rise of the undead, once a vibrant village. It had transformed into a hellish nightmare, as the undead ravaged the entire settlement, their howls echoing throughout. Only the chilling winds whispered through the night, while a small girl trembled, hiding in a cupboard. Why? Why has this happened? A man outside the cupboard roared in despair. The undead before him had slain his wife, and he had only stepped out for a brief moment. Before he could fully lament, his wife's eyes suddenly fluttered open, just as relief washed over him. A sharp pain coursed through his neck, and his wife's eyes glowed an eerie blue. Blood gushed from his throat. "Don't come out." His voice was hoarse, nearly devoid of hope, as he glanced toward the cupboard. At that moment, the little girl emerged, weeping for her parents. But it was futile. Go, go. The father collapsed after uttering those words. The girl, in tears, turned back to her parents, bewildered by the unfolding tragedy. Suddenly, the undead in the village seemed to receive a command, hastily converging towards the village center. Biner, a vampire from the village, fought desperately to break free from the chaos, determined to report the calamity. Yet, the horde of undead only multiplied. It was impossible. From every corner of the village emerged throngs of the undead. This village had become a dominion of the undead. Come on, you monsters. What meaning does his survival hold now, with all the villagers dead, including his own parents? He exerted every ounce of his strength, yet an ever-increasing horde of undead surged towards him from all directions. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the onslaught. A skeletal creature to his left lunged at his abdomen. Was this the end? Huh, how ludicrous. He had fought so hard for his place. Yet he could not even safeguard his village. Had he erred in his actions? A solitary tear glistened at the corner of his eye. How tragic it was that the power humanity possessed paled in comparison to this terrifying force. At that moment, a colossal fireball erupted unexpectedly. Boom. The surrounding undead fell to the ground. Too late, the man muttered, as the undead had already torn his body asunder. In the midst of the chaos, another undead, seemingly endowed with intelligence, began to retreat. Alpha beheld the scene before him in disbelief. The enemy's vampire had been vanquished by the undead. The undead began to flee. To Alpha's astonishment, he had not even noticed Blackwell. How formidable that uncle of his was. The hunter and the young boy followed closely behind. The previous night, they had discovered these creatures and evaded the undead, beginning their pursuit at dawn. But they were still too late. Would Graina be all right? Father. Alas, the middle-aged man sighed. As the undead sought to escape, Alpha unfurled his enormous wings and pursued them, unleashing fireballs in his wake. Yet, the relentless undead surged towards him. The foremost among them was untouchable. He was the linchpin of this undead squadron. After approximately 2 minutes, Alpha had to concede defeat. After all, that father and son were still awaiting his return. Upon his arrival, he was met with astonished gazes from the duo. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from a nearby trash bin. "Are you the Lord of Light? I beseech you, save my father and mother." The little girl wept, tears cascading down her cheeks as her body trembled uncontrollably. Graina, Peter, the young boy embraced the little girl. They often crossed paths. Most of the game hunted by the hunter was given to Leona's father, who would return to collect the spoils, primarily pelts. How could things have come to this? A few stragglers had not escaped and appeared behind the hunter. Alpha thrust his sword forward, startling the hunter. Turning around, he saw the undead's head pierced through by Alpha's blade. "This place is no longer safe," Alpha shouted. He and the hunter carried a child in each arm as they traversed the snowy terrain. The worries that had plagued Alpha had finally materialized. He had to find Blackwell, yet it was evident that his strength alone was insufficient. He needed to return and relay this crucial message to those south of the Great Wall. On the other side, Will and Jinger encountered a similar predicament. After resting in the old hunter's abode, they continued onward in the direction indicated by him. "This is all my fault. I should not have resorted to forbidden arts. My fault. Mine." Will's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming from the corners. They stumbled upon a village, ravaged and slaughtered, not by vampires, but by necromancers. A grievous mistake of his own making. Surrounding Will were lifeless bodies, cold and devoid of warmth. Though he bore numerous injuries, he felt no concern. Will. Jinger stood beside him, wishing to offer comfort, yet finding herself at a loss for words. Indeed, had it not been for his momentary impulse, how could so many lives have been extinguished? There were the elderly, women, children, youth, and even pregnant women and infants. "Look at what I have done." Will's demeanor grew frenzied. He turned to Jinger, declaring, "We shall not return. We will remain. The sins I have wrought, I shall bring to an end." His eyes ignited with fervor. "I am sorry, Diana. Alpha, I must stay here." Will gazed southward, where he could nearly see the enormous barrier, the Great Wall. this magnificent edifice. He felt an urgent need to conclude matters before they escalated further, even if it meant standing alone. At that moment, a horde of disoriented necromancers appeared in the distance. Will, look. Jinger pointed towards the unfolding scene. Among the disheveled necromancers stood one who exuded an unusual vitality. Wielding a ghostly blue-eye spear, perched upon a white bear that had become one of their ranks. Will's gaze fixed upon the necromancer, who in turn regarded him with equal intensity. Impossible. How can this be? A hierarchy among the necromancers? This is far more formidable than a mere rabble. If they were scattered chaotically across the northwest, it might have been manageable. But now, let us go. We must leave. Will and Jinger hastily departed from the village. As they fled, Will glanced back, noticing the necromancer standing amidst the corpses, slowly raising his ice spear. Suddenly, the bodies beneath began to writhe once more. Except for those whose heads had been shattered, the other corpses that remained relatively intact gradually rose to their feet. The necromancer continued to watch the direction of Will's escape, as if mocking him. Chapter 46. The birth of the necromancer king. In the midst of heavy snowfall, the four stood in the snow-covered ground. The two adults and one child presenting a scene of warmth. Let us halt here. I advise you to head east. The west is no longer safe. Alpha reflected with a hint of melancholy, knowing he must eventually return. Farewells are inevitable, sooner or later. I have a request of you. If you would be so kind as to oblige. The hunter's countenance was grim, snowflakes clinging to his beard. Since discovering his ability to soar through the skies, the hunter harbored a peculiar sentiment towards himself, perhaps reverence. He led Alpha aside, burdened by the weight of two children, tears streaming down his weathered face. Though the winds howled fiercely, Alpha could discern every word he uttered. I know you possess great power. Individuals of your stature may never truly grasp the lives of us humble folk. Peter and Grina, I fear I can no longer care for them. The hunter lifted his heavy fur coat, revealing a gaping wound, a testament to a white bear's ferocity. Before encountering you, I intended to entrust Peter to Grina's parents. Alas, what a world we live in. I never anticipated this. He gazed at the sunless, white sky, mocking the injustices that surrounded him. I understand. Alpha perceived the hunter's underlying message. After all, this father and son had once salvaged his very life. Peter and Grina were mere children, burdened by misfortune. To be torn from their parents and homeland at such a tender age is a cruel fate. I do not seek greatness for these two. I only wish for their survival. Should life prove too harsh in the future, you may let them fend for themselves. Of course, if you could spare a moment of your precious time to guide them, that would be appreciated. We mortals are destined for hardship. Had it not been for Peter saving your life, I would not dare speak thus. I implore you, for Peter's sake, grant them a chance at life. Rest assured, I shall care for the children. They are well behaved. Before he could finish, the hunter coughed, a pool of blood staining the pristine white snow. My condition deteriorates by the moment. Soon, I must speak with the children. He kicked a mound of snow over the blood, casting a glance back at the two oblivious children. The hunter, with great effort, approached them, slowly crouching down. Peter, forgive me. But remember this, your home lies in the north. You are a son of the north. The hunter embraced Peter tightly, kissing his rosy cheek. Grina, I am deeply saddened by the fate of your parents, but you must live on with strength. He gently ruffled Grina's hair. Father, what is happening? Peter asked, bewildered. Peter, in the days ahead, you and Grina must look after one another, no matter what transpires. I love you. With that, the hunter turned away, nodding to Alpha. Father, what is happening? Before Peter could finish his inquiry, a tremendous force lifted him into the air. Lord Alpha will explain everything. Remember, live well. At that moment, the hunter's tears flowed freely. Alpha cradled Peter and Grina in his arms, his vast wings unfurling as he soared southward. Lord Alpha, my father is still down there. Peter's small voice cried out in desperation. I want to go down. Let me go? Peter yearned to break free from Alpha's embrace. Yet how could his frail form escape such a stronghold? I beg you, I desire nothing but to be with my father. Grina, however, did not appear as sorrowful. Her parents had perished, and remaining here held no significance for her. Her gaze merely lingered on the diminishing figures below. Peter, it is futile. I have promised your father. I just want to be with him. Tears threatened to fall, yet they froze before they could cascade down. The shadows below grew increasingly indistinct, gradually becoming engulfed in the vast whiteness of the desolate expanse. As he observed the figures fading into the horizon, the hunter felt a pang of regret. Yet this was a duty he must fulfill. The lives of his two children might be extinguished in an instant due to his own selfishness. How many times could he withstand the perils of this boundless wasteland? Beasts, those monsters, What could he possibly wield to safeguard his children? For the first time, he felt utterly powerless as an adult. Having lived in this place since childhood, he had once relied on his skills to provide for his family. Yet life always seemed to mock him. In the distance, a multitude of dark silhouettes began to draw near, concealed by the tempest of wind and snow. No one could discern how many undead lurked there. What sound was that? The hunter's ears were attuned, sensing an approaching presence. He turned, and a sea of the undead materialized before him, limitless, at least within his sight. The tempest intensified, and the lethargic undead surged toward him as if drawn by a delectable feast. Huh, I was right. I was right. The hunter laughed heartily, drawing a dagger from his belt. Come on, you monsters. Suddenly, the creatures halted, encircling him. Come feast upon my flesh and blood. Though fear gripped him, madness danced in his eyes, which glowed a fierce red. The undead parted to form a path, revealing a figure shrouded in blue frost. Wielding an ice spear and crowned with an icy diadem. Several others, akin to him, stood by his side, unmistakably the leader of these wretched souls. Why do you do this? The hunter charged, aiming to plunge his dagger into this fiend. There is no why. The frost-crowned undead intercepted the dagger with his ice spear, causing it to disintegrate into dust. You can speak. The hunter stared in disbelief at this occurrence. How is this possible? My dagger is sharp enough to sever bone. Indeed, soon, you shall be like them. One hand pressed against the hunter's forehead. There was no resisting. He stood frozen. Gradually, his eyes transformed to a chilling blue, frost enveloping his body and face, rendering him one of them. How does it feel? Quite splendid, I presume. Thank you, Father. Thus, the army of the undead continued its relentless advance. All beings on the road shall become part of them. The rise of the others begins now. Perhaps this journey is long, yet they shall continually multiply, ceaselessly advancing forward. They are the true harbingers of hell, destined to annihilate and dominate this world. Chapter 47. The hidden peril of neglect. The wind outside battered the little flowers by the window, while dark brows gazed into the distance. A heart laden with worry, unable to find peace. It's getting late. Sister, you should rest, Adele gently urged Diana. He will return, Diana replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Despite everyone's confidence, she sensed that something was amiss. Uncle Alpha. Peter and Grina looked at the man before them with rising concern. How can such a monster exist in this world? His stature looms like a small mountain. It's fine, he cannot keep up. Alpha turned to glance back at the death sword. The wind and snow were not as ferocious now, and even with two little ones in tow, he could easily outpace him. Yet, he was taken aback by how persistently this creature pursued them. Once they reached the Great Wall, it should cease its reckless chase. Were it not for the children in his arms, Alpha would have surely dealt with this creature himself. Thick-skinned, let him witness what it means to be tenacious. The Great Wall loomed ever closer. Suddenly, the death sword halted its advance. He has stopped, Peter exclaimed, glancing back. Perhaps he has given up, Alpha mused, not looking back as he pressed forward. At that moment, a chilling aura rapidly approached him. Alpha swiftly turned to evade a black spear that zipped past his face. Before he could exhale in relief, another spear followed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more spears flew towards him. Unfortunately, he could not evade the last 2. The tremendous force thrust him off his predetermined path, propelling him far away. Thankfully, the 2 children were unharmed. Uncle Alpha, your wings. Blood gushed from Alpha's wings and thighs. Uncle Alpha, I'm fine. We'll arrive soon. Hold on, little ones. Alpha's voice wavered with fatigue. The frostbite had yet to heal, and with 2 children clutched in his grasp, he was unable to tend to his own wounds. His speed began to diminish. Uncle Alpha, the monster is catching up, Peter urged repeatedly. It's all right. Trust me. As the death sword drew nearer, the children fell silent, replaced by fear and despair. Had they known it would come to this, they would have preferred to remain with their father. We can surely make it across, right? I'm so young. I do not wish to die. Peter began to murmur anxiously. Alpha's condition worsened. The descent grew increasingly perilous. Perhaps you should let us down. Suddenly, the silent Grena spoke up. What? Are you out of your mind? Peter gazed incredulously at the girl before him. Why was she not afraid? The colossal sword of the death blade swung menacingly as Alpha desperately evaded its wrath. A sharp sound echoed as a deep gash was carved into Alpha's back. Hold tight. Alpha propelled himself towards the Great Wall, propelled by the momentum of the sword. He collapsed onto the ground, with Peter and Grena tumbling beside him. This is not the end. I shall await your return, Alpha, roared the death blade, its voice echoing against the towering wall. The massive sword descended upon Alpha with ferocity. Clang. A thin, translucent barrier halted the blade's advance. Under the immense pressure of the sword, a deep trench crept dangerously close to Alpha. It approached relentlessly, yet it could not breach the final inch. Cough. Retreat. This great wall is beyond your ability to topple. Alpha lay on the ground, mocking the death blade with exhausted bravado. The death blade bellowed in fury. No one dared to mock him thus, save for that wretched being. The death blade relentlessly swung his sword, leaving deep scars upon the great wall. Let us go. Help me up. Alpha urged the two frightened children. He staunched his own wounds as they assisted him away from the precipice. Uncle Alpha, are you all right? Graina looked at Alpha's injuries, concern etched on her face. I'm fine, I won't perish yet. Just as he uttered those words, Alpha collapsed. What do we do now? Graina turned to Peter. It's all right. We survived. Peter, still recovering, pointed. Look over there. Someone is approaching. Graina spotted a figure clad in black, wielding a blade, advancing towards them. What should we do? Peter was in a panic. How did you end up here? Who are you? Before the cloaked figure could finish, he noticed Alpha, supported by the two children. Lord Alpha? Though Alpha appeared disheveled, his pristine white wings were unmistakable. Wasn't he Lord Alpha supposed to be at the mechanical fortress? I'm aiding him. You two follow me. Oh my goodness, this colossal creature has returned. The figure stared at the death blade, relentlessly assaulting the great wall. He recognized this beast well, for it was the very monster that had slaughtered countless companions. At that moment, an alarm rang out. Hurry, you two, keep up with me. Graina was awestruck by the sights on the other side of the great wall. A vast expanse of greenery. Was this how trees truly appeared? The landscape south of the great wall unfolded magnificently before them. Could the sky truly be this blue? She had never been to the south, having only heard from her father that it was a realm of verdant beauty, warm and inviting, filled with an array of delectable cuisines and delightful amusements, where young women displayed their charms with exposed thighs. At this moment, Graina found herself in that very place, a land she had once visited in her dreams. The reality surpassed the visions of her slumber, evoking a sense of wonder more profound than anything she had imagined. Just then, a wave of heat enveloped her, causing warmth to radiate from her body and beads of sweat to form upon her brow. Let us go, Graina, Peter urged, tugging at her. Oh. She descended the iron ladder slowly, captivated by the scenery before her. Priest, hurry and summon Fiddy. This is Lord Alpha. Quickly clear the way. Has he arrived? Yes. Alpha was laid upon a bed, and a figure clad in black, carrying a bag, entered the room. Quickly, Lord Alpha is injured. Everyone else, step outside. What is your name? Mance inquired of the individual who had assisted Alpha. Fis. You have earned the greatest merit today, Fis. Fiddy. You must tend to Lord Alpha's wounds properly. Others, gather your weapons and follow me. Fis. You need not stay. Go to Summerwinter City and inform Lord Chris. This is the Night Watchers' first battle. They are destined to become part of history. The reputation of the Night Watchers will soar from this moment forth. Raise your guns. Fire. Prepare fireball. Shoot. We must hold our ground. There is but a single enemy. Chapter 48. Prime Minister Nard. Prime Minister, we have received correspondence from the Great Wall. At this moment, Nard was engrossed in the paperwork strewn across his desk, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume. A foreboding sensation gripped him as he held a letter sealed with urgent wax. You may leave, Nard instructed his assistant. The letter mentioned Alpha and the elusive death sword. Yet the necromancer had not made an appearance. Nard intended to incite a conflict between the necromancer and the vampires, allowing him to reap the benefits. The death sword should not be so foolish. What if the vampires cannot withstand the necromancer's power? When the Great War concluded, the forces of vampires and necromancers were evenly matched. Yet, humanity had only recently emerged from the conflict. Is it truly possible? However, the situation south of the Great Wall was dire, with reports of the Blue Blaze army growing ever stronger, which filled Nard with trepidation. He simply could not spare any military strength to confront the two formidable powers to the north. Anxiety consumed him. What should I do? Nard gazed out the window, observing the bustling city, where the war seemed to have had little impact on daily life. He was aware that many humans still resided to the north, yet he could only leave them there, utilizing them to deplete the vampires and the undead. There were hidden dangers, but this was, at present, the most viable solution. Nard's grizzled hair was tousled by the wind, drifting like wisps in the air. His time was running short indeed. Was there no one to address this overwhelming mess? Most of his family were brutish men who relied on strength, and few possessed the wisdom to comprehend the situation. In the Amsk aerial continent, men predominantly took pride in their might. Alas, is Amsk destined for ruin in this generation? The wrinkles etched on Nard's face seemed to foreshadow the downfall of this nation. deep and ravaged. To the south of the Great Wall, the night watchmen valiantly resisted the onslaught of the death swords. The number of defenders on the wall increased, and the death swords, overwhelmed by the multitude of assaults, retreated in frustration. Fortunately, injuries remained minimal. However, the delicate golden membrane upon the wall appeared increasingly feeble, though this seemed to escape notice. Thank you for your support, Lord Chris. No need for thanks. From now on, we are family. This left Mance somewhat bewildered. Huh. Prepare my black attire. Chris patted Mance on the shoulder. My lord. You. What? Is there a problem? Chris's expression darkened slightly. No. Your status is far too noble. How could you mingle with us commoners? Huh. It's nothing. I am here now. This time, I shan't take my leave. By the way, my lord. Lord Alpha is here. I wonder why he returned from north of the Great Wall, covered in wounds. At this moment, Mance recalled that Alpha was still in the city. Chris appeared somewhat astonished. According to my daughter, they had gone to the mechanical fortress. How did Alpha suddenly appear north of the Great Wall? Alas, truly worrisome. Lead me to him. I wish to see. Craftsmen began to repair the damaged sections of the Great Wall, with figures bustling back and forth along its expanse. Alpha awoke from his stupor, two small heads nestled against him, sound asleep. Finally, he was back. As Alpha gazed out the window, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, a pair of servants entered, bearing steaming bowls of soup. Lord Alpha has awakened. Quickly, inform Lord Chris. Chris, my son-in-law. It seems I cannot escape a scolding this time. Uncle Alpha? Just then, the two little ones stirred awake, rubbing their eyes, appearing quite adorable. Do you recognize me? Alpha felt a sense of familiarity with the maid. Oh, have you forgotten? I once served you at your wedding. This is your restorative soup. The priest mentioned you would likely awaken around this time, and you must be quite hungry. The maid set the soup beside Alpha. At this moment, Alpha glanced at Graina and Peter nearby. Are you too hungry? Oh, they've already eaten. The maid reminded. Yes, we have eaten. Sister Maylie treated us to an abundance of delicacies. Peter patted his plump belly. Indeed, there were numerous delectable treats that Graina had never encountered before. Graina licked her lips in anticipation. Haha, there are still many more delights that you both have yet to experience. I shall take you to the magical city in the future. Alpha harbored a fondness for the two children, and with Diana about to give birth, he found himself increasingly intrigued by children. You need not worry about feeding them. They have already consumed quite a bit before their nap. She was genuinely astonished at how much children could eat. When did Lord Chris visit? This morning. At that time, you were still unconscious. Well, it appears the matter of the death sword should be resolved. However, there are more pressing issues I must discuss with Nard. Nard is unlikely to agree with my suggestions. Belief aside, there are so many innocent people in the north. I must meet Nard in the magical city. Just then, the door swung open. Alpha, you truly are a source of concern. What if something were to happen to you? What would become of my daughter? Your women would surely be devastated. You two are about to become a father. Can't you approach matters with a touch more seriousness? Indeed, the tirade began immediately. That father figure, has he returned? You old curmudgeon. Do not scold Uncle Alpha. Graina bravely confronted Chris from the side. Little girl, do you know who stands before you? Mance interjected. I don't care. As long as someone dares to bully Uncle Alpha, I will be the first to object. I will too. Peter glanced at Graina's expression and felt compelled to unite in solidarity. Alpha chuckled at the two children, unable to suppress his amusement. Chris, too, found these spirited children remarkable. They were unafraid of his fierce demeanor, and despite his serious countenance, he failed to intimidate them. Alpha, where did you pick up these two little rascals? So stubborn. Just like you. Chris pinched Graina's cheeks playfully. The north. Let us not speak of that anymore. Chris deliberately shifted the topic. It seems he is aware of this matter. The north has been entirely abandoned. Chris knows this. Mance, please take these two little ones downstairs. All right. You two behave, and play nicely with Uncle Mance. At this moment, only Alpha and Chris remained in the room. My suspicions were indeed correct. The north is not solely inhabited by vampires. There are humans as well. Otherwise, we could hardly withstand such a multitude of vampires. They cannot possibly transform everyone into vampires. Yes, Chris, observing Alpha's angered expression, remained remarkably calm. But, why? Why did the old king do this? Alpha shouted. There are certain matters that you do not comprehend. Humph, I do not comprehend. The corners of Alpha's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 49. Unstoppable, he was furious. The north was his homeland, a place where he had grown up. And the people there were mostly simple indigenous folk whom he knew well. We had no choice but to act for the greater good, Chris explained. The greater good? Alpha retorted. You elites always think this way. But have you ever considered the lives of ordinary people? Do you know that even worse horrors are unfolding in the north? The army of the undead is multiplying. The people in the north are suffering. Alpha shouted at Chris. Vampires are being used as shields. Lord Nard had a plan all along. Chris suppressed his anger, patiently explaining to Alpha. You have no idea what you haven't witnessed. Stumbling, Alpha descended from the bed and headed directly for the door. Uncle Alpha, are you really going out like this? Graina looked at Alpha with some trepidation. At that moment, Alpha appeared rather fearsome. Peter, Graina, we must go. Alpha's bandages burst open, revealing a pair of pristine white wings. He embraced the two and soared into the distance. Lord Chris. Mance watched as Alpha flew away. Let him be, Chris sighed, feeling helpless. He had thought he could keep this matter from Alpha, never expecting that Alpha would personally venture into the north. The days passed swiftly, and after approximately 2 days, Alpha finally returned. By that time, the Khalees had been repaired, and Khalees was still awake, gazing at the night sky to the north. Ah, it's Master Alpha, Khalees exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Master has returned. Master has returned. The commotion downstairs roused Adele from her sleep, for her room lacked soundproofing. She hurriedly rushed downstairs. At that moment, Peter and Graina, cradled in Alpha's arms, had already drifted off. Khalees, you're still awake? Yes. Master, what happened to you? Nothing. I'm almost fully healed. Find a room for these 2 children. Peter? Graina? Alpha gently shook the 2 little ones. Have we finally arrived? Graina rubbed her eyes, struggling to open them. Alpha. Adele. You're awake too. How could I sleep when you return? Adele playfully stood on her tiptoes, appearing somewhat shy. Khalees took the 2 children upstairs, casually finding a room and settling them in. All right. Khalees has gone up. Why don't you come over and hug me? Alpha spread his arms wide. Humph. Me? Adele suddenly leaped into Alpha's embrace. Ouch. Be gentle. My injuries have yet to heal. What? Are you hurt? Adele felt the deep scars on Alpha's back, her expression suddenly turning fierce. I told you to be careful. Why did you go alone? If something were to happen to you, what would we do? You always do this. Adele struck Alpha's chest playfully. Well, you are back, aren't you? Alpha sighed in resignation. You must promise me. Never venture out alone again. Adele wrapped her arms around Alpha's neck, her feet leaving the ground. All right. It shall never happen again. Alpha's words were earnest. His recent journey to the north had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for his fortuitous survival, he might have perished in the frigid wilderness. And Anna? Is she well? How can you even ask? During your absence, Sister Diana found it nearly impossible to sleep, especially in the past couple of days. Hold on. I must check on my baby first. Alpha, having been away for so long, was particularly concerned about Diana's condition. He gently urged Adele to dismount from him. Now, go prepare some warm water for me to wash up, he instructed, giving her a playful pat on the backside. Once Adele departed, Alpha exhaled a sigh of relief, managing to suppress the urge to voice his hidden worries. He wondered what expression Adele would wear if she were to discover the truth. She would likely be angrier than he was, considering that the North was indeed their home, where both he and Adele had grown up. How many had remained behind in Norton City? Sighing, he decided it was best to keep the truth from her for now. At that moment, Alpha quietly approached Diana's chamber. Night had fallen, and Diana lay peacefully asleep on her side, observing her round belly. Alpha was struck by a wave of melancholy. Soon, he would be a father. His foremost goal was to ensure a joyful life for his wife and child, and he knew he must take their welfare into account. It was unthinkable for the child to be born without a father. Yet, he was still troubled by the matters to the north. The strength of the vampire army was undoubtedly formidable against the undead. But should the numbers of the undead reach a critical mass, even the towering walls of the north could be breached in less than a minute. Thus, a choice loomed before him. At times, selfishness crept in. He was merely a knight, and achieving this much had already been a significant feat. I have made my decision. Until you reach the age of 1, your father will always be here with you and your mother. Alpha's hand gently caressed Diana's belly. Suddenly, a small ripple emanated from within. It seems you are reluctant to see me go as well. Alpha chuckled, the weariness on his face fading. Aldo, what are you doing in Sister Diana's room? I've been waiting for you. And don't wake her. Adele reminded him. All right, I understand. Once Alpha returned to his own chamber, he was greeted by 2 bare bodies striking alluring poses on the bed, enticing him. To his surprise, Eileen was also present. Thankfully, the priest had provided him with healing. Ouch, take it easy, Alpha exclaimed, his voice slightly raised. Fortunately, the room was soundproofed. You ought to indulge in a proper massage. It will be beneficial for your injuries. Surely, you must be mistaken. We are not so frivolous. Now that you have returned, once your health is restored, there will be ample opportunities for you to endure. Oh dear. Yes, right here. Remarkably, after the massage, Alpha feels a significant alleviation of his injuries. The two women gradually succumb to slumber during this massage, sprawled upon Alpha, while the room is suffused with an alluring fragrance. When morning dawns, Alpha awakens to discover an additional presence upon his bed. Adele, has your bosom diminished in size? You haven't touched me. Mine is quite ample. Then whose is this? Even Eileen's is not so diminutive. Alpha lifts the covers to reveal the small visage of Callus, her entire form nestled against him. It turns out that while Alpha and the others were asleep, Callus had stealthily entered. Master, are you awake? Callus rubs her sleepy eyes, gazing at Alpha with innocent curiosity. What a predicament. Chapter 50. The Blue Blaze Conference. A thick fog envelopes the city in the early morning, as hurried individuals traverse the streets, their faces adorned with smiles, each bearing the insignia of the Blue Blaze Army upon their arms. Most of the townsfolk are devoted followers drawn by the allure of Blue Blaze, united by a singular goal, to amplify the Army's beliefs and transform the world. However, Amster is rife with issues. Many lands are the fiefdoms of knights and noble figures, leaving most to subsist on meager holdings. In favorable years, families can fill their bellies, but in times of hardship, starvation looms. Much like Alpha's childhood, the impoverished populace remains the majority, and beneath the facade of prosperity in Amster lies a shocking reality of aristocratic rule. The influence of the nobility permeates every corner of Amster, yet the emergence of Blue Blaze offers a glimmer of hope to those struggling in the lower echelons. As Amster is a theocratic state, the beliefs of the populace are swayed by the ruling class. It is not only the lower classes who yearn for the winged beings of the aerial continent. The upper echelons are equally enchanted. However, the drawbacks of such governance have intensified, and the people can no longer endure their plight. Thus, Blue Blaze has arisen. Within the headquarters of the Blue Blaze Army, a group congregates around a round table, engaged in fervent discussion amidst the clamor of the room. I propose we charge in. What is there to fear? With my firearm. Those rascals cannot possibly withstand me. The speaker is none other than Monde, the foremost general of the Blue Blaze Army, aptly named for his imposing stature. Monde, sit down. Sal admonishes, directing a gaze toward him. Understood, Brother Bay. Monde chuckles, for Sal holds a position of considerable esteem among the assembly. According to the scouts, there are nearly 2,000 guards. Thus, our rescue party must remain discreet, as too many would draw attention, especially near a military encampment. Sal reflects. It seems that Nader is quite invested in Bay's safety, having dispatched 2,000 men for protection. A month prior, Bailly had made preparations to venture into the territory of the Blue Blaze Army, fully aware that the Amuse family would likely have him on their wanted list. However, he never anticipated the urgency of the situation. His only desire was to dedicate himself to scholarship, yet circumstances compelled him otherwise. With the stakes so high, it was clear that the number of individuals involved should be limited, but Bailly was right before him, and it seemed a risk must be taken. All right, listen to me, everyone. We must take this chance. As we all know, the Blue Blaze doctrine was penned by Lord Bailly. He is our spiritual leader and must not fall into their hands. Sal addressed the assembly, his brow furrowed with concern. I understand that this rescue mission may be perilous, but we must save Lord Bailly. Suddenly, a voice emerged from a corner of the hall. What the hell? Who is this kid? How did he get in here? The crowd parted to reveal a brash young man. This is my territory, you little brat. You should head home and finish your milk before getting involved, Mandel retorted, agitated. As a seasoned warrior, he was accustomed to taking the lead in such matters, and naturally, others deferred to him, especially in endeavors fraught with danger. What is your name? I've never seen you before, Sal inquired, familiar with most of the individuals present, as they were comrades he had fought alongside. He is a newcomer named Landau, brought in from Hongyan City. A woman interjected. I, Mandel, will be the first to volunteer, he proclaimed, unabashed. Landau, what skills do you possess? Sal scrutinized the frail youth before him. I possess no skills. I merely admire Lord Bailly and am determined to rescue him, Landau replied earnestly. Haha, are you jesting? Mandel laughed heartily. Those who convene here are not merely members of the Blue Blaze Army. They are all exceptionally skilled individuals, leaders among them. Do not underestimate this lad. His greatest ability will astonish you all, the woman remarked, giving Landau an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Lisa, are you jesting? What can this fellow accomplish? He is so thin that I doubt he could lift even 2 of my hammers, Mandel boasted, typically eager to showcase his strength, especially in front of women. Everyone, watch closely, Lisa declared, drawing a dagger from her belt. Lisa, what are you doing? Mandel's demeanor shifted to alarm upon seeing the dagger. Fear not. I shan't discipline you this time. Just observe quietly, Lisa retorted, having a history of teasing Mandel. She turned to Landau, who nodded silently in response. Keep your eyes wide open. With that, Lisa swiftly drew the blade across Lando's throat. A torrent of blood erupted forth, yet Lisa did not relent, forcefully severing his head. Lisa, you have gone too far. Sal's expression was one of disbelief as he gazed at her. Lisa, though he speaks boastfully, such behavior seems excessive. Observe closely. Lisa remained composed, not bothering to wipe the blood from her hands, silently sheathing her dagger. At that moment, the once dim eyes of Landau suddenly widened. All right, Sister Lisa. Please reattach my head. Landau's body had ceased bleeding. Lisa carefully placed Landau's head back in position. He revived. A vampire. He must be a vampire. Man shouted at that moment. Not quite, Mand. I have never wielded a dagger. Your hands. Man directed his gaze at Lisa. There was still blood on her hands. Pristine as ivory. That is his skill. An illusion. Lisa addressed the crowd. An illusion? This was the first time Sal had heard of such a thing. Speaking of which, I discovered that Landau occasionally employed this method to pilfer items, Lisa teased, glancing at Landau. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Man quickly changed his tone towards Landau. Truly. Heaven has favored our Crimson Legion. Sal laughed heartily. Landau, to what extent can this ability influence, and how long can it last? Landau looked at Lisa. She nodded. The maximum duration is about 20 minutes, and I estimate the range to be around 100 meters. Landau scratched his head, only aware of a rough estimate. That is sufficient. Enough. Haha. I've made my decision. You and Man shall go together. Thank you, Brother Sal. Landau bowed. However, there is a concern. What if Landau were to use this ability on our own people? All right. You two must ensure Lord Bay's safety when you depart tomorrow. The gathering began to disperse as everyone resumed their busy tasks. Brother Landau, could you do me a favor? Let us discuss something. Man clung to Landau. Is it such a matter? At that moment, Landau transformed into a beautiful woman. Come, little lady, let me steal a kiss. Man was alone at the entrance, indulging in unspeakable actions. Enough, Landau. Don't tease him. You leave tomorrow. Can't you spend a bit more time with me? Lisa wrapped her arms around Landau's neck. It turned out that Lisa had already become Landau's lover. When Mand regained consciousness, Sal was watching him nearby. Brother Sal, what are you doing here? Mand asked, slightly embarrassed. I shall take my leave. This lad. Quite intriguing. Sal mused, stroking his beard while gazing at Landau's figure. Chapter 51. The Hermit Life of Alpha. Come, let us raise a toast to Lord Bay. To Lord Bay? The lively atmosphere of the hall captivated everyone. How could we forget our greatest benefactor? Where has our esteemed benefactor vanished to? Man shouted drunkenly. On the platform, Landau was engaged in a passionate kiss with Lisa. All right. This is your reward. As for the rest, it depends on whether you still have the energy tonight. Lisa smiled brightly at Landau. Go on. You are one of the protagonists today. You must clean up nicely and wait for me. Oh, look, the great hero of the day has arrived. Allow me to raise a toast to you. Among those I admire most, you, Landau, rank third. Mandel, holding his wine glass aloft, draped an arm around Landau's shoulder. I wager that even now, that group is still puzzling over how Lord Bailly managed to escape. Mandel continued to boast about the events of that night. Those rascals, most of whom have gone to the women's quarters, and it took Landau and me 2 days to seize this opportunity. And then, what happened, Brother Mandel? Haha. Let Brother Landau share the tale with you all. Mandel pushed Landau into the midst of the crowd. Do you truly wish to hear it? Since Brother Sal has returned, I shall recount it. The young blue-blaze soldier gazed intently at Landau, evoking memories of when Landau used to tell stories to those children. It had been so long since he had seen them. How were they faring? Landau, Landau, Landau. At that moment, Landau snapped back to reality from his reverie. Mandel and I simply walked through the enemy's gates, unimpeded. How splendid that must have been. In the future, with Brother Landau around, we can venture westward. Indeed, from now on, we shall follow Brother Landau. The banquet did not conclude until late, and Landau, feeling drowsy, returned to his chamber. It was already deep into the night, and Lisa had already retired. Another night of revelry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nader was seething with rage. Bailly had been abducted, and they had no idea who was responsible. The abduction occurred near the largest military district in the east, a significant blow to Nader's pride. Lord Nader, we did our utmost. We tried, but look at this. Do you even know what this is? Nader tossed a stack of photographs onto the table. Among them, one could discern images of women in the nude alongside soldiers. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. I don't care whether it's a conspiracy or not. When executing a mission, your subordinates displayed a lack of discipline. According to military law, how should this be dealt with? I believe you understand the implications of your actions. Correct? My lord. Take him away. Two soldiers at the door dragged the highest-ranking officer of the Eastern Military District away. My lord. I believe it would be a waste to execute those soldiers. The North still needs manpower. The speaker was a junior officer recently promoted by Nader. During a recent inspection, Nader had discovered this individual, who, to be frank, possessed some intelligence and had recently assisted Nader in resolving several tricky matters. Ed, are you suggesting we enlist them among the Night Watch? Yes, my lord. The North is quite unstable lately and may require additional hands. Ed, though somewhat unappealing, possesses a sharp mind. Recently, urgent reports have been coming from the North. The Death Sword is attacking the Great Wall, and its defenses are on the verge of collapsing. Indeed, let it be so, and ensure that all the unsavory elements within the prison are entrusted to the Watchman. From now on, anyone who commits a crime shall be cast into the North. Wise decision, my lord. Very well, you may take your leave. Please convey this matter forthwith. Certainly, my lord. Do take care of your health. Would you like me to prepare some restorative broth? Very well. Currently, Nader can only work 3 to 4 hours a day before needing a respite. Ed has now become a pivotal figure close to Nader, handling most of the cabinet's documents, which are primarily reviewed by Ed before being presented to Nader. Minor matters are largely managed by Ed himself, and Nader has tacitly accepted Ed's authority. Alpha has also returned to the Khalees ship, which now appears as pristine as ever, adorned with numerous new items, primarily intended for Diana's child. Today, both Black 7 and Little 7 are set to depart. Are you certain you wish to leave? Alpha inquired, furrowing his brow. Yes. I want to accompany Little 7 on various adventures, though I trust you will be able to find me should the need arise. Black 7 gently patted Little 7's head. Perhaps Little 7 should stay. Life here is far more pleasant. Alpha suggested, glancing at Little 7. No, I aspire to be a swordsman. I wish to protect the weak. Just like everyone else. The outside world will hone my skills. In the realms of Black 7 and Little 7, becoming an exceptional swordsman necessitates extensive training. Hence their decision to depart. Little 7 has matured significantly, no longer the mischievous child they once knew. Remarkably, Little 7 has begun to learn swordsmanship from Black 7. According to Adele and the others, Little 7 was inspired when witnessing a young boy at the mechanical fortress who wielded a wooden stick to protect her, leaving a profound impression on her. Little 7, are you still afraid of dogs? Alpha teased, mimicking a puppy. Humph, I am not afraid. Remember to think of me. I don't wish to think of you. I miss Sister Khalees, Sister Duo, Sister Eileen, Sister Diana, and Sister Adele. And Dudu. Little 7, here, take this. Khalees adorned Little 7's neck with a pendant from her own. Little 7's eyes began to glisten with tears. It's all right. It's not like you want to see each other again. The Khalees ship may remain here for many years. You can return whenever you wish. This place will always be your home. Adele wiped her tears away. Indeed, though this time together may not have been particularly long, they have all regarded one another as family. Black 7, you must ensure that Little 7 is well fed and well cared for while out there. If Little 7 returns thinner, you can forget about enjoying my cooking again. Adele glared at Black 7 in a mock-threatening manner. Alpha pulled Black 7 aside. Look at you. Have you grown so old without even courting a wife? Make sure to bring back a sister-in-law next time we meet. You rascal. You should first handle your own family matters. Black 7 nudged Alpha playfully, glancing back at the lovely ladies. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be a source of great frustration. Enough of this. The hour grows late, and my companion and I must embark on our journey. In 2 years, I shall have made significant progress. You must not grow complacent, for the troubles from the north remain a persistent concern. Very well. Rest assured. I fear you may find yourself unable to match my swordsmanship by that time. Farewell. Safe travels. The two figures, one tall and the other short, gradually receded, disappearing at the end of the street. Alas, the two lively souls have departed. Is that so? In 2 months, you shall find yourself quite occupied. Diana gently caressed her burgeoning belly. Thankfully, my little one is soon to make their entrance into the world. Alpha pressed his ear against Diana's abdomen. Enough of this. We shall return to our affections later, with so many onlookers in the street. Adele interjected. Aaron, will you return to assist? Yes. Grandfather Nard has not been in good health lately. Alas, I shall go over in a few days. Well then, I shall take my leave. Aaron also departed, leaving the once bustling Khalees ship feeling somewhat desolate. Chapter 52. The First Lady of Rhine? My Lord Alpha, Madame Diana, is in labor. A servant rushed into Alpha's office. At that moment, Alpha sprang from his paperwork and hurriedly made his exit. Upon Alpha's arrival, Adele and the others were waiting outside. Do not worry. We have the finest midwife in the city. Aaron reassured Alpha. Is the situation over there resolved? Alpha casually inquired. It is manageable. I estimate it will be settled within a few days, hence my return. Aaron had been tasked by Alpha to address the population issue from the Northern Territories, which involved considerable resettlement and management challenges. That is good to hear. I estimate that in another fortnight, Lonnie will be arriving, and the area allocated to them must be sufficiently spacious. Alpha assured Lonnie of a place to reside. Always discussing official matters. You never come to see me and Sister Diana. At this moment, Adele, with her pronounced belly, shot Alpha an exasperated glance. I have been exceedingly busy. By the time I return, you will all be asleep. One cannot fault Alpha for this. After all, your husband is preoccupied with the affairs of the world, and it is a feat he can spare time to visit you. Nard chuckled, gazing at the group. However, Alpha, do ensure you take time to rest. Indeed. After this critical period, I shall certainly allocate more time to be with you all. Alpha smiled awkwardly. I shall enter now. Alpha was eager to be by Diana's side, for since she announced her pregnancy, he had offered little support, and this time he was determined to be present. Diana's voice echoed from within. Keep it up. My lady is nearly here. Before Alpha could step inside, amidst the commotion, the sound of a baby's cry resonated from within. She has given birth. It's a girl. The midwife emerged, cradling a delightful infant. At this moment, a rich fragrance emanated from the infant. The girl's complexion was rosy, her skin fair, and she possessed two delicate, white wings fluttering behind her. Born of exquisite scent, this child is destined for greatness. Nad laughed heartily. After all, she is a girl. What greatness could she achieve? Surely she will be a beauty that captivates the realms. Aaron interjected. I shall go in to see Diana. Alpha took the child and entered the room. At that moment, Diana was wearily leaning against the bed. I apologize for my tardiness. Alpha leaned by the bedside, gazing at the fatigued Diana. The priest is just outside. Let her soothe your spirit. Alpha caressed Diana's head. Have you forgotten what I am here for? I must first see the baby. Diana, please adjust your position. Isn't she adorable? She truly resembles you. Alpha said with a smile. This is the first time I have heard you call me adorable. Diana was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it appears that Alpha seldom compliments Diana, and they rarely find themselves alone together. Once you feel better, how about I spend more time with you? Alpha spoke with a hint of unease. I hardly believe you. You've been quite busy these days, so you carry on with your tasks. By the way, you have yet to name the child. Right. In my excitement, I completely forgot the important matter. Wawa. The sound of the infant crying echoed nearby. Please hand the child to me. I must nurse her. There, sweet baby. Do not cry. Mother is here. The child instantly quieted, her tiny mouth adorably suckling at the breast. What shall we name this girl? Let us call her Rhine. Just then, the others gathered outside and entered the room, with Nat exclaiming, Rhine? Isn't that the name of Aunt Rhine? Aaron recalled the name. Speaking of which, Rhine is closely related to you, Alpha. Nad stroked his beard. Rhine is Alpha's mother, a fact Nad had never disclosed to Alpha. How can that be? I do not believe I know the Rhine you speak of. Of course, you do not. I am merely speculating. But I am confident in my assertion. I do not know them. I grew up in the lower realms, though I may have been born in the higher realms. I have always belonged to the lower realms. Upon Alpha's declaration, the room fell into silence. Well, let us not dwell on such serious matters. Look at the little baby. Dodo smiled at the infant. Indeed, on a day of such joy, let us not be so solemn. Now, everyone, please step outside and allow Diana and the little one to rest well. The group quietly exited the room. At that moment, Khalees and Dodo were engaged in a discussion in the corner. That fellow has gone into Diana's room. Do you think he will frighten Sister Diana? Khalees scratched his head. He must be hungry. I forgot to leave the leftover food on the table this morning. He is likely seeking something to eat. Dodo suddenly remembered the abandoned bread from the morning. That fellow can endure. He hasn't bathed in such a long time. Hee. Dodo, you seem unaware that your bathroom was once quite damp. Why are you only mentioning this now? That little rascal isn't residing in my room, is he? No. I must teach this little imp a lesson. Dodo pouted. What? Are you planning to sprinkle chili into his food again? Khalees chuckled. This time, I shall add mustard as well. Dodo exhibited a hint of childishness. Let us proceed in this manner. Just then, a sudden scream echoed from downstairs, accompanied by a thud. Everyone was a bit puzzled. There were so few people aboard the Khalees. Let us investigate. At that moment, they discovered a short figure, a little dwarf, lying unconscious on the floor below. How did a dwarf end up here? Khalees, you must explain this. Alpha, knowing that Khalees was well acquainted with everything aboard the Khalees, suspected that Khalees was already aware of the little dwarf's presence. Oh, A little dwarf. How did he end up here? Khalees scratched his head, looking elsewhere. Let us move this poor little fellow to the bed, Adele said, gazing at the filthy, bandaged little dwarf, feeling a surge of compassion. Khalees, come here. Alpha approached the observation deck, feigning anger as he looked at Khalees. Dodo, you share responsibility in this matter too. Khalees pouted at Dodo. Regardless of who it is. Both of you come here. It seemed that Khalees and Dodo had begun to act mischievously. Perhaps they were a bit too idle. This little one has been here for 4 months, having sneaked in from the mechanical fortress. At that moment, Alpha recalled having seen a newspaper article searching for a genius mechanic who appeared to be missing. What were you two keeping him aboard the Khalees for? This little fellow is quite amusing. He thought we hadn't noticed him, hiding in the engine room, and would sneak out at night to steal a morsel. Just thinking about it made Dodo laugh uncontrollably. Thankfully, he is not a villain. You two must understand. Human nature is unpredictable. If you discover any peculiar individuals aboard the Khalees in the future, you must inform me immediately. Furthermore, do not treat people as toys. Alpha adjusted his headgear. These two are truly bored. They have made this poor little fellow into a plaything. It seems I cannot allow them to be idle. Chapter 53. The genius mechanic Edward was absolutely starving today. This morning, strangely, there were no leftover loaves of bread. With no other option, he had to venture out in search of food. Edward found it curious that these people had such peculiar tastes. Just days ago, the food had been laden with chili, nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, he possessed an invisibility cloak. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to remain hidden here. After 4 months of research, he had begun to grasp the structure of this grand machine. Those old fellows had spent a month studying it with little success, and it was evident that their struggles were justified. The counterfeit device placed in the mechanical fortress was indeed vastly different. A counterfeit remains a counterfeit. Incapable of rivaling the genuine article, one must commend the ingenuity of our ancestors. Alas, I find myself quite famished. It appears I must venture out. Edward donned his invisibility cloak and exited the sweltering server room. Surely, they shall not detect my presence. Nevertheless, it matters little. In merely 3 or 4 days, I shall have comprehended the entirety of the principles behind the Khalees vessel, Edward mused. A commotion arises above. A cacophony of women's cries. Could it be that someone is in peril? It seems I must intervene. After all, these individuals have been quite generous, often leaving him scraps of food. Edward stealthily ascended the stairs. Push harder, madam. The moment is nigh. Edward, a reclusive soul engrossed in machinery, had little understanding of the situation at hand. No time for hesitation. Saving a life is paramount. Edward burst into the room. To his astonishment, it was merely a childbirth. He had thought he was about to engage in combat with assailants, and had even unsheathed his small dagger. Just then, voices erupted from outside. No danger, thank goodness. Yet, I am truly starving. I must procure sustenance at once. As Edward prepared to exit, a throng of people nearly startled him into oblivion. What nonsense! What have I to fear? I possess an invisibility cloak. First, I must descend in search of food. That is my foremost priority. One cannot perish from hunger. Edward quietly slipped away, relieved that the crowd was engrossed with the expectant mother, their attention diverted from him. However, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Having subsisted on meager rations for an extended period, Edward's physique had become frail, his footing was unstable, and his head swam, coupled with the recent excitement. Indeed, as anticipated, he had barely taken a few steps before he faltered. No, I must not faint. Edward's steps slowly approached the staircase. Suddenly, his foot slipped. Thud. He tumbled down the stairs. Naturally, the ensuing events led to his exposure. How could one be so emaciated? Perhaps due to malnutrition. After 4 months of subsisting on leftover scraps, is it any wonder? You dare to mention that time you added copious amounts of chili. That poor fellow must surely have suffered from an upset stomach. Humph, he deserves it. How dare he sneak into my bathroom? Indeed, watching him frantically search for water is quite amusing. Look, are you not also enjoying this spectacle? I heard that Alpha intends to send him away. What a pity. Life shall be dull henceforth. At that moment, Edward roused from his stupor, feigning sleep. Lo and behold, he had indeed been discovered. How foolish of him to be outwitted by these two simple-minded women. What a waste of his considerable intellect. Alas, if those old men were to discover this, they would surely mock him mercilessly. Alas, Dodo, come here. Khalees and Dodo moved to a spot further from the bed. This fellow is awake. Khalees whispered in Dodo's ear. When did that happen? Dodo gazed in astonishment at Edward on the bed. Did he hear us? Quite possibly. Khalees smirked mischievously. Dodo's prank had been uncovered, though Edward dared not retaliate. Oh, Trying to sneak away, are we? Khalees observed as Edward prepared to escape. Edward froze. Drat. Just a step too slow. Edward turned, visibly irritated. To be killed is one thing, but to be humiliated is intolerable. You are crossing the line. At this moment, Edward was clad in a pink dress that Dodo had prepared, clearly a remnant of little Seven's wardrobe. Uffed. I can't hold it in. How hilarious. Haha. Khalees and Dodo doubled over with laughter. I can't take it anymore. Support me, Dodo. Haha. You. I must admit, that dress suits you rather well. You lot. Just as Edward was about to express his anger, the door swung open. Without a word, Edward dove beneath the covers. Entering were a dwarf and Alpha. My apologies, Prime Minister. No worries. It is Edward who has endured much these past few days, bullied by Dodo and Khalees. The Master has always said that youth must face some hardships. At least Edward hasn't he caused you any trouble. What nonsense. Alpha's official rhetoric flowed smoothly. Yes, right there on the bed. He should still be asleep. Alpha pointed to the figure on the bed. Master, you have returned. Why are you two still here? Oh no, it seems they've come to torment him again. Is he awake? Not yet. What sort of antics are you two up to? It seems Edward has indeed fallen victim to their mischief. Since Edward is awake, let us return home. The Master is quite anxious. This middle-aged dwarf was none other than Edward's old steward. I want to go. Just a moment ago, while under the covers, I didn't notice this predicament. But now, how can I possibly go out dressed in this pink gown? Especially in front of my idol. He greatly admired Alpha. With walls at home adorned with newspaper clippings about him. Your mother is waiting for you outside. My mother? How could she possibly come here? The moment Edward heard his mother was present, he leapt up. At that moment, it dawned on Edward that he had fallen into their trap once more. The old steward had watched Edward grow up and was undoubtedly familiar with his temperament. What is this? Upon seeing Edward in such a flamboyant pink, the old steward could hardly suppress a laugh. Alpha turned menacingly to Dodo and Karis, questioning how they could be so utterly bored after only an afternoon apart. It appeared that the young master had indeed encountered a rival. You two, hurry and fetch him a garment. Edward's attire had already been discarded, leaving him no choice but to depart clad in Alpha's clothing. Before leaving, Dodo and Karis did not forget to bid farewell. Do come and visit us often. Alpha wore a look of exasperation. This is quite a treasure. Karis was holding Edward's cloak of invisibility. Edward wished to leave immediately, having forgotten to take his cloak with him. Chapter 54, Fleeing. Crisis. Feather-like snowflakes danced around the Great Wall as a steady stream of individuals approached from the north. Among them were vampires, but the majority were mere humans. Mother, where are we going? A 7 or 8-year-old girl inquired from her seat in the cart. To a warm place, dear. There will be plenty of food and towering green trees. The woman's face bore the marks of exhaustion after days of travel. Their provisions were dwindling. Aisha, I can see the Great Wall. We are almost there. The man driving the horses urged them onward. Yes, hold on just a little longer. My darling, we shall soon arrive. The woman gently stroked the girl's head. On this path, they were not the only family. A multitude of families seeking refuge formed a thick line, trudging slowly southward through the icy wilderness. Although they were heading south, they could not escape the grip of the vampires. While Alpha and Lonnie had negotiated a united front against the undead, it was evident that the outcome was not as favorable as they had hoped. At least it would not bolster the strength of the undead. Every 500 meters, a squad of vampires stood guard along the route, making the journey perilous, with only a few wild beasts and scattered undead to be found. It must be noted that these vampires had no benevolent intent. After all, these humans were their very means of survival in the south. Lonnie had proven to be quite spirited, willing to sacrifice all for the sake of this cause. Ever since Lonnie's wife became pregnant, he had grown more composed and mature, beginning to exude a hint of kingly demeanor. We are almost there. Surely, nothing else will go awry, he exclaimed. Once we pass the Great Wall, we will be at ease. Then we can frolic to our heart's content. I've heard you married that woman. Laura, what a stroke of good fortune. And your lady is quite lovely as well, ample in all the right places. These individuals formed a protective squad for the journey. It was not overly arduous for them, as their families awaited them inside. They were dedicated to their mission. An ice wraith. Ice wraiths. This was the term the Northerners used to refer to the undead. It seemed trouble was brewing behind them. Brothers, there is no choice. We must flee. Let us hope this is the last time. However, the situation was far more complicated than they had anticipated. The number of ice wraiths this time was beyond what their small squad could contend with. The crowd scattered in panic. Damn, my wife is behind me. The voice belongs to the vampire who married Laura. You beasts. Overwhelmed by fury, he recklessly plunged into the chaos. Laura was jostled amidst the tumultuous throng. She gazed blankly at the scene unfolding before her. Is this how it ends? Is death finally upon her? Yet she is merely 18, in the prime of her youth. She has yet to experience the beauty of the warm South. To ascend to the status bestowed by her vampire father, she had forsaken herself to a vampire. Yet, she harbored a profound disdain for her husband. Despite his lofty position in the North, had her father forgotten? Her own brother was slain by a vampire. Her father, a drunken, selfish, and greedy man, discarded her mother after selling himself to a vampire and sought a woman of his own age, a truly ludicrous act. Just moments ago, he had dragged her back in a desperate bid to escape, viewing her merely as a tool, an expendable object. When that object lost its worth, it was cast aside. Why did she not resist? Numbness enveloped her, afraid of being struck. Yet now she faced the grim specter of death, growing up in the shadows. She could assert that her father exhibited less humanity than her vampire husband. The tragedy of humanity. At that moment, a burly man yanked her backwards. Damned whore, don't block the way. And thus, she was thrown to the ground. He saw Laura. At that moment, Laura had already become a victim. He witnessed his beloved wife abandoned by her father, brought low by a hulking man. She was his wife, the woman he cherished above all, whom he treated with utmost care, fearful of causing her pain. Before becoming a vampire, he had been an unattractive man, the sort who would scarcely attract a woman's affection. Yet fate granted him an opportunity, transforming him into a vampire, endowing him with immense strength and an improved appearance. No longer so unsightly, he gradually gained confidence, marrying such a stunning wife. However, the good times were fleeting. Now, his Laura was on the brink of destruction at the hands of those brutes. He must hold on. I am coming, Bruce shouted loudly, hoping to offer some comfort to Laura. The throng was overwhelming. He could barely push through. Wait, damn it, I can fly. Indeed, Bruce could fly, but it came at a price. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and a sharp pain coursed through his body as the flesh of his wings slowly began to unfurl. Meanwhile, the wraiths drew ever closer to Laura. She began to run forward, but a wall of bodies blocked her path. I wish someone would come to rescue me. Huh, come on, let it all end. Laura glanced back at the pursuing vampire, laughing at the futility of her escape. In truth, her survival brought her no joy. Fleeing was merely a primal instinct. She closed her eyes, silently awaiting her fate. Come what may, a tremendous impact struck her body, and she fell heavily to the ground. There was no escape. She began to feel her garments being torn asunder. Just as she braced herself for the impending pain, a pair of arms suddenly enveloped her. Opening her eyes, she found herself in the embrace of the man she had so disdainfully dismissed, a man she had chosen to ignore due to his identity. Yet he bore no resentment, allowing her to act as she pleased. Her concern was not for his appearance, but rather the shame of having a vampire for a husband. However, she now viewed Bruce in a new light. She had not anticipated his deep sense of loyalty, despite hearing various rumors about him. What are you doing here? You reckless fool? Laura admonished Bruce, her tone laced with reproach. Because you are my wife. I spent a fortune to marry you, and I refuse to let you be ravaged by those monsters. If anyone is to lay waste to you, it shall be me. Bruce responded with a hint of playful banter. Why do you look so pale? Never mind that. Just come back safely. Is this really the time for jokes? Hold on tight. We must flee. Beneath them lay chaos, as vampires approached from the distance. Chapter 55. The Hidden Malady of the North. A beautiful woman stood aboard the airship, gazing longingly at the northern lands that once belonged to them. Though cold and barren, it was the homeland that had nurtured them. This place, despite its desolation, was steeped in childhood memories. Though it had been invaded by countless outsiders, she had persevered until the end. To say she did not wish to leave would be a lie. However, she had no choice. This land, which had sustained innumerable ancestors, had been weathered by time and was about to face new challenges. She would not change. She remained unyielding, always adhering to her own principles. What transformed were the creatures that inhabited above her, ceaselessly evolving. The strongest and most vibrant beings, those most adaptable to her realm, would always dominate this land. Kylan, do not be so glum. It is not good for the baby, Lonnie said, wrapping her arms around Kylan from behind. This airship had been seized from a major corporation, an act that Kylan had vehemently opposed, but Lonnie was resolute in her decision. You didn't harm those people, did you? Kylan murmured. Of course not. I remember everything you told me. Lonnie was now a devoted husband, willing to go to any lengths to ensure Kylan's comfort. This is likely the last airship in the north. Kylan knew that during the last vampire assault, most airships had been utilized to evacuate people and supplies. Don't worry, it's just an airship. Ronnie was indifferent to such matters. In his heart, the most significant concerns were the child in Kylan's womb and Kylan herself. A bond so profound that even his uncle could not sway their status in his heart. That scoundrel Lant was no longer his match. Once they reached the south, he would heed her every word without question. Ronnie gently nibbled on Kylan's earlobe. It must be said that Kylan possessed a unique prowess in dealing with men, and Ronnie had become utterly captivated by her. Of course, this was largely due to Kylan's exquisite beauty. She had long concealed her striking features behind a veil, leaving many unaware of her stunning allure, which could easily be deemed the finest in the north. Beyond her beauty, Kylan's intellect and knowledge were exceptionally remarkable. Having lived for nearly 1,500 years, Ronnie was no fool, yet few could engage him in meaningful conversation, with Kylan being one of the rare exceptions. It must be noted that Kylan was indeed a paragon of talent and beauty, ambitious and driven. Under her influence, Ronnie's thoughts were gradually evolving, though it was no small feat to sway the convictions of a man so set in his ways, and indeed, time was required for such transformation. Do you recall a conversation we had? The one where, during moments of leisure, couples often share profound thoughts? Even in the absence of vampires and the undead, the North could no longer remain as it was. Yes, you mentioned it, but what was the reason? Perhaps you remain oblivious, yet I can perceive it distinctly. In my youth, even Norton City experienced fleeting springs. Back then, the North would witness the melting of winter's snow. Do you remember that great river? The one encased in ice? In those days, the North and South exchanged goods via the Bytels River, and the North thrived. I recall that around the age of 10, the period of the river's thaw became increasingly brief. It was during this time that chaos suddenly erupted ahead. It seemed trouble had arisen. Ronnie furrowed his brow. Logically, the undead should still be trailing behind them. Could it be a trap? Alpha would not be so foolish as to attempt to eradicate him in this manner. Such a move would only bolster the undead's strength, making it impossible for anyone to halt their advancing army. I shall step out for a moment. Ronnie gently caressed Kylan's belly. Be careful. It's nothing serious, I believe, Ronnie reassured before stepping outside. Come, follow me. Ronnie gathered over 100 individuals nearby and soared forward. My lord Ronnie, what has transpired ahead? I hope it's not Alpha's men. Otherwise, I shall deal with that scoundrel. As they approached, Ronnie gradually discerned the assailants. Indeed, they were the undead. The numbers may be few, yet it is perplexing why they have suddenly appeared in this location. Everyone, hasten to eliminate these fiends. The Great Wall lies ahead. We can afford no further delays. Although the assaulting undead are not numerous, the casualties, particularly among the human race, are considerable. Issue orders to notify all to quicken their pace. We cannot afford any more disturbances. Indeed, there will be numerous undead lurking along this path. But it is the first time he has encountered such a large-scale presence capable of obstructing the advance of the convoy. I fervently hope that monstrous being does not reappear, Lanny muttered quietly. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from behind. Roar. Just as one fears, so it comes. The Deathblade, having become a member of the undead clan, has transformed into a secret weapon for the undead. Damn it, Chiron. Only then did Lanny recall that Chiron was still there. A strategy to draw the tiger from its mountain lair. Follow me. When did the whites become so cunning? It seems I must regard them with newfound respect. Lanny swiftly flew backward. Such a large target as the airship would undoubtedly attract the whites' attention. His greatest fears have now materialized. The Deathblade swung its colossal sword, cleaving the airship in two. Lanny's eyes blazed red as he beheld this scene. His beloved wife and unborn child were aboard. How foolish he had been. Why had he allowed Chiron to remain on the airship? Thankfully, they had departed early. Otherwise, Lord Lanny would have surely decimated them all. At that moment, a vampire guardian on the ground sighed in relief. Chiron and her protecting guardian had descended after Lanny's departure. It was the baby that saved us. Chiron gently caressed her belly. Just moments ago, she had experienced intense pain, and in desperation, they had to seek a priest below to alleviate her suffering. Lanny has returned. Chiron gazed at Lanny in the sky. You beast. Allow me to show you the might of Lanny. The black wings behind Lanny suddenly expanded dramatically, casting a shadow over the sky. Realm of night. Like a specter, Lanny swiftly darted towards the Deathblade, leaving a trail of dark phantoms in his wake. What has happened to Lord Lanny? The guardians observed his state with concern. He appeared to have lost his senses. Oh, it seems he still believes I am aboard that airship. Chiron finally realized, though she felt a sense of joy within her heart. Someone go and inform him, otherwise. That fool will not know what reckless actions he might undertake. Chiron urgently commanded. Very well, my lady. What a simpleton. Watching Lanny's reckless figure, Chiron's heart began to stir with ripples of emotion. Hundreds of elite vampires ensnared the death blade. At that moment, the death blade began to flee. Lanny pursued relentlessly. Today, if I do not obliterate you, I shall not be Lanny. Lonnie has severed one of the arms of the death sword. The crimson blade glimmers strikingly in the realm of darkness. Lord Lonnie, Lord Lonnie. A voice from behind him calls out, belonging to his guard. No need to pursue. Lady Kylan is unharmed. We escaped before that. Lonnie's steps suddenly falter. What? You heard correctly. Both the lady and the young master are safe. At that moment, the death sword had already fled far away. The lady urges you to return. The larger picture is at stake. Lonnie's fury gradually subsides, and the sky begins to revert to its original hue. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, Kylan awaits Lonnie in the carriage. Thank goodness. You cannot imagine how worried I was. I could have scolded myself to death for falling into their trap. Chapter 56. Days in the North. Weir and Jingir on the pristine white expanse. Two figures steadily journey northward. It has been the 5th day since Weir and Jingir have traversed the wilderness. There is no sign of any soul. They encountered a village. Yet none appeared to be present, abandoned not long ago with many belongings left behind. It has not been long since the past week, yet such drastic changes have occurred. 7 days prior, Weir fell ill from the cold and was unable to move, leaving Jingir to care for him. Why is there no one in that village? Jingir inquires of Weir. It is quite normal. They must have fled. In truth, many villages received no warning and were directly attacked by the undead, becoming part of their ranks. Can you endure? Weir needs food to survive, while Jingir does not. I am fine. I can still hold on. There should be more villages ahead. We will seek supplies there. A flicker of sorrow crosses Weir's gaze. The very culprit behind the desolation of the north is he. Ignoring his friend's prior warnings led to this calamity. He is the eternal sinner. Jingir, I must share a secret with you. I am the one who caused these undead. I am responsible for the suffering of so many. I have rendered the north a barren wasteland. As he speaks, tears brim in Weir's eyes. Though I do not understand how you brought this about. You are a good person, Weir. Jingir responds innocently. Weir feels warmth in his heart. He simply cannot forgive his own transgressions. One misstep leads to another. He cannot bear to face Alpha and the others, hoping that by vanquishing more undead, he might alleviate his guilt somewhat. I am here for you. Jingir embraces Weir tightly. Let us move forward. There is still a long journey ahead. I do not wish to see you falter here. Jingir's seemingly simple words hold profound wisdom. We shall go. I am determined to find a solution. As they journeyed further north, the chill in the air intensified, wrapping the two travelers tightly as they pressed onward. Although it was merely a legend, we'll resolve to pursue it. At the northernmost point lies a pearl of ice, the source of cold. To the south, a pearl of fire. To the west, a pearl of earth. To the east, a pearl of water. And in the most verdant grove, a pearl of wood. Legend has it that when one gathers all 5 pearls, an unimaginable power will be bestowed upon them. For the realm of Amus is said to be sustained by these 5 treasures. This tale had been conveyed from a mysterious sacred stone. Despite the unresolved issue of his left hand, Will sense the growing tranquility in recent days, the rapid beating of his heart gradually fading into a whisper. Jingir, are you certain my left hand is fine? He mused, feeling as if his left was a living entity. It's probably nothing to worry about. Perhaps it's a good sign. She replied. And so, the pair continued their quest for the Pearl of Ice, oblivious to the happenings behind them. In this isolated northern territory, it seemed they were the last 2 remaining. Will, don't stray too far. You'll catch a chill, she cautioned. Are you all right? Why so quiet? Turning back, Jingir saw Will, already cold and stiff, standing 5 meters away. Has it struck again? She exclaimed, rushing to embrace him tightly. Fool! Why do you persist? At this rate, you will perish. With a surge of snow, she sheltered them both. What can I do? The world is slowly being consumed by evil due to my blunders. I wish to rectify it, even if just a little. Will's voice trembled, his lips turning a shade of icy purple. Please don't say that. Jingir felt a pang of compassion as she witnessed his deteriorating condition. No, you don't understand. Did you see those villages? The displaced souls? The elderly who lost their kin, the parents mourning their children? Will's voice choked with emotion. I long to return to that time. How can I atone for my momentary folly? Sometimes, I wish to simply vanish. Perhaps I would bear less sorrow. I cannot permit your death. As long as I am here, I will not let you perish. Jingir declared fiercely. Jingir, Since the moment she had taken human form, Will had been by her side. In Jingir's subconscious, she had long regarded Will as a paternal figure. Yet their shared experiences had fostered a deeper bond. Fear not. I shall not seek my own demise. After all, I owe you a life. He replied with a faint smile. Oh, just a single one. If it weren't for me, don't even think about advancing further. Just a moment away from you, and you would become a mere specimen. She insisted. But there are no buts. I have endured enough of this miserable existence. I will return, come what may. What concern is the life and death of others to me? I am but a stone, devoid of any compassion. Jing Er feigned anger, unable to bear the sight any longer. If this continued, who knows what trouble we might encounter. Moreover, the supplies were dwindling. Under Jing Er's stern reprimand, Will regained his composure. Indeed, his current actions might not only fail to procure the water droplets, but could also lead to his demise. Perhaps there are alternative methods. Every situation has its constraints. Those undead must also possess flaws, which he might be able to uncover. This might indeed be a solution. At this moment, Will's spirit soared beyond the vast skies. Hey, what's wrong, Will? Seeing him frozen in place, Jing Er felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, Will found himself in the body of an eagle. The sudden transformation startled him. Where am I? The eagle's cry echoed across the heavens. So beautiful. Where's this? A wide expanse of snow, a gray sky, and below, a small black dot. Will and Jing Er. No. Why have I emerged, and why as an eagle? Will's mind felt foggy. Could there be another problem? Will rolled his eyes. He had never experienced such a state before. Jing Er, thank you. I shouldn't have let you suffer alongside me. Suddenly, Will's dazed eyes widened. Chapter 57. The Winter City in the Special Zone in a splendid hall. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Lonnie and his companion sat on one side of the table, while Alpha and the Night Watch sat opposite them. Lonnie had removed his heavy leather coat, revealing his robust physique, a hint of anger on his face as Kalen's slender arms clung tightly to him. Alpha appeared quite relaxed, a smile gracing his features. No need to be so tense. I shall not be untrustworthy. Those individuals remain your people, Alpha stated slowly. However, I have a request. I know your side has a surplus of women and children. We both understand that they cannot provide you with significant resources. What do you mean by that? Of course, those children and women belong to me. What will you offer in exchange? You must be experiencing a shortage of blood supplies now. It seems the northern territories are rather difficult to deal with. Alpha's words struck a nerve with Lonnie. At that moment, someone hurriedly entered and whispered something in Alpha's ear. Can't you see I'm entertaining esteemed guests? Alpha's demeanor was clearly meant for show. Lonnie, now hesitant to challenge Alpha, relinquished the notion of sacrificing the frail women and children as combat resources, thanks to Kalen's counsel. However, these very women and children represented one of Lonnie's bargaining chips, enabling them to traverse the perilous Great Wall. Your blood supply shall be provided by me. The fresh blood of animals cannot bestow much combat power upon you. Alpha has long lived with Adele and is naturally aware of the significance of human blood to vampires. It is evident that Alpha has discerned their true nature, as many horses along the way have been consumed as sustenance. You truly have an insatiable appetite. Merely ensuring the safe passage of these individuals should be considered a substantial favor to you. Given the circumstances, why must you be so insistently demanding? Ronnie pressed his hand upon the wooden table, a subtle crack emanating from its surface. It was merely a jest, of course, but that is not all. I shall bestow this city upon you. Alpha had anticipated that matters would not be so straightforward, and Ronnie would indeed not acquiesce to such a proposal without hesitation. Ronnie's expression fluctuated, revealing a hint of uncertainty. After all, with so many individuals involved, this arrangement still leaves me at a disadvantage. I demand half, and the families of my subordinates must be returned. Very well. It is settled. Alpha laughed heartily. It appeared as though Alpha had conceded a portion, unbeknownst to him. This would ultimately affect thousands. Quickly, instruct the others to vacate this city. Alpha was offering Ronnie a newly constructed city near the Great Wall, with the Night's Watch available for emergencies. There was no need for Alpha to overly concern himself. Now let us discuss matters pertaining to the north. Alpha's demeanor suddenly darkened, and he furrowed his brow while gazing intently at Ronnie. It seems you have not forgotten the purpose of my visit. Ronnie, evidently displeased with Alpha's cunning, replied, naturally. For the greatest foe is not you. Alpha sighed. These successive upheavals will inevitably lead to the downfall of Amus. They remain oblivious to the circumstances above, while the underworld is in disarray. Do you have an estimate of their numbers? I can only say they far exceed those I brought back from the north. Ronnie's expression darkened further. It appears the north has considerably bolstered the strength of the undead. Spare me your sardonic remarks. I lost a significant portion of my forces in the defense. Moreover, they seem no longer to be under the control of the necromancer. Some formidable figures among them have assumed that role. I initially sought to find the necromancer to resolve this farce, only to discover that those manipulating the undead are not the necromancer at all. Alpha's brow knitted in concern as he crushed a fruit pit in his hand. I had thought that by eliminating the necromancer, these adversaries would be dealt with, allowing the vampires to take the lead. Surely, after the war, the threat posed by vampires would no longer be a concern. Yet now, this has become problematic. Alpha pondered the means of resolution. In terms of numbers, those adversaries have already far surpassed the combined fighting forces of humanity and vampires. Furthermore, the rebellion in the east has depleted a significant portion of our military strength. The Great Wall should be able to withstand the onslaught, should it not? Ronnie cast a questioning glance at Alpha. Have you encountered that fellow, Deathblade? Alpha suddenly recalled the individual who posed the greatest threat to the Great Wall. I must convey some unfortunate news. The Death Sword has irrevocably become the Death Sword. Suddenly, Lanny recalled the Death Sword that had previously ambushed her forces. Are you referring to indeed? While a single Death Sword may be manageable, what truly concerns Alpha is the largest beast of the Northern Realm, the White Bear. Its immense physique is formidable, although white bears typically appear in pairs. The vastness of the North means that collectively, they constitute a force that cannot be overlooked. Just then, a soldier burst in, bearing signs of blood. He hesitated momentarily, glancing at the seated individuals before speaking. My lord, chaos reigns outside. Undead have infiltrated. A horde of them has appeared beyond the Great Wall. Alpha turned and approached the window, witnessing the tumult at the entrance of the Great Wall, where pandemonium had erupted. The orderly entry that was expected had devolved into chaos, with those at the back suffering the most. It seems we have matters to attend to. Lanny. Alpha glanced at Lanny, who remained unfazed, sitting steadily. Meanwhile, a massive head protruded near the Great Wall, its ethereal blue eyes surveying the scattering crowds below. It appears we must join forces to eliminate this formidable creature. Lanny rose and gazed out the window. Two figures swiftly emerged from the castle, one black and one white, creating intersecting shadows of light. Hurry, don't worry about your mother. A woman was trapped beneath a colossal stone, while a small boy in front of her cried out desperately, "Who will save my mother? Who will save my mother?" Moments earlier, a tremendous force had slammed against the Great Wall, causing debris to fall. In a bid to protect her child, the woman pushed her son away. Suddenly, a shadow swept in, lifting the heavy object off her. The woman, taken aback, noticed that the weight upon her had been removed in an instant. She quickly rose to see a white figure and a black figure leading the terrifying creature away. You seem to possess quite the empathetic nature, Alpha remarked. Having observed Lanny's recent actions with clarity, that's none of your concern. After all, they are my people, and as their master, I shall certainly aid them, Lanny replied, somewhat flustered, a faint blush gracing her cheeks.